Chapter 118. Young friend, the Jiang family is willing to buy back this piece of black dragon patterned gold. The Ninely Empire wants this piece of black dragon patterned gold. You can name any price you want. The Great Xia Empire is willing to buy this piece of black dragon patterned gold for 5 million caddies of origin energy. Soon, people began to make a ruckus. Zhou Tong ignored them and kept the piece of black dragon patterned gold. Seeing Zhou Tong's attitude, some people immediately guessed that he definitely did not want to sell it. In addition, he had obtained so many rare treasures before, so they immediately had some evil thoughts. The reason why no one dared to provoke the legendary Genesis Heaven Masters was not only because of their amazing Genesis arts, but also because every Genesis Heaven Master's cultivation level was not low. And you, a little cultivator in the Dragon Transformation's secret domain, dare to have such an attitude? Young friend, the black dragon patterned gold is an immortal material exclusive to emperors. It's too precious and needs an emperor weapon to suppress it. It's better to sell it as soon as possible and exchange it for some benefit. The Alcade Grand Elder had a kind smile on his face. Yes, the black dragon patterned gold is after all the most powerful immortal material. It must be refined with extremely strict method. With your strength, even if you keep it, you won't be able to refine it into a weapon. It's a waste of such a rare treasure. Just sell it to us. How much origin energy? Name a price. The group of old people said one after another. Their words were either persuasion or threats. In short, they did not want Zhou Tong to take away this treasure. I can't suppress it? Zhou Tong tilted his head and smiled. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in his body. It was as if a raging flame had descended and wanted to burn everyone to death. Every almighty felt an intense burning pain. The weapon of an ancient saint. Many people's faces turned pale. Even divine lords were nervous. They never thought that this young man would be so extraordinary and have a saint weapon. Once he took it out, he could definitely wipe out a large group of people. That kind of power was almost impossible to resist. In the era where saints were rarely born, one would be invincible with such a weapon. Do I have enough foundation to suppress this piece of black dragon patterned gold? Zhou Tong activated a bit of the purple sun lamp's strength and smiled at the group of old men around him. Haha, little friend, of course it's enough. The Supreme Elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Land smiled awkwardly. It's good that you know. Zhou Tong also smiled and swaggered out of the Jiang family's stone workshop. Yi Fan has gone to break through to the 5th tier of the Dao Palace. I'm afraid it will take him at least a month. I'll take advantage of this time to go out and do some things. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before leaving the holy city. His first stop was the village near the Purple Mountains where the Genesis Heaven Master's descendants had moved to. Over the past few years, the entire village has begun to cultivate. Although no one has broken through to the Dao Palace mystic realm yet, it's a good start. Zhou Tong stood in the sky and looked down at the village below. Today's village was no longer as poor as it was when they first met. Instead, it was thriving. Many of the young people in the village had begun to cultivate the Purple Sun scripture. Even the older generation was cultivating it. Some of the white-haired old men had black hair growing out of their heads again. It was obvious that their lifespan had increased greatly. Purple Sun Lamp, the karma between us has been settled. I have also passed down the Purple Sun scripture. Go and protect this village. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back and take a look. Zhou Tong waved his hand and the Purple Sun Lamp appeared in front of him. The Purple Sun Lamp was extremely intelligent. It floated in front of Zhou Tong and nodded in the void, as if it was nodding in thanks. Swoosh. Then, it quickly turned into a purple light and entered the largest house in the village. That was the home of the Genesis Heaven Master's descendant, 5th Master Zhang, who was also the village chief. I hope another sacred land will be born in a few thousand years. Perhaps a purple sun sacred land will appear in the Big Dipper in the future. The key is that you have to survive the tribulation on the path to immortality in a few hundred years, Zhou Tong said in his heart as he took one last look at the village. Ever since he obtained the purple sun lamp on Earth, it had been protecting him for a long time. Now, it was time to set it free and fulfill the Purple Sun Great Sage's final wish. Next, my only Tao protector, sacred weapon is you. Zhou Tong casually grabbed. The diamond carving, which emitted a hazy blue and red light, immediately appeared in Zhou Tong's palm. Originally, he wanted to use it as a weapon that would grow alongside him. But now, fate was playing tricks on him. It had become his trump card. The diamond carving had fused the ultimate mysteries of the immortal phoenix treasured technique and had been refined by the immortal fire. It was already a peak great sacred weapon. In addition, it had already awakened the mysteries of the red gold immortal gold phoenix blood. It could completely contend with a pseudo-thearch weapon for a short period of time. Most importantly, the diamond carving was different from other sacred weapons. Its deity was formed because it had fused with the spirituality born in the 10 heavenly caves' divine ring. It was completely connected to Zhou Tong's mind. With just a thought from Zhou Tong, it could directly be resurrected and explode with the power of a great sage. It was because of this diamond carving, which was equivalent to having a great sage protecting him at all times, that Zhou Tong was willing to let go and leave the purple sun lamp to the village. Next, to the fire domain. Zhou Tong immediately used the mysterious jade pedestal to cross the void and returned to the edge of the fire domain in an instant. He did not hesitate to enter the 9th level of the fire domain, where the 9 colored flames were. Now, standing in the 9 colored flames, I can no longer feel any threat. Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly caves' divine ring unfolded and casually walked around this level of the fire domain. Soon, he arrived at the 9-level fire domain, where the 9-colored fog was the thickest. Buzz! The diamond carving flew out of Zhou Tong's hand, and the deity inside the diamond carving was awakened. Its terrifying power instantly engulfed the entire 9-level fire domain. Almost instantly, the entire 9-level fire domain was completely emptied, and there was not a trace of 9-colored fog left. Zhou Tong threw the piece of black dragon gold in his hand at the diamond carving. Woo-woo! The diamond carving enlarged in the void, and the ring was like a black hole that directly swallowed the black dragon gold. One could see that the blue and red diamond carving was now slowly covered with a layer of black light. The black light was very little at first, but as the black dragon gold was continuously refined, the black light increased and gradually equaled the blue and red light. Next, I'll have to brand the 9 nether demon treasured technique. Zhou Tong's hands kept moving in the void, and one rune after another was branded into the diamond carving. The branding process of the 9 nether demon treasured technique and the refining process of the black dragon gold were completely synchronized. Zhou Tong felt that the diamond carving seemed to be developing the patterns of the 9 nether demon treasured technique while refining the black dragon gold. After half a month, the piece of black dragon gold was completely refined, and the 9 nether demon treasured technique was successfully branded into the diamond carving. It's still lacking a lot. After refining, Zhou Tong looked at the diamond carving and shook his head slightly. He could feel that there was an additional 9 nether demon inside the diamond carving. However, compared to the Thunder Emperor, 9-leaf sword grass, and Kirin, it was obviously very sluggish, like a puppet. Could not be compared to the immortal phoenix. After all, I was the one who injected the 9 nether demon into it. The evolution of the Tao pattern did not reach the level of a god. Zhou Tong suddenly felt helpless. The reason why the Thunder Emperor, 9-leaf sword grass, and Kirin could become gods was because of the refinement of the immortal fire. The reason why the Phoenix could become a great saint-level god was not only because of the immortal fire, but also because of the immortal phoenix treasured technique's extreme sublimation and the immortal gold's profound meaning of the crimson phoenix blood gold. In the end, the 9 nether demon that Zhou Tong injected himself did not receive such treatment. Naturally, it could only form such a sluggish thing. Strictly speaking, this thing could not even be considered a god. This 9 nether demon inside the diamond carving could not be considered a god at all. It could only be considered to have weaved the Tao and reason that belonged to the 9 nether demon. Forget it. When I cultivate to the king stage, the 9 nether demon will be on par with the Thunder Emperor, 9-leaf sword grass, and Kirin. Zhou Tong did not force it. In any case, this thing still had a lot of room for improvement. Most importantly, the diamond carving had been staying in his 10 heavens divine ring all this time, enjoying the treatment of the heavens nurturing spirit. But this fire territory, it hasn't been long since the 10th level was destroyed, and now the 9th level has been destroyed too. Zhou Tong looked at the entire fire territory, somewhat speechless. Could this fire territory last for another 100 years? Chapter 119. After sending away the purple sun lamp and refining the diamond carving, Zhou Tong returned to the holy city nearly a month later. Yi Fan is back. Zhou Tong followed his senses and came to a small origin stone shop in a small alley in the holy city. He found Yi Fan immediately. Yi Fan, you can't fool those half-step almighties with your appearance. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and smiled. You are Zhou Tong? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. The person in front of him didn't look like Zhou Tong at all. Zhou Tong removed the heaven and earth transformation technique and revealed his original appearance. Little Yi Fan, is this the ruthless person wanted by the Wavering Light Sacred Land and the Ji family? At that moment, the 2 young men sitting next to Yi Fan were shocked. That's right. He's the Zhou Tong I told you about. He defeated the Ji family's divine physique, Wavering Light Sacred Lady, and Taishan Hua Yunfei by himself. Yi Fan also revealed Zhou Tong's identity generously. After that, he introduced Zhou Tong as well. He looked at a dark-skinned young man at the side and said, Come, Zhou Tong, let me introduce you. This is the grandson of the 8th great bandit of the northern region, Li Heng, Li Heishui. Yi Fan looked at another young man with bright eyes and said, This is the grandson of Tu Tian, the 7th most powerful man in the northern region, Tu Fei. Li Heishui Tu Fei. Your fathers are really interesting. Zhou Tong chuckled. Their faces darkened and they smiled awkwardly. Li Heishui's appearance was simple and honest. He immediately smiled and said, Since Brother Zhou has come to the Saint City, we must do our best to be your host. The Saint City has 10 romantic places. Wonderful Desire Nunnery, Shuiwe Cottage, and Guang Han Tower are the 3 best choices. You decide. Zhou Tong was taken aback. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile, I appreciate Brother Li's good intentions. However, I'm only here for proper business. As for other matters, let's forget about them. Could it be that Brother Zhou is also doing this for Yenryu? Tu Fei immediately made the connection. Also? Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan, then smiled and said, Having Yi Fan is enough. I won't make up the numbers. It's just that I haven't seen that old friend of mine for a long time, so I'm a little anxious. Let's be on our way first. Just now, Yi Fan had already transmitted a message to Zhou Tong. They were going to find the demon race to look for an old friend. Zhou Tong followed this topic. Tu Fei said, The Green Dragon King is very far from here. I estimate that it will take more than 10 days even if we fly at full speed. We can't rush. It doesn't matter. I have already refined a Xian Jade platform to cross the void. Zhou Tong casually took out a Xian Jade platform and said, More than 10 days. It can be reached in an instant. Damn, Brother Zhou. So you have this ability. No wonder the Yaoguang Sacred Land and Ji family couldn't find any trace of you after so many years. Brother Zhou, you've really mastered the Samadhi. Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong with stars in his eyes. Brother Zhou, can you refine a few of these things for me? You provided the materials, so it doesn't matter if I refine a few for you. Zhou Tong nodded. Anyway, this thing is easy to refine. It doesn't take much time. Okay, it's a deal. Tu Fei slapped his thigh, very excited. Refine a few for me too, Li Heishui quickly said, afraid that he would miss out on such a good thing. No problem. Zhou Tong agreed very quickly. This was also a way for him to train himself in setting up arrays. But really, why are the two of you going to the Green Dragon King's place? Tu Fei didn't believe that the two of them were going to look for an old friend. It's really a friend there, Zhou Tong said. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. But let me say it first. Little Yi, you have a cauldron made of myriad qi. And Brother Zhou, your reputation has spread among the demon race. If you go to the Green Dragon King's place, it will most likely cause some waves. Yi Fan's expression changed. Zhou Tong asked through voice transmission, what's going on? Is your myriad qi cauldron already known to everyone? Yi Fan also said through voice transmission, I don't have your disguise technique. My identity was exposed on the way, so I had no choice but to reveal the myriad qi cauldron. Zhou Tong immediately understood. He looked at Tu Fei and was a little puzzled. Will the older generation make a move? Tu Fei shook his head and said, the Peacock King and the Green Dragon King definitely won't do such a thing. But there are all kinds of demons in the demon race. There are definitely demons who covet the myriad qi cauldron, and there are definitely demons who want to get rid of the human race's prodigies. In short, the two of you can't be wrong to be careful. Then there's no problem, Zhou Tong said indifferently. Let's go. Then let's go. Tu Fei stood up. I still have things to do here, so I won't go with you, Li Heishui said. Cloud Swamp Prefecture, as its name suggested, was full of great swamps and misty water. It was as if they had arrived at a water town. After leaving the holy city, Zhou Tong and the others immediately used the mysterious jade platform to arrive here. This was a very vast oasis with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was ranked relatively high among the many oases in the northern region. There was boundless vitality here. Apart from trees, there was water. There was a spring every 100 steps and a river every 10 miles. There's such a place in the northern region. It's really rare, Yi Fan exclaimed when he saw this oasis. He thought that the northern region was a barren land. Even an oasis shouldn't have so much water. After walking for a few days in Cloud Swamp Prefecture, the group soon arrived at the place where the Green Dragon King lived in seclusion. Tu Fei took out a jade pendant. There was a 2 character carved on it. It was carved by the 7th great bandit Tu Tian. His imprint was sealed inside. He took out the jade, and with a flash of light, the scenery in front of them changed drastically. They entered an unfamiliar space. This was a small world. The mountains were majestic, the plants were lush, and the trees were lush. There were 81 large rivers flowing through this place, and there were also dozens of lakes. A small world created by an ancient sage. Zhou Tong looked at this small world and was very surprised. Although he already knew that the Green Dragon King lived in a small world, and although he also knew that the ancient sages could create small worlds, he only felt that this method was truly amazing after entering it. This method of creating a mustard seed was indeed very powerful. The area of this small world was probably comparable to a small country on Earth. I wonder if I can create a real world in my diamond carving. Speaking of which, if I cultivate to the Saint Realm, will I be able to create a real world in my 10 heavenly rings? Zhou Tong was very curious. There was indeed a space in his 10 heavenly rings, but this space was actually something that existed between reality and illusion. It could contain some weapons, resources, and some plants, but it couldn't contain animals. Although the Grotto Heaven realm in the chaotic antiquity technique allowed one to create a Grotto Heaven, this Grotto Heaven wasn't the real Grotto Heaven blessed land. Even if he broke through to the extreme and evolved again, he definitely wouldn't be able to create a real grotto heaven. If I want to create a real vast world, I'm afraid I'll have to take a look at the Lingbao Tianzuan's Sea of Reincarnation. Zhou Tong's mind couldn't help but drift to the heavenly venerates Sea of Reincarnation on the ancient star path. Speaking of which, if I really want to create a world, perhaps the diamond carving is more suitable. Zhou Tong turned his attention to the interior of his diamond carving. He was looking forward to it. Perhaps this artifact could be improved further in the future. At this time, Tu Fei had also verified his identity with some of the demons in the small world. He had officially entered this small world. Chapter 120. As Tu Fei walked through the small world, many old monster race seniors greeted him. Tu Fei responded to them one by one. Haha, Brother Tu, you're here. I've missed you so much. At this time, a young monster clan man with green hair and dragon horns on his head flew over with several figures and landed on the ground. Haha, Brother Greenrobe, you're even more elegant than before, Tu Fei said with a smile. This person was the descendant of the Green Dragon King. His name was Greenrobe, and he was respectfully known as the Green Dragon King. These two are. The Green Dragon King looked at Yi Fan and Zhou Tong and asked. This is Yi Fan and this is Zhou Tong. Tu Fei introduced. The Green Dragon King was surprised. Then, he laughed and said, Haha, so it's the two of you. I've heard so much about you. The other demon clan members also looked over with strange looks in their eyes. This is not the place to talk. Please come in. Little Wyrm King clapped his hands and a huge red-crowned crane flew over. It carried the group of people to a palace. However, in front of the palace, the Green Dragon King said, I have a distinguished guest here. If I didn't see Brother Zhou today, I'm afraid he would definitely challenge you. As he said that, everyone looked at Zhou Tong. They didn't expect Zhou Tong to have advanced to the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. It should be known that the younger generation was still in the 4-level Mystery Realm. Now, he had advanced to the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. For those geniuses, they would usually stay in the Great Perfection Mystery Realm for a long time. This was because they needed to train their combat power as much as possible in this Mystery Realm to increase their potential. Tu Fei was shocked and said, Is it the descendant of the Rock King, the Little Rock King? Yes, it's the Little Rock King. He came to the North region to participate in the Jade Lake pageant. At the same time, he wants to meet the Yaoguang Saint. The Green Dragon King said. I've heard of the Little Rock King. I didn't expect him to come to the North region, Tu Fei said. As they walked, they advanced forward. Soon, they entered the majestic palace. As soon as he entered, he saw a few young demons. The most eye-catching one was the Little Rock King. His eyes were sharp, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looked incomparably heroic. This is the golden-winged Little Rock King. The cyan-cloved Little Wyrm King introduced. The Golden Man stood up and nodded at them. Subsequently, the azure-clothed young Wyrm King introduced Tu Fei. When Yi Fan was introduced, the Little Rock King's eyes immediately emitted 2 dazzling rays of light. He was somewhat impatient. Are you the Yi Fan from the Myriad Qi Cauldron? Yi Fan nodded. Suddenly, Qi. The golden claw was glaring as it grabbed at Yi Fan. It was extremely terrifying. This was the rock's claw. It was the Little Rock King's giant claws that covered the entire hall. They seemed to be able to tear apart the void as they enveloped Yi Fan. Puff! However, as soon as the claw appeared, an arm emitted a faint glow as it collided with the rock's claw. Immediately, the rock's blood splattered all over the sky. The Little Rock King's face turned pale as he took a few steps back. His right arm was covered in blood. Who is it? How dare you block me? The Little Rock King's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Zhou Tong. It's me, Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong said calmly. What? It's you. Haha, you came just in time. I was just about to look for you. You broke through the dragon realm? The golden-winged little rock king looked at Zhou Tong, and the murderous intent in his eyes surged again. Just as he was about to challenge Zhou Tong, he was shocked when he saw the aura of the dragon transformation secret territory on Zhou Tong. The little rock king paused. Humph, so what if I broke through the dragon realm? When I break through the dragon realm, I'll definitely challenge you. Don't mind my level. I only use the power of the level 3 of the 4 extreme secret zones. Zhou Tong glanced at the little rock king. Against a weakling like you, I don't care about using my power. Enough! The little rock king roared like a wild beast. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were filled with a wild glow. Are you trying to say that even if your level is lower than mine, you can still defeat me easily? Give it your all. Today, I'll let you know that before me, the little rock king, you're nothing. However, at this moment, everyone present suddenly realized that Zhou Tong's aura seemed to have weakened again. I don't need to give it my all. I'll suppress my level by 2 more levels and use the level 1 of the 4 extreme to defeat you easily, Zhou Tong said calmly. With just that attack, Zhou Tong had already tested that the little rock king's battle power was only around the level 4 limit. Against such a little rock king, even if he suppressed his level to the level 1 of the 4 extreme, he could still suppress him by 1 level in battle power. In fact, this was the Little Rock King's true battle power. The Little Rock King bragged, but in reality, he was just SOSO. In the original book, he was defeated by Yi Fan, who had not cultivated to the level 8 limit, who was 3 levels above him. In other words, the Little Rock King was only at the level 4 limit at most. Such a person still had the nerve to say that he wanted to walk the path of the great emperor. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Any soldier guarding the city on the human race's ancient road could defeat him. I'm going to kill you. The Little Rock King was furious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. The Little Rock King attacked. The heavenly rock's speed was unparalleled. He turned into a beam of light and charged over. His golden fist caused the space to collapse, and a violent tremor sounded. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the void. Zhou Tong's body was surrounded by lightning. He also punched out. It was as if the thunder god had descended. Immediately, endless purple lightning pounced over. Boom! The thunder was deafening, causing the palace to tremble. The entire world was filled with lightning that surged in all directions like a tidal wave. All the demon experts were shocked. Some of the demon experts who had noticed this immediately flew over and hurriedly blocked the lightning that filled the sky, protecting the young demons who were participating in the gathering. All the elders of the demon race looked at Zhou Tong and the Little Rock King with complicated expressions. This kind of battle could actually be fought with the battle power of the level 4 extreme mystic realm? Enough! At this moment, the cyan-robed little dragon king roared. He turned into a beam of green light and flew in front of Zhou Tong and the Little Rock King. The cyan-robed little dragon king looked at Zhou Tong and the Little Rock King and shouted, "The two of you, this is my palace. Give me some face. If you want to fight, fight outside." If the battle continued, this palace would definitely be destroyed. In fact, if it wasn't for the protection of the demon experts, his palace would definitely be destroyed. "I don't care," Zhou Tong said. The Little Rock King was simply a target that came knocking on his door to establish his dominance. The demon race was crueler than the human race. They had always respected the strong. This time, it was a good opportunity to display his battle power and save him some trouble. "I'll give brother cyan-robed face. Human brat, let's go outside." The Little Rock King looked at Zhou Tong provocatively and then flew out of the palace. Zhou Tong was still very calm. He also walked out. Outside the palace, the mountains and rivers were beautiful. There were beautiful scenery everywhere. Strange rocks, pine trees, mist, and waterfalls were all magnificent. The moment the little rock king left the palace, he immediately displayed the speed of a heavenly rock and flew directly to the top of a mountain. Zhou Tong's figure also disappeared. He displayed a terrifying speed that was not inferior to the heavenly rock king's speed. When the little rock king's foot landed, he was already in front of the little rock king. At this moment, the other experts in the palace also ran out. They all wanted to see the shocking battle between the number 1 demon of the younger generation and the number 1 human of the younger generation. Chapter 121. On the verdant mountain peak, ancient pine trees stood tall and sturdy, strange rocks stood tall, and a waterfall fell 3,000 feet. "I'll kill you first, human genius, and forge my path to the great emperor." The little rock king was tall, and his golden hair was like a waterfall. His eyes shone brightly, and he had a demonic aura. Standing on the mountain peak, he gave off a daunting pressure. "I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand." Zhou Tong's reply was decisive and direct. As he spoke, he put his left hand behind his back. "I want you dead." The little rock king was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't stand such humiliation. He roared at the sky, and the mountain peak trembled. It was imprisoned by an invisible demonic power, as if it was about to collapse. In an instant, everyone was shocked by this loud roar and broke out in a cold sweat. A feeling of horror passed through them in an instant. The little rock king's roar was so terrifying. "Little Yezi, is Zhou Tong all right?" He sealed his cultivation level to the first firmament of the 4 extremities. That is already 3 levels lower than the little rock king. And now, he sealed one of his arms? Tu Fei, who was beside the little rock king, could not help but feel nervous when he saw the little rock king's aura. "Don't worry, Zhou Tong has many tricks up his sleeve," Yifan said. Just as everyone was watching nervously, the little rock king finally moved. 108,000 swords. The little rock king's voice pierced through gold and cracked stone. It shook the sky, causing many people's eardrums to hurt. He used an ultimate technique as soon as he came up. His whole body shone with a dazzling golden light, and thousands of terrifying golden sword rays shot out. 108,000 swords. Murderous intent filled the sky. Each sword was refined from the feathers of a divine rock. Countless holy swords slashed out at the same time, cutting through the void and destroying everything in their path. This was no longer sword rays, but an endless sea of holy swords. The golden sword storm drowned everything in the world and swept toward Zhou Tong. This was the supreme divine technique that the Tianping race was born with. It could wipe out even thousands of troops and kill them indiscriminately. Boom! Every sword gleam was like a torrential flood. It was extremely terrifying, causing the spectators to feel a chill from head to toe. The golden-winged little rock king was actually so powerful that he had suppressed his realm. How could Zhou Tong, who was 3 realms lower than the little rock king, fight against him? How many people in the younger generation could withstand this kind of world-shaking divine might? Even if it was a saint-level character, he would most likely suffer. Facing the little rock king's 108,000 swords, Zhou Tong remained extremely calm. "Your sword looks like gold on the outside, but it's rotten on the inside. Let me teach you how to use a sword. I have a sword that can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone, please take a look." Zhou Tong's finger was like a sword. His arm shook violently as he pointed with his sword finger. Suddenly, a monstrous sword chi rushed out. Grass symbol sword technique, first form, sword wave. The 9-leaf sword grass had 9 leaves in symbiosis. If this sword technique was broken down, there were a total of 9 forms. When cultivated to the extreme, it was actually 9 forms as one. Zhou Tong waved his arm and swept it forward. Suddenly, purple chi came from the east, and boundless sword chi swept out like a wave. The sword chi was like an ocean, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of purple. The moon fell, the stars sank, and the red sun sank. The scene was unimaginable. During this process, the sword chi spread out like a mist, accompanied by lightning and thunder. This magnificent scene was like the beginning of the world, and it was awe-inspiring and palpitating. What kind of divine ability is this? Everyone was shocked by the scene of this sword. Cutting through the sun, moon, and stars with one sword was simply unbelievable. Not good, retreat. Soon, someone reacted and immediately retreated. Just the aftermath of such a terrifying collision was not something they could withstand. Boom! Just as everyone retreated, the sword chi that was like a purple sea instantly broke through the 108,000 swords and blocked the Little Rock King's peerless divine ability. Not only that, the sword chi seemed to have turned into a surging purple waterfall. It surged up against the current, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of purple, drowning the front. It was going to completely kill the Little Rock King. Ah! The Little Rock King's roar came from the sea of swords. Then, with a clang, a black light suddenly appeared in the vast expanse of purple swords. Then, the black light heavily broke through the sea of swords. A large black halberd appeared. It was as heavy as a mountain, and the void was about to collapse. It was as black as ink, and like a black hole, it swallowed people's mind. The great halberd of desolation. Many people's expressions changed. Some of the small demons turned pale, and almost knelt on the ground. It really is the great halberd of desolation, the demonic weapon that the old Rock King used to kill his entire life. That's right, it really is the great halberd of desolation. It killed countless people, and blood flowed like rivers. Corpses piled up like mountains. Who knows how many lives were taken by it? Look at the Little Rock King. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with a trembling voice. What? He's seriously injured. He actually injured the Little Rock King to this extent with just one attack. Everyone from the demon clan was shocked. The Little Rock King was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, he was covered in crimson red. That was his blood. His entire body was dyed red with his own blood. His clothes, pants, shoes, and hair were all crimson red. There were even drops of blood dripping from his body. There was no doubt that the Little Rock King had been severely injured by the sea of sword chi. If he had not reacted quickly and immediately took out the great halberd of desolation, he would have died under this sword. Cough! The Little Rock King was still coughing up blood. Cross/. Zhou Tong shouted. His sword fingers only made 2 simple slashes in the void. 2 rays of sword chi flashed, as if they had crossed the void and directly slashed at the Little Rock King. The latter ray of sword chi quickly caught up with the first ray of sword chi. Clang! The 2 rays of sword chi crossed and collided in the void. Suddenly, their power increased exponentially. The void was torn apart like a painting. The cross-shaped sword chi contained endless destructive power and cut through everything in its path. Go to hell! The Little Rock King shook his black halberd and slashed down. Black waves surged into the sky. That was a destructive aura. It was like a demon that had been hibernating in hell had come into being. Boom! The cross-shaped sword chi and the great halberd of desolation collided in the void. This part of the world was shattered. The sky seemed to have been overturned. The earth seemed to have sunk forever. Everything ceased to exist. The Little Rock King was furious. This collision was too terrifying. His hand that held the great halberd of desolation was trembling non-stop. The web between his thumb and forefinger was completely torn. He almost could not hold the weapon steadily. Nice weapon. Zhou Tong was still indifferent. He glanced at the great halberd of desolation. His expression was as if he did not care about the Little Rock King at all. He only praised the great halberd of desolation that the old Rock King had spent his life refining. Ah! The Little Rock King screamed. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. He was provoked by Zhou Tong's gaze and went completely crazy. A crazy killing intent appeared in his eyes. He roared in a low voice, "I, the Little Rock King, will never be defeated." However, before he could use his next move, his crazy killing intent turned into astonishment. Pfft! Blood splattered. The Little Rock King's body was directly cut open in the void. Everyone was stunned. They did not know when Zhou Tong made his move. He had actually deceived everyone and killed the Little Rock King with one strike? They subconsciously looked at Zhou Tong. They saw that he was still standing in the same place with a calm expression. Zhou Tong looked around and slowly lowered his arm. The second move of the grass symbol sword technique, Sword Shadow. This move was the most secretive move of the grass symbol sword technique. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. Chapter 122. Zhou Tong had killed the golden-winged Little Rock King in a battle of life and death, the peak battle of the younger generation. He had one hand behind his back and was still as calm as ever. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his body. On the opposite side, the golden-winged Little Rock King's body had been cut in half. It was extremely tragic. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The arrogant and unruly golden-winged Little Rock King had ended up like this. It was extremely frightening. The cyan-robed Little Dragon King's eyes were filled with shock. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was known as the number one of the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, but he had been suppressed by 3 realms and killed in 3 moves. This wasn't a fierce battle, but a complete suppression. Zhou Tong of the human race had suppressed his realm to the first level of the 4 extreme secret realms, but he was still able to surpass 3 realms and suppress the golden-winged Little Rock King. It was extremely terrifying. Could it be that his combat strength has reached the level of a half-step almighty? The cyan-robed Little Dragon King was shocked. He knew that Zhou Tong had reached the 6th transformation of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Based on his combat strength, wouldn't he have reached the combat strength of a half-step almighty? Now, there was a cultivator among the younger generation who had caught up with the older generation so quickly? Even the previous generation of youths didn't have such a terrifying existence. Yi Fan was also shocked. Zhou Tong had once again refreshed his impression of him in this battle. Where on earth did he get so many secret techniques? Yi Fan was also a little jealous. They had come from Earth together, but his secret skills were endless and could deal with all aspects. Tu Fei was also shocked. He knew how powerful the golden-winged Little Rock King was, but now he saw the golden-winged Little Rock King being suppressed by someone of a higher realm. That's right, it was a suppression. It couldn't even be considered a battle. It was a suppression. The golden-winged Little Rock King was defeated. Zhou Tong deserves to be called the genius of the human clan. Even the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family couldn't do anything to him after chasing him for so long. He's really daunting. Many of the demon clan members present were shocked. Everyone looked at Zhou Tong with some reverence. One had to know that there were rumors that the Little Rock King had hopes of walking the path of the Shifter Emperor. However, such a young king of the Fey race had been crushed by a human prodigy. This was equivalent to defeating the little golden-winged Rock King in the Great Emperor qualification battle. "Just kill me!" The little Pring King cried out loudly. He was completely disheartened. The powerful body he was so proud of had been cleaved apart by Zhou Tong's sword. This was a fatal blow. In fact, Zhou Tong had been merciful with this strike. He did not really want to kill. Because he was still in the demon race's territory, he did not want to fall out with the demon race for the time being. Although he had a great sage artifact to protect himself, that was only his trump card. He did not want to rely on a great sage artifact. On the path of Tao validation, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Other external forces could only be considered as trump card. He would try not to use them if he could. If you want to die, go ahead and kill yourself. I have no obligation to give you the final blow, nor do I have any obligation to fulfill your laughable and pitiful self-esteem," Zhou Tong said indifferently. Then, he walked back to Yi Fan and Tu Fei's side. At this time, the other demon clan members ran up one by one. Some took out healing pills, while others helped the little Pring King recover. However, the little Pring King seemed to have completely sunk. He did not have a trace of high spirit. It was as if he already wanted to die. He just numbly and passively accepted the demon clan members' treatment. "Brother Zhou, you're amazing." Tu Fei gave him a thumbs up. "I've been unhappy with this Birdman for a long time. Brother Zhou, you've really helped me vent my anger today. This little Pring King's battle power is not very high. He's only at the 4th limit, but he's so arrogant." Zhou Tong's body trembled. Suddenly, the previously sealed realm was restored. He returned to the 6th transformation of the Dragon Realm. Only at the 4th limit? The little Pring King has the battle power of the 4th limit? Tu Fei was a little shocked. "Brother Zhou, could it be that you've already reached the 8th limit?" Zhou Tong nodded slightly. "What are the 4th limit and the 8th limit?" Yi Fan was a little confused. Tu Fei said, "There's a huge difference in strength between different realms. It's like climbing the heavenly stairs. One step up is immortal, and one step back is mortal. It will definitely suppress those of lower realms. However, those of lower realms fighting against those of higher realms are called going against the heavens. Going against the heavens is a taboo for cultivators, so it's called a limit. The 4th limit is to have the battle power to fight across 4 minor realms. The 8th limit is to have the battle power to fight across 8 minor realms. 9 is the limit. No one can fight across 9 minor realms. 8 is the limit. Since ancient times, only a few heaven-defying people can fight across 8 minor realms." The more Tu Fei spoke, the more shocked he was. He looked at Zhou Tong with more and more astonishment. It was as if he was looking at a young emperor, and his heart was filled with fear. After hearing Tu Fei's description, Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong with a different gaze. The 8th limit was too frightening. Fighting across 8 minor realms. With Zhou Tong's 6th transformation of the Dragon Realm, wouldn't he be able to fight against cultivators at the 5th heaven of the Immortal Foundation level? The battle power of a half-step almighty? Soon, the little Pring King was sent away by the demon race cultivators. He was sent back to the old Pring King. However, at this moment, Yen Ryu of the demon race appeared in Qing Yi's residence. "Princess of the demon race, we meet again." Zhou Tong looked at Yen Ryu. Brother Zhou is indeed a peerless sky pride of the human race. A strange look appeared in Yen Ryu's beautiful eyes. This was the second time she had seen Zhou Tong fight. However, in these 2 battles, the things he had displayed were completely different. In the previous battle with Ji Haoyue, Zhou Tong had displayed an extremely powerful physical body. However, this time, in the battle with the little Pring King, he had displayed an extremely powerful secret skill and sword technique. Against Ji Haoyue, who had a powerful divine body, he had displayed his physical body. Against the little Pring King, who had a powerful physical body, he had displayed his secret skill and sword technique. This was enough to show that he had almost no weaknesses. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or his techniques, he was extremely powerful. He was the greatest enemy of all the sky prides who wanted to enter the Emperor Road. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that his battle power was much stronger than she had imagined. In the previous battle with Ji Haoyue, he had not displayed such terrifying battle power. He had definitely gone easy on him. No, he had gone easy on him. Princess Yen, I'm sure you can guess why Zhou Tong and I are here. Yi Fan's expression was extremely serious as he said, "We only have one request. We want to see Pang Bo. After being separated for so many years, we still haven't been able to see him." "I'm afraid that won't do. He will only come out of seclusion in 3 months. He can't be disturbed now. Yenryu shook her head. Yi Fan was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Zhou Tong, who was beside him. Zhou Tong signaled him to be quiet. You mean, the one in the Immortal Palace? At this moment, the little dragon king in green robes revealed a strange expression. Yenryu nodded and did not say anything. Immortal Palace? Is that the ancient palace that the green dragon king obtained? Tu Fei was surprised. The people at the scene did not seem to want to talk about this topic. They only nodded and did not explain in detail. After Yenryu left, Zhou Tong immediately looked up at the cloud in the sky and said, "The Immortal Palace. I'm afraid that's the palace in the sky? The ancient palace that will never fall?" Yi Fan also looked at the cloud in surprise. Hey, don't tell me the two of you are going to do something? Tu Fei was a little frightened. That Immortal Palace is the Green Dragon King's treasure. Don't do anything rash. Don't worry, we won't do anything rash. We just want to see an old friend. Zhou Tong chuckled. Chapter 123. As night fell, Zhou Tong and Yi Fan went up to the sky and looked at the palace above the clouds from afar. It was a very mysterious and ancient palace. Although it looked a little dilapidated, they could feel a strange power. Moreover, there were many meteorites around it. Those were all restrictions. Zhou Tong opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and immediately saw the Dao patterns of restrictions in front of him. After a long time, Yi Fan saw Zhou Tong close his eyes and immediately asked, "How is it? What did you see?" "It's nothing. Although those restrictions are very strong, I've already made preparations to break them. All the materials have been refined successfully." Zhou Tong said indifferently, "I've already made all the preparations in the sacred city. Then what are you waiting for?" Yi Fan was overjoyed. He knew there was a chance to save Pang Bo. Your method of concealing your aura is too weak. It will definitely alarm some demons. I'll teach you a method. Zhou Tong transmitted his divine sense and casually taught Yi Fan a secret method of concealing one's aura from the ancient chaos scripture. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was a little miserable when he was hunted down. Moreover, he was still alive and kicking after being hunted for so long. He was very good at escaping and hiding. Yi Fan was a little surprised. You even have this kind of secret method? But soon, he was immersed in this secret method and quickly comprehended it. His aura became weaker and weaker. Although you're just a beginner, it's not bad to be able to suppress it to this extent. Let's go. Zhou Tong saw that Yi Fan had suppressed his aura to the level of a mortal and immediately led the way. Soon, the two of them approached the Immortal Palace and saw the countless meteorites around it. Yi Fan, take out your myriad chi cauldron. Your cauldron will be the key to breaking the formation. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and said, the Xian Wang Mother Chi itself is enough to suppress everything. This time, your cauldron will be the key to breaking the formation. I know. Yi Fan's expression was very serious. He immediately took out the Xian Wang Mother Chi cauldron. Zhou Tong's palm continuously waved. Piece after piece of materials flew out from his palm and quickly embedded themselves in the meteorites around the Immortal Palace. Yi Fan was also very curious about Zhou Tong's movements. He kept asking, but Zhou Tong was in no mood to pay attention to him. To be honest, Zhou Tong's current attainments and formation patterns were inferior to the large black dogs. It was only because he had the group secret character, which could be said to be the general outline of the world's formation patterns, that he could match the large black dog and break open the great formation here. Therefore, when he was breaking the formation, he had to be completely focused and could not be distracted at all. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally heaved a sigh in relief and said, "Prop up your cauldron and cover the two of us. We can go in now." Zhou Tong, it seems to be more difficult for you to crack the array this time compared to the Jiang family? Yi Fan was somewhat puzzled. Last time, it was obviously so easy to break the Jiang family's formation pattern. But this time, he actually needed to prepare materials in advance? Formation is different, Zhou Tong said indifferently. The Jiang family's formation pattern was temporarily set up on the ground. Moreover, the person who drew the formation pattern was not very powerful. But the Immortal Palace's formation pattern was definitely made by a great figure who was proficient in this path. Most importantly, these things weren't placed randomly on the ground. Instead, they were placed in such a huge formation that borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Therefore, it's a little difficult to break them. But it doesn't matter. As long as I study most formations in the world for a period of time and have enough materials, I can break them. The two of them continued to talk as they advanced. Soon, they passed through the meteorite forest and arrived at the Immortal Palace. Zhou Tong immediately set up the formation behind him and sealed this place to prevent the following movements from alerting the demon race here. To defeat that old demon, we must engage in a divine sense battle, right? Yi Fan was also somewhat worried. Are the two of us a match for that old demon? Don't worry. That old demon is dead for sure. Zhou Tong was very confident. However, this Immortal Palace may be a little dangerous. When the time comes, follow me closely and don't wander around. The two of them quickly entered the Immortal Palace. There was a dangerous place in the Immortal Palace, the Underworld Tomb. However, the Underworld Tomb had been sealed by the ancient sages, so as long as they did not move around, there would not be any danger. Zhou Tong and Yi Fan crossed 6 palaces in succession and finally arrived at a small world in the Immortal Palace. This was a small world full of light and vitality. The two of them quickly found Pang Bo in this small world. Pang Bo. Yi Fan was very excited and immediately ran over. He saw Pang Bo's tall figure sitting quietly on an altar in the forest. There were many fallen leaves on his body. It seemed that he had not moved for a long time. This Pang Bo, I haven't seen him for a while, but he is even stronger than me. Zhou Tong was somewhat surprised. It seemed that during this period of time, this old demon had transformed him into something that was neither human nor demon. Whoosh! Pang Bo, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar, seemed to have sensed something. He immediately opened his eyes. They were like 2 bolts of lightning, extremely sharp. Oh no! Seeing this gaze, Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. This person was definitely not Pang Bo. Attack! Zhou Tong's figure flashed and appeared beside Pang Bo. He pointed his finger like a sword and directly pointed it at Pang Bo's forehead. There seemed to be endless sword intent erupting from Zhou Tong's eyes. At the same time, strands of 9-colored light shot out from his forehead. These lights followed the sword intent in his eyes and quickly condensed into Zhou Tong's finger. Clang! There was a tremor. There seemed to be a divine weapon from Pang Bo's forehead that heavily struck Zhou Tong's sword finger. There was an extremely terrifying sound of metal clashing. Good fellow, you actually found such a helper. The Dragon Realm actually has a terrifying divine consciousness that is not inferior to a half-almighty. Pang Bo's eyes were filled with divine light, but it was useless. But it's useless. Demon Emperor Jiao, it's useless. Ancient Chaos Sacred Spell. Zhou Tong roared and interrupted the old demon's spell. At the same time, a secret technique that had been brewing for a long time finally appeared. At this moment, the past, present, and future around Zhou Tong and Pang Bo seemed to be in chaos. This was an extremely terrifying saint spell that disturbed time and space. It cut the space around Pang Bo into countless pieces. Time and space in each piece were separated, causing the place to be extremely chaotic. Secret word forward, strip the primordial spirit, seal the void forever, and bind the ancient chaos. At the same time, the secret word forward was displayed again. It was used together with the ancient chaos sacred spell. Immediately, the old demon's primordial spirit was stripped away. He wanted to resist, But it was useless because his primordial spirit was in another space. Even if he had the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor, he could not find a target to slash. The Tao of the Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. You are the successor of the Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. There is also the secret word forward that specifically targets the primordial spirit. The old demon's primordial spirit in another space exclaimed. The Great Emperor's secret technique consumes a lot of divine power. I don't believe that you can keep using such a secret technique. The old demon's primordial spirit in another space continued to mock. Zhou Tong did not answer. He only stopped the secret word forward. Then, a black light flashed between his eyebrows. It was as if a vertical eye had appeared between his eyebrows. 9 Nether Sea Treasured Technique, Death's Eye. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out. The vertical eye between Zhou Tong's eyebrows shone brightly. A light flew out and hit the old demon's primordial spirit, piercing through him. It was extremely powerful and carried a monstrous aura of death. Chapter 124. This old monster was indeed an almighty in the past. Even after being struck by Zhou Tong's eyes of death, he still did not die. However, his consciousness had been scattered and was still constantly reforming. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, and the 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring appeared. He directly swept the newly reformed consciousness into the 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring and handed it over to Diamond Carving to suppress. It settled. Yi Fan saw that the surroundings had recovered and immediately asked. It's settled. This old monster is very extraordinary. If I hadn't prepared beforehand, I'm afraid he really might have escaped. Zhou Tong replied. Pang Bo should be recovering soon too. As they spoke, the two looked at Pang Bo, Little Overlord? Little Yezi? At this moment, Pang Bo also opened his eyes. After seeing the two, he immediately revealed a hint of surprise. These few years have been dark and gloomy. Most of the time, I was passively cultivating. The only joy I had was to curse that old monster. Pang Bo was an optimistic person. He was rarely sad and quickly adjusted. Pang Bo recounted everything that had happened in the past few years. In these few years, the old monster was initially unable to do anything to Pang Bo. After all, his lifespan was nearing its end. However, after receiving the help of the Peacock King and the Green Flood Dragon King, the old monster's lifespan was nourished by the Immortal Palace. He gradually became stronger and began to suppress Pang Bo's consciousness. F***ck your grandpa, I don't even know if I'm a human or a monster with my current appearance. Pang Bo was a little speechless. However, I already know everything about the old monster. From now on I'll stay in the demon race. They won't discover any flaws. Are you sure? Zhou Tong asked. I'm sure. Furthermore, in a few months, I'll be able to openly move around. Pang Bo was very confident. At that time, I'll go out and get rid of a few saints and saintesses. Alright, this is for you. Zhou Tong unfolded his divine ring, and a green lotus immediately appeared. This was the old monster's weapon. He was the descendant of the Azure Emperor, and was also a lotus flower. This green lotus was refined from his original body, and was very extraordinary. Thanks. Pang Bo took the lotus flower very naturally. However, you've already captured the old monster. Don't you need us to refine him? Pang Bo wanted to refine the old monster that had taken over his body to death as soon as possible. Don't worry, this old monster won't be able to survive in my hands. I want to extract the green lotus scripture from his sea of consciousness. Zhou Tong replied. Then I'm relieved. Pang Bo nodded. They chatted for a bit more before Zhou Tong and Yi Fan left the unaging hall and returned to their residences. Early in the morning glow shone in through the window. After breakfast, Yi Fan went straight to Tu Fei and expressed his desire to leave. However, Tu Fei was already mesmerized by some of the fairies and had no intention of leaving for the time being. Since he couldn't leave in a short time, Zhou Tong didn't bother to think too much about it. He strolled around the demon city in this small world, bought some materials for setting up the array, and then directly returned to his residence. Inside the 10 heavenly caves' divine ring, the diamond carving floated quietly in the void. In the center of the diamond carving, the soul of an old monster was fixed there, unable to self-destruct even if he wanted to. Clang! The diamond carving turned slightly, and what sounded like the cry of a phoenix was heard. Immediately after, a flame appeared and burned the old monster's primordial spirit, beginning to extract the green lotus scripture from within. Ah! The old monster roared angrily. He wanted to use the divine technique of the green lotus scripture, but he was powerless and couldn't change anything. His primordial spirit was trapped by the diamond carving, and he couldn't move. He couldn't even commit suicide. In particular, the primordial spirit was being burned by the flames of the diamond carving, forcibly refining the treasure trove of his consciousness. Gradually, the profound meaning of the green lotus scripture began to appear in Zhou Tong's mind. I see, this is the Tao of the Qing Emperor. However, this is the scripture of the demon clan. These scriptures can only be used for reference and can't be cultivated. However, the secret techniques of the demon emperor are incredible. I can try to derive them. As the profound meaning of the scripture of the demon emperor appeared, Zhou Tong gradually understood the Tao of the demon emperor. There were many secret techniques in the green lotus scripture. Other than the most common, 9 slashes of the demon emperor, there were also secret techniques such as possession and body refinement, which were extremely strange. Just as Zhou Tong saw the forbidden chapter of the green lotus scripture, his body suddenly trembled. This was because he saw an extremely frightening Tao. It was demon language. Every demon language had the appearance of an immortal bird or divine beast. True dragon, phoenix, white tiger, kirin, kuan pung. There were all kinds of beasts. The Qing Emperor seemed to have summarized all the demon clans since ancient times, condensing the Tao of each race into a word, a rune. These words are really similar to the true Tao of those races. The more Zhou Tong looked, the more surprised he was. Especially the kirin, phoenix, swanee, and many other beasts, those runes really contain the profoundness of their race's precious technique. I feel a little. The Qing Emperor's forbidden chapter looks a little like the 10,000 spirit diagram of the true primordial record. The more Zhou Tong looked, the more he felt that the forbidden chapter of the green lotus scripture was terrifying. It was as if the true primordial record was reproduced. Every demon language did not have a specific divine ability or precious technique, but they contained a kind of true power that corresponded to the race's own power. The Qing Emperor is indeed the Qing Emperor, a peerless expert who was born from the chaotic green lotus deity King's Nirvana. His forbidden chapter is simply a treasure art from the chaotic antiquity law, using the form of the heaven-shrouding law to recreate it. Zhou Tong quietly comprehended the forbidden chapter of the Green Lotus Sutra, feeling the Tao rhythm within. Zhou Tong had seen the Tao and techniques of countless great emperors through the immortal elixir, but there had never been a great emperor whose Tao and Dharma idol were as special as the Qing emperors. It was not that it was special, but it was a matter of style. The Qing emperor's Tao looked a little different from the other great emperors' Taos. Although the foundation was still the authentic heaven-shrouding technique, some of the secret techniques that the Qing Emperor created had strong traces and characteristics of the chaotic ancient technique and even the immortal ancient technique. In particular, the great Tao and power contained in the demon language were even more deeply ingrained in his heart, from shallow to deep and from deep to shallow. For a moment, Zhou Tong felt as if he had touched an unfathomable world. As he comprehended, Zhou Tong also moved. His hands moved in the void, and one demon language after another jumped out from between his fingers, turning into small kirins, small phoenixes, small swanee, small true dragons. These words were very strange, but each word contained a kind of peerless and domineering power. This was the power that belonged to this race, and the ancient demon race was also included in it. The palace of the little Jiao Dragon King was dazzling and magnificent. Outside the palace, on the mountain peak, in front of the waterfall, palaces and pavilions could be seen everywhere. Ancient vines, old trees, and exotic flowers were everywhere. Zhou Tong quietly sat cross-legged in the middle of the palace. He was quiet and peaceful as his entire body emitted light. Mysterious runes appeared on his body before quickly disappearing as if they had fused with his flesh and blood. The more he comprehended the Green Lotus scripture, the deeper Zhou Tong's understanding. His knowledge of the chaotic ancient technique and heaven-shrouding technique also gradually surpassed the past. He began to try to reconstruct these techniques using the heaven-shrouding technique. Previously on the Purple Mountain, after obtaining the battle secret character from Jiang Taishu, Zhou Tong had merely used the battle secret character to manifest the general momentum of the 10 ferocious beasts. He had not truly manifested that kind of technique or Dao. The Vicious Ten's Dao was an immortal king-level technique, so how could a mere human Dao sovereign's battle secret be manifested? Being able to manifest the battle secret was already the limit. As for the specific Dao in art, he didn't even have the slightest clue. But now that he had obtained the Green Lotus scripture, his comprehension deepened, and he had a vague idea of how to evolve it. Maybe this is the best chance for the battle secret to become a secret art of the immortal Dao? This thought emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. The Vicious Ten's techniques were the strongest techniques from before the chaotic ancient era. At their core were runes and bone runes that evolved into Dao runes. Meanwhile, the heaven-shrouding technique was a cultivation system meticulously created by Huang's celestial emperor. At the core of its combat and magical arts were Dao runes that evolved into runes. One was runes, the other Dao runes. Although they were very similar and there was no difference between the two once cultivated to great heights, there were still some differences in the initial stages. Not everyone was a creator like Huang's celestial emperor, who was unaffected by the difference between runes and Dao runes. Once he could use the Dao pattern to reconstruct the 10 ferocious treasured arts, it was foreseeable that the 10 ferocious treasured arts would be more suitable for the heaven-concealing art. Zhou Tong would also be able to cultivate the 10 ferocious treasured arts to the pinnacle of perfection. And once he truly achieved this step, he might be able to upgrade the battle secret to an immortal Dao secret art. If the Green Emperor had the Vicious Ten's techniques and the battle secret, he should be able to complete this step of upgrading. As for me, I reckon that before becoming a quasi-emperor, I was just thinking about it or completing a small part of the accumulation. Zhou Tong was still very clear in his heart. This kind of thing was not something he could do now. Chapter 125. Zhou Tong stayed in his room and studied the Green Lotus Sutra for 7 days and 7 nights before coming out of seclusion. Of course, he did not come out of seclusion on his own accord. Yi Fan and Tu Fei were almost done with their stroll and were preparing to leave the Green Dragon King's small world together. Therefore, they came over to ask Zhou Tong to leave together. He had gained a lot from these 7 days and 7 nights of meditation, and countless ideas emerged in his mind. The Azure Thearka's Dao was a perfect example of the fusion of the chaotic ancient technique and the heaven-shrouding technique. It gave Zhou Tong countless inspirations. Cloud Swamp Prefecture, as its name suggested, had a spring every 100 steps, and a river every 10 miles. There were lakes everywhere, and misty water was everywhere. The three of them left the Green Dragon King's small world, and came to the outside world. They once again experienced the water of this oasis. Brother Zhou, you're really obsessed with cultivation. There are so many demons here, but you didn't take a fancy to any of them. Tu Fei immediately said as soon as he came out. You don't know how many demons have come to ask me about you these few days. Ask about me? They either want to get rid of me or they want to invest, Zhou Tong said indifferently. He was very open-minded about these things. Since he had decided to walk on the Emperor's Road, he would definitely be noticed by some people. These people might be enemies or they might be friends who wanted to invest. These were all very normal. You must have gained a lot these few days. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Tu Fei did not know what Zhou Tong was doing, but how could Yi Fan not know? He must have been searching that old demon's soul these few days, and he must have obtained the complete Green Lotus Sutra. The Azure Arch is indeed great. His Tao is profound and profound. I have gained a lot these few days. Zhou Tong did not hide it, and there was even a trace of a smile on his face. F***ck. Tu Fei was about to explode. Zhou Tong, you got the Azure Thearka's Sutra? Who gave it to you? Could it be Yenryu? At this point, Tu Fei's eyes lit up. Like I said, Brother Zhou must be a kindred spirit. What are those seductresses? If you want to hook up with someone, you should hook up with Princess Yen. Brother Zhou is truly a role model for our generation, a role model for us to learn from. Shut up. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Tu Fei. This guy really thought of everything in that direction. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. I understand. Tu Fei smiled slyly. He must have thought of something. What the F***ck do you know? Zhou Tong really wanted to scold him, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. That was how he felt, so it was useless to say anything more. There's still some time before the Jade Lake's Stone Appreciation Convention. Why don't we go back to the Holy City for a stroll? Tu Fei suddenly suggested, let me tell you, the fairies in Miaoyu Nunnery, Shueihua Villa, and Guanghan Tower are really… no need. We still have something to do. Yi Fan refused. You two still have something to do? Tu Fei's brain turned quickly, and he immediately understood. Yi Fan, you asked me about the Jade Lake's old haunt some time ago. Don't tell me there's some treasure there? Don't look for it. When the Jade Lake moved back then, all the good stuff was moved away. There's definitely nothing there. Moreover, it's said that the Jade Lake later sealed that place with an imperial weapon. Even if you find it, it's useless. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and said, you're really quick-witted. We do want to go to the Jade Lake's old haunt. There's really nothing there, except for a strange thing. But I know that the Western Emperor's scripture is there. The Western Emperor's place of enlightenment was there. We don't need any treasure. We just want to look at the Western Emperor's scripture. Yi Fan added. Tu Fei had helped them a lot in obtaining information about the Jade Lake's old haunt. Zhou Tong and Yi Fan didn't want to hide too much from him. Damn, you really have a way to enter the Jade Lake's old haunt? Brother, you're too careless. Bring me along for such a good thing. Tu Fei was also shocked. When he heard the name of the Western Emperor's scripture, even he was a little tempted. It's fine to bring you in, but it's hard to say if we can get the Western Emperor's scripture. Zhou Tong chuckled. But let me make it clear first. That place must not be leaked. No problem. Tu Fei agreed readily. Then let's go, Zhou Tong said. The Jade Lake's old haunt was near the Primordium Ancient Mine, only 10,000 miles away. The vast area around the Primordium Ancient Mine was filled with mining areas. However, since they had already obtained the location of the Jade Lake's old haunt, they naturally didn't take a detour and headed straight for the depths of the reddish-brown earth. Speaking of which, why did the Jade Lake leave back then? On the way, Yi Fan asked curiously. Something happened to the Jade Lake. Something happened to the Western Emperor's corpse and too many people died. That's why they had to leave, Zhou Tong said indifferently. Zhou Tong, don't tell me you've hooked up with the fairies of the Jade Lake? How do you know about this? Tu Fei was shocked. He immediately asked, but something happened to the Western Emperor's corpse. If we continue like this, will something happen? He was a little nervous. Since something happened to the Jade Lake's old haunt because of the Western Emperor's corpse, it must be extremely dangerous inside. Don't worry, Wuxi Heavenly Emperor has been there before. There are arrangements made by Wuxi Heavenly Emperor, so as long as you keep your hands and feet under control and don't run around, there won't be any danger. Zhou Tong was very calm. Back then, Wuxi Heavenly Emperor had made many arrangements. Wuxi Heavenly Emperor. Tu Fei was shocked. Then, he looked at Zhou Tong with shining eyes. Zhou Tong, don't tell me you've obtained the inheritance of Wuxi Heavenly Emperor? How is that possible? I saw the Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's Wuxi Heavenly Emperor sealed it with his strongest means. There's no way to open it. Zhou Tong said softly. That Wuxi Heavenly Emperor must have left it for his successor. No one else can see it. You really found the inheritance of Wuxi Heavenly Emperor? Tu Fei was shocked. Where is it? Where is the inheritance of Wuxi Heavenly Emperor? You don't meet the requirements for Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's disciple, but we can try. In your dreams. Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's inheritance is for the innate divine body Tao embryo. Without such a constitution, it's impossible to open the Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's Wuxi Heavenly Emperor. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was a little creeped out by Zhou Tong's stare. Hey, what's with that look? The innate divine body Tao embryo, as the name suggests, means that both parents must be the sacred body of the ancients and the innate divine body Tao embryo. Only the combination of these two constitutions can give birth to the innate divine body Tao embryo. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and said casually, how about it? I'll help you get the Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's Wuxi Heavenly Emperor's Wuxi Heavenly Emperor. Zhou Tong's eyes were burning with desire. He had wanted to sell Yi Fan for a long time. He had even prepared the computer parts. I heard that the Purple Mansion Saint has the innate divine body Tao embryo. Tu Fei's eyes lit up. We have the innate divine body Tao embryo and the sacred body of the ancients. We even know where the inheritance of Wuxi Heavenly Emperor is. This is God's will. What's the point of looking for the Western Emperor scripture? We can kidnap the Purple Mansion Saint and give birth to the innate divine body Tao embryo so that we can read the Wuxi Heavenly Emperor scripture directly. Little Yi, it's up to you. Go. Tu Fei became more and more excited as he spoke. His stare made Yi Fan's hair stand on end. Go ahead and give birth to it. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at the two of them. Having the innate divine body Tao embryo doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have the innate tyrannical body Tao embryo. Zhou Tong, you should think about it yourself. Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Tong and sped up towards the old haunt of Jasper Lake. Even if you have the innate tyrannical body Tao embryo, it's useless. Zhou Tong chuckled and chased after him. Wuxi Heavenly Emperor has the innate divine body Tao embryo. Only the innate divine body Tao embryo can cultivate his scripture. Even if I have the innate tyrannical body Tao embryo, it's useless. I can't open the Wuxi Heavenly Emperor scripture. If it's the innate divine body Tao embryo, then the Wuxi Heavenly Emperor scripture is useless to me. Yi Fan was speechless. Chapter 126. Hey, what are you two talking about? What's the Taoist fetus? Tu Fei caught up and asked curiously, Zhou Tong, are you some kind of Taoist fetus? Tu Fei then remembered that Zhou Tong was so strong that it was impossible for him to have an ordinary physique. This guy and my physique have been enemies since ancient times. Yi Fan said, I have the sacred body of the ancients, and he has the hegemonic body of the firmament. Since ancient times, the sacred body of the ancients and the hegemonic body of the ancients have been synonymous with invincibility. However, the Big Dipper constellation is basically the place where the sacred body of the ancients stays, so you've never heard of an invincible physique like the hegemonic body of the firmament. The hegemonic body of the firmament. I didn't expect there to be such a physique. Tu Fei was shocked. He did not expect the sacred body of the ancients to have such a thing. But if you two are enemies, then what's the matter with you two? Tu Fei was puzzled. Nothing much. That's all. Zhou Tong said faintly. Anyway, we've been friends for 7 or 8 years before we knew about my physique. Even if we were to fight in the future, it would be a matter of the imperial road. It would have nothing to do with the sacred body of the ancients or the hegemonic body of the firmament. How can I, Zhou Tong, be bound by others? Whether we're friends or foes, I have to decide for myself. When night fell, the group finally arrived at the approximate location of the old haunt of Jade Lake. Under the moonlight, the red land stretched as far as the eye could see. It was so empty that it was difficult to even see a big stone, let alone a mountain. This is the old haunt of Jade Lake? It should be a celestial mountain. Yi Fan frowned and then looked at Zhou Tong. Where is the old haunt of Jade Lake? Don't worry, take your time. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and then continued to open his heavenly eye of martial arts. Suddenly, the scene within a radius of 10,000 miles was presented to Zhou Tong. Soon, he saw a white figure flying into the sky in the distance. Found it, the Jade Lake flying immortal. Zhou Tong immediately rushed towards the location of the flying immortal. Yi Fan and Tu Fei also hurriedly followed behind Zhou Tong. They saw with their own eyes that on the horizon, a few white figures were extremely ethereal. They flickered indeterminately and were as ethereal as immortals as they flew into the sky. But when they arrived, they didn't see anything. What is the Jade Lake flying fairy? The two of them continued to ask. God knows what it is. It's just that at night in the old haunt of Jade Lake, such a scene of ascension immortals often appears in the middle of the night. Zhou Tong said indifferently. At the same time, his martial Tao heavenly eye was still constantly searching. Found it. Follow me, Zhou Tong said in his heart. Then he walked towards the edge of the Jade Lake. Yi Fan and Tu Fei immediately followed. Soon, the three of them arrived at a sandy area. Zhou Tong slapped the sand on the ground. Then he rolled up his sleeves and cleaned up all the sand on the ground. Suddenly, an ancient well appeared. However, countless years had passed and this ancient well had been buried by the wind and sand. After cleaning up the things outside the ancient well, Yi Fan and Tu Fei were immediately shocked. This was because they saw that this ancient well was unexpectedly swallowing and spitting out moonlight. As expected of the Jade Lake's old haunt. After being abandoned for countless years, this well is still swallowing and spitting out moonlight. This is the Jade Lake's old haunt, Zhou Tong said and directly jumped into the bottom of the well. Yi Fan and Tu Fei also followed. The ancient well was very deep. It took them more than 2,000 meters to reach the bottom. After countless years, there was no more water at the bottom of the well. The ground was full of mud. When they arrived at the bottom of the well, the three of them immediately smelled a rotten smell of dead branches and rotten leaves. The ancient well was connected to an underground river. However, the river water had already dried up. Occasionally, they could see some small puddles in which some blind fishes were swimming. This underground river won't lead to the Jade Lake's old haunt, right? Tu Fei and Yi Fan looked at each other and said in surprise. Let's go. It's still far away. Zhou Tong said indifferently and walked forward. This underground river was very long. The three of them walked for 30 to 40 miles before they finally saw a glimmer of light. That was the seal of the Jade Lake's old haunt. However, the seal here was very weak. It couldn't stop the three of them. After passing through the seal, a rich spiritual chi suddenly hit them in the face. It was a dried-up big lake. There were countless huge fish bones on the lake's surface. There were also many withered trees on the lake's shore. It was unknown how many thousands of years they had lived here. This is the Jade Lake's old haunt? Tu Fei looked at the desolate scenery and was stunned. No, there's something strange here. Yi Fan's spiritual sense was very sharp. Look at these fishes and trees. After so many years, they still haven't become spirits. I'm afraid there's something strange here. Didn't I tell you at the beginning? There's something wrong with the Emperor's corpse of the West Emperor. Zhou Tong didn't care about these things. He already knew that there was something strange here. He also knew that there were no treasures here. Therefore, he didn't want to pay attention to the changes in the Jade Lake. He only wanted to find the Western Emperor's scripture and leave. Yi Fan and Tu Fei followed behind Zhou Tong, discussing the changes in the Jade Lake as they walked. Soon, the sound of water attracted their attention. After passing through a large withered forest, lush greenery came into view. In front of them, there were green plants everywhere. The lake was as clear as a sapphire, and the plants on the shore were full of vitality. There's vitality in a place that was originally dead? Yi Fan and Tu Fei were shocked. Strange. Is it a problem with the water source? Tu Fei asked. Not necessarily. Yi Fan was also a little scared. It's said that there's a celestial pool in the Jade Lake. Rumor has it that the Western Emperor Mother found the green gold tears under this celestial pool. Finally, she forged the famous Emperor weapon, the Western Emperor Pagoda. Tu Fei was very interested. If we find that celestial pool, we might find some celestial materials inside. I advise you not to touch that celestial pool. The changes in the Jade Lake came from that celestial pool. If you dare to touch that celestial pool, even the ancient sages won't be able to save you. Zhou Tong warned the two. Yi Fan and Tu Fei immediately shut their mouth. The three continued to move forward. They found that almost 90% of the Jade Lake was dead. Only a few places had vitality. After walking for more than 10 miles, the three finally saw some pavilions, which also indicated that they had finally arrived at the old haunt of the Jade Lake. Yi Fan and Tu Fei were a little excited. The Western Emperor's scripture might be in front of them. Martial Path Heavenly Eye Open. Zhou Tong directly opened his Martial Path Heavenly Eye and searched for the place where the Western Emperor's scripture was carved. He knew that it was strange. If something happened, he would be the unlucky one. So he didn't want to wander around. He just wanted to find the Western Emperor's scripture as soon as possible. Once the Martial Path Heavenly Eye was activated, the entire old haunt of the Jade Lake could be seen clearly. Follow me. I've found the location of the Western Emperor's scripture. Don't wander around. It's very dangerous here. Zhou Tong warned as he led Yi Fan and Tu Fei to the place where the Western Emperor's scripture was found. It was a place where not even a blade of grass grew. There were cliffs and precipices everywhere, and there were rocky mountains everywhere. There was not a trace of soil, and everything was made of stone. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, the three of them were attracted by a woman's carving. Although it was just a simple carving, it gave the three of them a feeling of Taoism and the unity of heaven and man. Chapter 127. Oh my God, this is just an engraving without any technique. It's just a standing posture. Why does it give people the feeling of Tao and me as one? Yi Fan looked at the engraving and was really shocked. This is the core of the Jade Lake's old land. There are many traces of predecessors' enlightenment here. You can take a look here. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and Tu Fei and said casually, although there isn't much danger here, you still have to be careful. Don't destroy a single blade of grass or tree here. If you cause any trouble, don't blame me for not being loyal. Zhou Tong warned Yi Fan and Tu Fei one last time and continued to walk into the depths of the stone forest. He wanted to find the Western Emperor's scripture, which was the main purpose of this place. If he wanted to create the strongest ancient scripture that belonged to himself, he had to look at the strongest ancient scripture of each secret realm and see what the ancestors' understanding of this secret realm was. The scriptures created by the ancient emperors and ancient emperors might be limited by one's physique and bloodline. For example, the infinite scripture or the scriptures created by the ancient emperors. Perhaps one could only see the true profoundness of the scriptures through the 5 secret realms, such as the void scripture and the ancient chaos scripture. However, the ancient scripture that was called the strongest in a secret realm must have been created by the ancestor who created the scripture after studying the secret realm to the extreme. He might not have done much research on various bloodlines, but this strongest ancient scripture was enough for all cultivators with physiques to cultivate and cast an extremely strong foundation. Zhou Tong was very clear that what he cultivated might not be the strongest ancient scripture of a single secret realm, but he must obtain this strongest ancient scripture as a reference. After the group entered the stone forest, they immediately saw countless engravings, which were all engraved by the Jade Lake Fairy. Yi Fan and Tu Fei were very curious about these engravings and kept discussing them. In this stone forest there was a mountain, a realm, a stone, a scenery. It was as if someone had carved a natural path of the great Tao. Every mountain and stone here attracted his attention. However, some of the engravings had already been eroded by time and were blurred. Zhou Tong, could it be that the Western Emperor's scripture is also blurred? Yi Fan was very worried. He was afraid that his Tao Palace's mystic realm had not been cultivated to the complete ancient scripture, which would cause the mystic realm to be incomplete even after spending so many resources. How is that possible? This was the place where the Queen Mother of the West comprehended the Tao. Here was the rough draft of the Western Emperor's scripture that she had personally carved. How could something carved by the Western Queen Mother be so easily eroded by time? Even if the painting has been eroded by time, the Tao charm on it is absolutely fine. Zhou Tong is very confident. How could something left behind by a great emperor disappear so easily in the passage of time? It wasn't something left behind by the great emperors from millions of years ago. It was impossible for a mere 100,000 years to do anything to the scriptures carved by the Queen Mother of the West. Continuing onward, it did not take long for them to catch sight of a secret art. Wow, I found the Jade Lake's secret art. Yi Fan ran over in amazement. It's very mysterious, but unfortunately, half of it was erased by someone. Yi Fan looked carefully and frowned. This is not the Jade Lake's secret art. This is the mountain-embracing seal that is widely spread in the northern region. You can go to any small sect in the northern region and learn it. Zhou Tong said indifferently, however, this mountain-embracing seal has been further deduced and perfected by the experts of the Jade Lake. There are some differences between it and the one circulating in the outside world. Zhou Tong stood quietly in front of this incomplete mountain-embracing seal and continuously deduced with the battle secret art. This mountain-embracing seal is already a little different from the one circulating in the outside world. The mountain-embracing seal that was circulated in the outside world had a vigorous aura. Once it was gathered, it would be like Mount Tai pressing down on one's head. The imposing aura was vigorous and unstoppable. However, the mountain-embracing seal here has a trace of dexterity. If the orthodox mountain-embracing seal was Mount Tai, then the mountain-embracing seal that had been deduced by the Jade Lake was Mount Hung. The mountain-embracing seal has been deduced and can also evolve into such endless changes. If it goes one step further and gathers the power of all the mountains in the world, won't it be able to transform into an unimaginable suppressive power? Zhou Tong thought in his heart and also began to deduce in this direction. Yes, there is a move in the Amitabha Sutra, 5-Finger Mountain. It is to use the palm to evolve the 5 elements of the Tao Palace of the human body and transform it into a mountain peak to suppress. This move has a trace of similar charm to the mountain-embracing seal. There is also a move in the Great Success Saint Body, Mountain River Seal. It gathers the power of mountains and rivers to attack. The Savage Fist of the Eternal Universe Sutra is also somewhat similar. Some of the mountains and rivers recorded in the Source Heaven book can also be integrated into it. The 3,000 worlds of the indestructible heaven art can also be slightly integrated into it. The 3,000 worlds will become 3,000 mountains. For a moment, countless paths and techniques flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. Then, he quickly evolved them in his heart with the battle's secret word and integrated them into the mountain-embracing seal. Yi Fan and Tu Fei suddenly noticed some unusual changes in Zhou Tong's body. Both of them felt that there was an endless danger around Zhou Tong and immediately retreated. Buzz. The moment the two retreated, the void seemed to unfold like a scroll painting. The two suddenly felt as if they were in a pure land of immortals. This guy warned us not to act recklessly, but he is acting recklessly, Tu Fei complained. He must have comprehended something. Yi Fan also looked at Zhou Tong with a grave expression. Boom! The moment Yi Fan and Tu Fei retreated, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Zhou Tong put his hands together as if he was embracing a mountain. It was the mountain-embracing seal. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared between Zhou Tong's hands. Mountain-embracing seal. I didn't expect the mountain-embracing seal to be so powerful. Tu Fei was shocked. Just a trace of the mountain's momentum made Tu Fei feel as if he had sunk into a quagmire. It was difficult to move. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was shocked by the mountain. Mount Tai, he's using the mountain-embracing seal to condense the momentum of Mount Tai. Yi Fan recognized at a glance that the mountain in Zhou Tong's hands was Mount Tai. After Zhou Tong evolved Mount Tai, his hands changed and dispersed Mount Tai. Immediately after, another mountain appeared. This mountain was completely different from the majestic Mount Tai from before. It had a strange and dangerous momentum, like a divine sword, but also like an abyss, the momentum of Mount Tai. Yi Fan also recognized it and was shocked. In the next moment, Mount Tai collapsed, followed by Mount Heng in the south, Mount Heng in the north, and Mount Song in the middle. One after another, Zhou Tong evolved the momentum of the mountain-embracing seal. But soon, the evolution of the mountain's momentum exceeded the scope of Yi Fan's knowledge. This was because the next evolution of the mountain's momentum was something recorded in the Source Heaven book. Although each mountain had its own characteristics, they were always within the range of the mountain-embracing seal. No matter how they changed, they could never escape the range of the mountain-embracing seal. However, Zhou Tong was still tirelessly evolving the 5 mountains' momentum and integrated a portion of the profundities of the Amitabha Sutra and the Eternal Universe Sutra into the mountain-embracing seal. As he evolved, the 5 mountains gradually walked out of the range of the mountain-embracing seal and evolved a path that belonged to him alone. Creating a technique? Could it be that he wants to create a secret technique comparable to the mountain-embracing seal? Tu Fei was shocked. I don't know how long he'll be comprehending here. Let's leave him alone and go find the Western Emperor Sutra. Yi Fan looked and said directly. What he needed the most now was the Western Emperor Sutra. Okay. Tu Fei also knew that the matter of creating a technique could not be rushed, so he left with Yi Fan. Right now, Zhou Tong was the only one left in front of the painting, performing the technique. Chapter 128. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yi Fan and Tu Fei had been wandering around the Jade Pool old haunt for half a month. They had seen countless pictures here, but they still couldn't find the Western Emperor scripture. Damn it, Zhou Tong isn't fooling us, is he? There's no Western Emperor scripture here. Or does the Western Emperor scripture need some means to touch it, but this guy hasn't told us? After wandering here for half a month, Tu Fei's patience was almost exhausted. Yi Fan's face was a little ugly. Zhou Tong is very confident. I don't think he's lying to us. Is there something wrong with his information? Should we wake him up? Yi Fan looked in the direction of the original picture and couldn't help but say. Among all of them, he was the most anxious. If he couldn't find the Western Emperor's scripture, it meant that he couldn't cultivate the Tao Palace secret realm completely. Don't! Tu Fei quickly reached out to stop Yi Fan. Blocking the path of cultivation is like killing one's parents. No matter how good your relationship is, Zhou Tong won't let it go. Unlike Yi Fan, Tu Fei had grown up in the cultivation world since he was a child. His understanding of these things was already deeply ingrained in his heart. Yi Fan suddenly stopped and frowned. You'd better take a good look at the secret methods recorded here. Although they're all incomplete, they're what you lack the most now. Tu Fei hurriedly said, You're a rogue cultivator without an inheritance. You should learn as much as you can. Any successor of a sect will learn more secret methods than what's recorded here. You'll know when you look at Zhou Tong. God knows how many secret methods he has. They're endless and bottomless. That's why he's doing so well in the cultivation world. He's like a fish in water. He has a way to deal with everything he encounters. The amount of secret arts one knows determines the foundation of a cultivator. Zhou Tong's background is definitely the deepest among us. I'm afraid that even the holy sons and holy daughters of the Holy Lands may not be able to compare to him. That's why when he saw the first engraving, he fell into such a state of enlightenment. I suspect that every time he breaks through a new realm, he will take the initiative to learn several peerless secret arts to slowly stabilize his realm. Furthermore, the secret art he cultivates is most likely a great emperor's secret art. At the very least, it's a secret art created by a peerless great sage. It's extremely powerful. If that's really the case, then with his current level, he has mastered hundreds of secret techniques, and the number of secret techniques he knows is uncountable. I really don't know where he got so many secret techniques. Although Tu Fei was a small bandit, his knowledge was not inferior to those saints and saintesses. Just from some of Zhou Tong's actions, he could roughly guess some things. Although he hadn't figured it out yet, his knowledge of Zhou Tong was definitely far beyond that of Yi Fan, a cultivator without an inheritance. Unparalleled knowledge and the breadth of secret techniques that can deal with any situation. This is one of the key reasons why Zhou Tong is invincible now. If you want to compete with him in the future, try your best to learn more. Although Tu Fei's patience was almost exhausted, he himself had a complete inheritance, so he wasn't determined to get the Western Emperor's scripture. He was in a good mood and advised Yi Fan here. Yi Fan finally nodded and said, We can only wait here for Zhou Tong to wake up. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Tong was still in the state of enlightenment. Buzz. His 10 heavens divine ring quietly opened and devoured the essence energy from all directions to support Zhou Tong's creation. At the same time, the Bodhi tree in the 10 heavens divine ring swayed slightly. The crystal-clear green leaves on the tree flickered like talismans, and the sound of chanting could be heard. It was very peaceful. The essence energy from all directions and the Bodhi tree's Tao sound and Tao rhythm entered Zhou Tong's heart, providing him with the most vigorous foundation to create and comprehend the Tao. Every mountain has its own momentum. According to the Book of Source Heaven, inner chi is born, outer chi is formed, and the inner and outer multiplies. Perhaps I can obtain the momentum of endless mountains and rivers. How to simplify the momentum of the mountains and rivers is the most important question. Amitabha took the will of the 5 elements and merged it with the 5 chi in the Tao Palace to finally form the 5-finger mountain. Ruthless Great Emperor took the profound meaning of the dragon transformation mystic realm and roamed the 3,000 worlds to form the 3,000 worlds mystic technique. Eternal Universe Great Emperor directly transformed the 4 extremes into the 4 desolates, and evolved the 4 desolates fist. Zhou Tong didn't completely fall into an uncontrollable state of Tao comprehension, but was in a half-conscious state of Tao comprehension. Other than freely deriving various techniques, His mind was still half-conscious, and he was constantly analyzing the scriptures he knew that were close to the mountain-embracing seal. Amitabha's five-finger mountain mystic technique was the closest. Once this mystic technique was used, the entire palm was like a five-element mountain descending from the sky, suppressing everything. Eternal Universe Great Emperor's four desolates fist was relatively close. This four desolates fist evolved the four major forces of heaven desolates, man desolates, great desolates, and chaos desolates to suppress all enemies. Ruthless Great Emperor's 3,000 Worlds Mystic Realm transformed the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm's dragon roaming the heavens into 3,000 Worlds Mystic Technique. From there, he evolved the 3,000 Worlds Mystic Technique, One Flower, One World. These three Great Emperor's mystic techniques, in addition to the mountain-embracing seal's original thoughts, the endless mountains and rivers recorded in the Source Heaven Book, and the ever-changing power of the fighting mystic technique, were the core of Zhou Tong's Tao comprehension. Suddenly, Zhou Tong, who had been continuously comprehending Tao for half a month, seemed to have a bright light in his heart. No. I can also use the forbidden chapter of the Demon Emperor Sutra as a reference. Using the forbidden mystic technique of the Demon Emperor Sutra as a reference, I can integrate the thousands of mountains into my heart, simplify and fuse them into the most original runes. Each mountain is a rune. In this way, I can evolve the thousands of mountains with a single palm. This move of mine will be called the Qianshan seal. Zhou Tong quickly found a way to break out of this situation. Condense the thousands of mountains into runes, and the thousands of runes carried the thousands of divine mountains' mysteries. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong moved again. First was the thousands of mountains. Zhou Tong chose the 3,000 divine mountains in his heart to evolve. Among them were the 5 sacred mountains and Kunlun Mountain on Earth, the Purple Mountain and Mount Meru of the Big Dipper, the countless mountain peaks seen in the Reincarnation Mirror, and the various divine mountain terrains recorded in the Source Heaven Book. These mountains were the objects of Zhou Tong's evolution. He constantly drew in the void. The 3,000 majestic, nimble, strange, and mysterious mountain peaks were constantly drawn by Zhou Tong with the Genesis Heaven Divine Rune. It didn't need to be perfect, just a general momentum. Zhou Tong's hands moved at the same time. In almost half a quarter of an hour, he could draw the general momentum of a mountain peak. With the appearance of each mountain peak, the aura around Zhou Tong's body became a little heavier, and also a little more terrifying. The void around him seemed to have completely solidified. Towards the end, Zhou Tong's body was almost suppressed by the endless mountains. Every movement he made required a huge amount of energy. For an entire month, endless mountains appeared around Zhou Tong, and the thousands of mountains' mysteries appeared. Simplify the mysteries into runes. This was the only thought in Zhou Tong's mind. Within the 10 heavenly heavens' divine ring, the Bodhi tree stood tall and strong. The translucent leaves on the tree swayed in the wind, as if a heavenly book was ringing. Streaks of light fell from the tree, causing Zhou Tong's figure to become even more blurry. The thousands of mountains were simplified, but the suppressive aura was even more powerful and vast. The thousands of mountains gradually condensed around his body and were enveloped by the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring. PFFF! But at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The state of Tao enlightenment was instantly broken. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and sighed softly. I was almost suppressed by my own 1,000 mountains mysteries. This won't do. The intent of my seal is too vast, and it's not something I can create right now. I need to be at least a Tao-severing cultivator or even a saint before I can completely condense the thousands of mountains runes and successfully create the Qianshan seal. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, put away the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, and used the immortal phoenix treasured technique to heal his injuries. Although he had failed to create a seal, everything was worth it. This failure had given him a lot of experience in creating seals in the future. Chapter 129. At the same time, on the other side, Tu Fei and Yi Fan saw the divine halo around Zhou Tong dissipate and immediately rushed over. You finally woke up. Yi Fan was also excited. Zhou Tong woke up, which meant that the Western Emperor scripture might be in their hands. Zhou Tong, what technique did you create? Tu Fei was very interested in Zhou Tong's creation this time. It failed. Zhou Tong shook his head. You didn't find the Western Emperor scripture? Zhou Tong didn't want to say anything more about the creation of the technique, so he turned his attention to the Western Emperor scripture. The two of them shook their heads, and Tu Fei immediately said, "There is no Western Emperor scripture here. The news you got is fake. I was wondering how the Jade Lake could have left their supreme scripture here after they evacuated." Did you find the engraving of a sun? Zhou Tong asked. Sun? Yi Fan and Tu Fei looked at each other. They didn't remember where there was an engraving of a sun. You mean the blurry sun on the stone mountain? Is that really a sun? I remember it was a circle. Yi Fan's reaction was quick. He had searched this place countless times, thus he was very familiar with the place and the place. It's here. Yi Fan vaguely thought of something and immediately led the way. Soon, the three of them came to the place where the sun was. It was on a cliff, and there was a palm-sized circle. If Yi Fan hadn't searched here for 1.5 months and didn't miss any detail, they wouldn't have found this engraving at all. Are you kidding me? The Western Emperor scripture is here. Tu Fei was dumbfounded. Swoosh. At this moment, a jade-green tree appeared and took root on the rock. The green leaves swayed constantly, emitting the aura of the Great Path. Hey, what kind of tree is this? Tu Fei was shocked. As soon as the tree appeared, it emitted an amazing aura of the Great Path. In particular, there was a strong fluctuation of life essence in the tree, which almost made his body glow. Every breath he took seemed to be refining the immortal qi. This tree was too extraordinary. It's that tree. Yi Fan almost immediately thought of the time in the center of the fire domain. Zhou Tong seemed to have made a tree sprout, and then attracted the attack of the immortal fire. Without my Bodhi tree, how could you have comprehended the Western Emperor scripture? Zhou Tong chuckled. Bodhi tree? I remember that ancient records said that the immortal medicine obtained by Amitabha was the Bodhi tree. Could it be that one? Tu Fei's eyes lit up. It was too amazing. An immortal medicine was right in front of him. Legend has it that this Bodhi tree is on the same level as the tree of enlightenment in the Undying Mountain. Just sitting under the tree can make people comprehend the Tao. I didn't expect this tree to be in your hands. If those baldies in the western desert knew, they would definitely find trouble with you. Tu Fei was very shocked. The Bodhi tree was not tall. It was only 16 feet tall, less than 5 meters. However, this number was very subtle. Legend has it that the Bodhi tree towered into the clouds, but now it was only a baby. The growth of the Bodhi tree was very strange. After it sprouted, as long as the environment was suitable, it would grow to 16 feet tall in a very short time. However, after 16 feet, it might not be able to grow 10 feet tall in 100 years. If I didn't promise to get you the Western Emperor scripture, I really didn't want to tell you about the Bodhi tree. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about my divine tree. It's best if you forget about it. Zhou Tong said and directly glared at Tu Fei. The main thing was that this big mouth had to be controlled. Zhou Tong didn't mind being the enemy of the whole world after he embarked on the Emperor's path. However, he didn't even have the Immortal Foundation's secret realm now. He definitely couldn't expose something like the Bodhi tree completely. Otherwise, those ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the western desert would rush over with their Emperor's weapons. He would be in trouble then. Even the great sage tool diamond carving couldn't withstand it. Tu Fei suddenly didn't dare to speak. At this time, Zhou Tong also placed his palm on the sun. He silently circulated the Western Emperor scripture in his heart. Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with brilliance. A sun rose from the stone cliff, blazing with incomparable heat. The whole stone mountain turned red with raging flames. The fire burned half the sky. The red sun hung in the sky, huge and vigorous. Zhou Tong stood in the sun, looking solemn. There really is a vision. Tu Fei and Yi Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhou Tong didn't care about Yi Fan and Tu Fei's shock. He was only comprehending the charm of the Western Emperor scripture. There were no scriptures here, but the charm described all the changes of the Western Emperor scripture clearly. It was even more astonishing than the scripture inheritance. So this is the meaning of the Western Emperor scripture. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to see the door of the Tao Palace mystic realm. Otherwise, I could use this to further perfect my Tao Palace mystic realm. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. The Sea of Reincarnation mystic realm was because he had accidentally seen the countless doors of the Sea of Reincarnation mystic realm. Therefore, he was able to cultivate the Tao scripture on the basis of cultivating the feather conversion scripture. He even fused the profound meaning of the Tao scripture with the feather conversion scripture in a short period of time, completing the initial fusion of the two scriptures. There was no such opportunity in the Tao Palace mystic realm. Therefore, he could only memorize the Western Emperor scripture in his heart. In the future, he could slowly cultivate and comprehend it to further perfect his Tao Palace mystic realm. However, it was impossible to fuse them. At least, it was impossible before he became a saint. After a long time, Zhou Tong opened his eyes again. He looked at Yi Fan and Tu Fei and said, "If you want to get the Western Emperor scripture, not only do you need amazing comprehension, but you also need the scripture guide. I have already used the Bodhi tree to help you complete your comprehension. Now your problem is the scripture guide." "You taught me the scripture guide?" Yi Fan quickly realized and asked immediately. Zhou Tong nodded and gave up his position. Yi Fan immediately imitated Zhou Tong and placed his palm on the sun. Suddenly, another sun rose on the cliff. At this time, Zhou Tong looked at Tu Fei and said, "Remember, I will only read it once." Tu Fei had put in a lot of effort to find the old haunt of the Jade Lake. This Western Emperor scripture was his reward. There is no valley in the center of the valley. It is formless and traceless. It is neither rebellious nor disobedient. It is humble and motionless. It is quiet and unwavering. Tu Fei immediately held his breath and tried his best to memorize it. He knew this was a great opportunity. This was the secret of the Jade Lake. Today, he finally had the chance to get it. Soon, Yi Fan also comprehended this sun and woke up. "Zhou Tong, why is there only 1/5 of the scripture here?" Zhou Tong said lightly, "This is the Tao Palace of Heart. The other 4 Tao Palaces are on other cliff. Didn't you see anything like the Golden Essence imprint or the Ancient Tree imprint?" "I know where they are," Yi Fan immediately answered. "Don't worry. Let's wait for Tu Fei to finish reading before we go." Zhou Tong quietly watched the third activation of this cliff. The Western Emperor scripture is indeed powerful. It is much more powerful than the scripture my old man passed on to me. Tu Fei was surprised and impressed. It was indeed a scripture created by the Western Emperor Mother. Let's continue to look for the other imprints. Yi Fan was very anxious. Out of the 5 Tao Palaces, he only had 1 complete Tao Palace. There were still 4 more. Soon, they found the other imprint. After comprehending them separately, they finally obtained the complete Tao Palace volume of the Western Emperor scripture. This trip was considered complete. In the next few days, the group stayed here to comprehend the Western Emperor scripture. After all, with Zhou Tong's Bodhi tree, It was very easy to comprehend. Zhou Tong also completely memorized all the patterns of the secret techniques left in the Jade Lake and turned them into his foundation. Chapter 130. The three of them quickly left the Jade Lake through the ancient well. Seeing the long-awaited sunlight in the sky, the three of them sighed. They were finally leaving the Jade Lake. However, they were in a good mood after obtaining the Western Emperor's scripture. Zhou Tong, do you know where the other scriptures are? Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong curiously. One Dao Palace scroll isn't enough. When can we gather all 5 scriptures? One great emperor's scripture isn't enough? Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Tu Fei. The Dao Palace scroll is the most important one in the Western Emperor's scripture. The Dao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor's scripture is known as the strongest scripture in the Dao Palace secret realm. You should be satisfied with this scroll. Tu Fei curled his lips and said, "Don't think that I don't know. This Western Emperor's scripture was carved by the Western Emperor Mother when she was creating it. The Jade Lake's cultivation is probably more profound than ours. What's going on?" Yi Fan, who was constantly circulating the Western Emperor's scripture, couldn't care less about comprehending it and immediately asked. Tu Fei said, "Every great emperor will revise their scriptures once in their later years. That revision is the real essence of the scriptures, which are also the scriptures passed down from the Great Holy Land. A hastily created scripture is definitely not as good as a revised one." There was still a big difference between an alternative Tao affirmation and a true Tao affirmation. After a great emperor attained Tao affirmation, he could obtain the Heavenly Core imprint. The first generation of the Heavenly Core imprint was called the Immortal King Foundation in the chaotic ancient era. Even if the later generation of the Heavenly Core imprint was not as good as the first generation of the Heavenly Core imprint, it was at least a true immortal foundation. When a great emperor obtained such a thing, his horizons and knowledge would naturally skyrocket compared to before he attained Tao affirmation. The scripture that he thought was perfect in the past would have many flaws and inadequacies after he attained Tao affirmation. This was the reason why the great emperor revised his scripture after he attained Tao affirmation. You know so much. It seems that you've also cultivated some powerful scriptures. Your two families' opportunity is not bad. It seems to be the scripture of the great sage Absolute Peak? Zhou Tong's ears twitched slightly. Strands of Tao runes emerged. He vaguely heard some loud noises coming from Tu Fei's Sea of Reincarnation and Tao Palace. Although this voice was far inferior to the Emperor's scripture, the difference wasn't that great. The scripture that Tu Fei cultivated was most likely passed down by a great saint who had touched upon the quasi-emperor realm. Tu Fei was shocked. He suddenly looked at Zhou Tong, as if he had noticed that something was wrong with his ears. He exclaimed, "You've actually cultivated heavenly hearing? You actually learned the 6 divine abilities passed down from Buddhism? You have the Bodhi tree and the 6 Buddhist divine abilities. Don't tell me you're a descendant of the Western Desert?" Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong in a different light, with a hint of wariness. "I've read the Amitabha Sutra, but it has nothing to do with the Western Desert." Zhou Tong shook his head. "Amitabha Sutra?" Tu Fei was shocked. "That's the supreme scripture that Emperor Amitabha personally passed down. You've actually read it? Which scroll did you read? Do you have heavenly hearing? Teach me. Don't tell me you want to use heavenly hearing to read some unhealthy things." Zhou Tong looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Am I that kind of person?" Tu Fei said righteously. Zhou Tong, _Yi Fan, _Tu Fei. Speaking of which, Yi Fan, have you thought about what you're going to do with the 5 million caddies of Source? After you get the Source, where are you going to go to transcend the tribulation? Zhou Tong suddenly asked. 5 million caddies of Source. I don't know either. Yi Fan was once again at a loss. In fact, he already had 5 million caddies of Source in his hand. He had relied on Zhou Tong's hint in the Holy City the last time to gamble with a small amount. He had not used it all when he broke through to the fifth heaven of the Tao Palace's mystic realm. He still had 5 million caddies of source left. But it was not enough. It was far from enough. This 5 million caddies of source was only 1/10 of what he had. It was not even 1/10. I can give you 5 million caddies of source, Zhou Tong suddenly said. But I have a condition. Are you for real? 5 million caddies of source? Even those sacred grounds can't take out that much. You can? Tu Fei exclaimed, as if he was getting to know Zhou Tong all over again. I'm different from you 13 great bandits of the northern region who bully the weak and fear the strong. You only dare to cause trouble in the minds of those sacred grounds. I robbed a sacred ground for real, Zhou Tong said calmly. Robbed an important place of a holy land? It's impossible that I haven't heard of such a piece of news. Tu Fei was stunned, and then looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Damn it, don't tell me you're the one who caused trouble in the Ji family's headquarters in the northern region? What? That person is you? Yi Fan was also shocked. During this period of walking in the northern region, he had heard that there was once a fierce person who directly triggered an earth-shattering heavenly tribulation in the Ji family's headquarters in the northern region and took the opportunity to rob them. Of the 17 mighty figures in the Ji family's headquarters, 10 were killed and 7 were seriously injured. How much source does the Ji family's headquarters in the northern region have? Tu Fei's breathing was a little rapid, and his eyes were a little red. It's worth about 20 million caddies. How about it? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan. As long as you agree to one of my conditions, I'll take care of the resources for you to advance to the 4 extreme secret realms. I seem to owe you something before. What's the condition this time? Yi Fan asked in a deep voice. He remembered very clearly that when Zhou Tong took him to find the Western Emperor's scripture, he owed him a condition. Now, there was another condition? Adding everything together, wouldn't he owe him 2 favors? Including the 5 million caddies of source, you should owe me 2 favors. Zhou Tong said softly. The first favor is to help me get something from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. There are 9 sacred mountains and 9 divine trees. Just pluck the fruits of all the divine trees for me. Although it was something that belonged to the ruthless great emperor, as long as Yi Fan personally gave it away, the ruthless great emperor would definitely not say anything. In fact, in the original work, Yi Fan had also given away some of the fruits in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity as a favor, such as to the sacred prince and princess divine silkworm Zhou Tong. Are you trying to kill Yi Fan? Tu Fei was shocked. How could the forbidden area of the remote antiquity be a place where ordinary people could go? Even the sacred master and the imperial emperor might be turned into ashes once they got close. Zhou Tong looked at Tu Fei, shook his head and said, You don't understand. I don't understand what? You want Yi Fan to go to the forbidden area of the remote antiquity to get the divine fruits for you. Aren't you trying to kill him? Tu Fei was a little angry. I thought of you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. Yi Fan was very calm. He pulled Tu Fei and said, Tu Fei, don't say any more. This is not Zhou Tong's fault. As a sacred body of the ancients, the reason why I can't break through to the 4 extreme secret realms is not only because of the source, but also because of the curse. Only the forbidden area of the remote antiquity can help me break the curse. Even without Zhou Tong's suggestion, I would still go to the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Yi Fan shook his head and said directly, If I don't enter the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, I won't be able to break through to the 4 extreme secret realms. But Zhou Tong, aren't you afraid that I will die in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, and all your investment in me will be in vain? Yi Fan asked immediately. Investment is risky. You should know this very well, Zhou Tong said softly. Although we have been friends for more than 10 years, 5 million caddies of source is a huge amount for me. This is already more than half of my wealth, and I took a huge risk to get it from the sacred land. Moreover, the Bodhi tree in my hand needs to be nourished by source chi. If the source chi is not enough, this immortal divine herb will probably die. In fact, if I had the strength of an ancient saint, given our relationship, I wouldn't ask for any price. I could even give you 5 million caddies of source chi. Unfortunately, I don't. Yifan was silent, but he nodded. Okay. But I have to remind you in advance that there are no more fruits on 2 sacred mountains. On Earth, Yifan was a successful person who had earned enough wealth to live a lifetime on his own in a short period of 3 years after graduation. There was no doubt that he must have taken a huge risk. Use your myriad chi cauldron to fill it with some divine spring water, Zhou Tong said. Although it can't fill much, a cubic meter of spring water should be no problem. Okay. Yifan nodded. Chapter 131. The group traveled across the void from the northern region to the southern region. Tu Fei followed along. He wanted to see what the sacred body of the ancients looked like after breaking the curse. In the southern region of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Yen Kingdom spanned 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such a territory was but a drop in the ocean in the Eastern Barren Territory. There were countless countries like this. The reason why it was known to the world was undoubtedly because of the forbidden area of the ancients in the central region. Since ancient times there had been too many legends. No one knew how many peerless masters had fallen there, and there were even peerless holy lands that had been destroyed there. The group entered the Yen Kingdom. The city was bustling and the sound of hawking was endless. It was very prosperous. Crispy chicken wings, free if you don't like it. Zhang's soup dumplings, thin skin, juicy, and delicious. Come and try it. Yifan smiled. The place was the same as before. There were no changes. It was as if they had never left. A city of mortals, TSK, TSK. Tu Fei's shifty eyes kept glancing at the girls on the road, nodding from time to time. For all, Tu Fei, you better go blind with your thieving eyes. Zhou Tong glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Hey, what's with that look? Tu Fei was furious. Every time he paid a little attention to the fairies along the way, he would get that look. Zhou Tong was not the only one. Yifan was also looking at him the same way. Big brother. I'm hungry. Buy me a bun. I beg you, Nana is very hungry. At that moment, a young and pitiful voice was heard. Yifan, Zhou Tong, and Tu Fei immediately turned around and saw a dirty and pitiful little girl blinking her big eyes. She was tugging at Yifan's trousers and looking up at him. She was only 3 or 4 years old. Her clothes were tattered, and her face was full of dirt. Only her eyes were bright. The fruit of the great Emperor Ruthless. It really did appear. Zhou Tong was shocked. Although he had long guessed that such a little girl might appear, when he really saw her, he was still shocked because his divine sense didn't discover the existence of this little girl at all. Speaking of which, is this merciless immortality technique, or is she waiting for Yifan? Zhou Tong was a little hesitant. If Yifan were to take the little girl with him when he was going through the ordeal, would she be able to resist the curse of the sacred body of the ancients? When he thought up to this point, Zhou Tong was immediately shocked. Could it be that this little Nana was specially left outside by Ruthless to wait for Yifan to help him overcome that crucial calamity? Perhaps this little girl was really left for Yifan? But something happened to the Dao fruit along the way, so Yifan did not use it? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. It was possible that this little girl was deliberately left outside by Merciless to block the calamity for Yifan. But there is a problem. When Merciless was alive, the sacred body of the ancients didn't have any curse. It was only after her fruit of the Tao was lost that the curse of the sacred body of the ancients appeared. Logically speaking, Merciless shouldn't have thought of this. Knowing Merciless' style, if she knew about this curse when she was awake, she would have searched the entire world for the underworld without hesitation. She would have definitely destroyed something like the celestial netherworld treasure. Of course, the biggest possibility is that she wouldn't be able to find it. I remember that Emperor Wu Shi chased the underworld all over the world. However, the underworld was too good at hiding. Even Emperor Wu Shi couldn't find their base camp. Merciless probably couldn't find the underworld either, so she didn't do anything. Zhou Tong was a little confused. The little girl in front of him was Yi Fan's real backer. Nana is so hungry. Big brother, please do me a favor and buy me a bag to eat. The little girl was timid and looked very scared. Her eyes were full of tears, as if she had been starving for many days. Seeing the little girl like this, even Tu Fei, who was standing at the side, felt pity for her. He went to a nearby stall with Yi Fan and bought soup dumplings and gave them to the little girl. Just as Yi Fan was about to turn around and leave, Zhou Tong suddenly said, "Come with us." "Zhou Tong, you want to take her with you?" Tu Fei was shocked. "The two of you should try and see if your divine consciousness can detect her first. There is something strange about this little girl." Zhou Tong directly transmitted his voice to Yi Fan and Tu Fei. "I really can't detect her." Tu Fei was shocked. "I remember now. When I came here in the past, I also encountered the same thing. It was this little girl who was also begging here." Yi Fan was also shocked. "A few years have passed, but she hasn't changed at all. Logically speaking, children of this age should grow very quickly." "Yi Fan, is someone watching you?" Tu Fei looked at Yi Fan nervously. "No, this kind of pure gaze can't be faked. It can't be faked." Yi Fan immediately rejected Tu Fei's idea. "No matter what, just keep her by your side." Zhou Tong transmitted his voice. "Maybe you can see something." While speaking, Zhou Tong immediately activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye and stared at little Nana. This was Merciless Great Emperor's Tao Fruit. The Great Emperor's Tao Fruit was right in front of them. As long as they could see something, they would definitely gain a lot. However, it was a pity that Zhou Tong could not see anything. He was too weak. He was only in the dragon transformation secret territory. He could not see anything at all. Little Nana was a great emperor's Tao fruit. The stronger one was, the more extraordinary she was. However, one had to be at least a sage to be qualified to see something. Yi Fan and Tu Fei knew that Zhou Tong had the heavenly eye and immediately asked, "What did you see?" "I can't see anything. Even with my heavenly eye, I can't see anything." "She must have a great background." Zhou Tong transmitted his voice. "This little girl's background is at least at the level of an ancient sage. If she has no evil intentions, she must be a protective amulet." Ancient sage. Protective amulet. Tu Fei could not help but click his tongue. This background was a little too terrifying. At this time, Yi Fan squatted down, touched the little girl's head and said, "Don't you have any relatives?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, shook her head in confusion, and said, "No, Nana doesn't remember anything." "Don't remember anything?" Yi Fan was a little surprised, but after Zhou Tong's reminder, he also realized something, and his face gradually calmed down. "Nana will forget everything after a period of time. I don't have any impression of the past. After a few days, I might not even remember Big Brother." The little girl lowered her head, and her mood was more or less depressed. "How can this be?" Tu Fei could not help but ask. "Nana doesn't know herself. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I don't know where I came from, and where I'm going. Everyone else has relatives, but I don't. Nana is very lonely and sad." The little girl lowered her head, and her eyes were filled with tears. "You won't be lonely in the future. Follow us," Zhou Tong said softly. For the time being, this was a protective amulet. If they brought her along, they could even enter the forbidden area. Can I really? The little girl raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with a hopeful expression. Her gaze rested on Yi Fan the most. Yi Fan was also the most important person in her heart. Of course you can. Facing such a gaze, Yi Fan also revealed a trace of a smile. Let's go and eat something first. The three people brought little Nana to a nearby restaurant and took her to eat a big meal. Chapter 132. With little Nana in tow, the group soon arrived at a place not far from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. By the way, Yi Fan, how are you going to enter the forbidden area of the remote antiquity with 5 million caddies of source? Suddenly, Tu Fei noticed a difficulty. Take out your myriad chi cauldron and put the source in it, Zhou Tong said lightly. Suddenly, a mysterious yellow cauldron appeared in front of them. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and 12 million caddies of source were immediately put into Yi Fan's cauldron. Zhou Tong said lightly, I gave you an extra 2 million caddies. In fact, 10 million caddies is probably not enough to break through the sacred body of the ancients. 12 million caddies is barely enough, but with your own source, 13 million caddies should be enough. Thank you very much. Yi Fan thanked Zhou Tong solemnly. This was 20% more than the agreed amount, which was not a small amount. Yi Fan immediately threw his own 500,000 caddies of source into the myriad chi cauldron. There was a total of 13 million caddies of source. In the myriad chi cauldron, the source of God and the source of heterogeneity shone brightly, and the spiritual chi was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. If the pool had not been sealed, the divine light here would have pierced through the sky, and the stars and the moon would have been dimmed. When Tu Fei saw the source, he could not help but feel a little jealous. I have never seen so many source piled up together since I was a child. This is really an eye-opener. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and said lightly, There are many things you haven't seen before. As he spoke, Zhou Tong took out another item, which immediately shocked Tu Fei again. Damn, a branch of the Bodhi tree? Your Bodhi tree is still a seedling, and you just broke off a big branch? Aren't you afraid that the divine tree will be damaged? Although the divine branch in front of them was only 5 feet long, it was full of branches and leaves. This wasn't just a random branch, but a huge branch with dozens of branches on top. Zhou Tong ignored Tu Fei and passed the divine branch to Yi Fan. For your success in breaking through, for the success of my investment, I have bled once again. Take this Bodhi tree branch as the cost of your trip to the forbidden area of remote antiquity. The forbidden area of remote antiquity will lose vitality. Although my Bodhi tree hasn't grown up yet, the vitality contained in this branch is more than enough for you to go in and out once. Along the way, he had used the wrong information to scam Yi Fan of so many treasures and opportunities. Zhou Tong felt a little apologetic in his heart. He would take this huge Bodhi branch as compensation. Yi Fan received the divine branch solemnly. Thank you. I don't care if you are investing in me or not, I will accept this favor. The forbidden area of remote antiquity was really too dangerous. If he had only relied on himself to break through, he would have had a slim chance of surviving. However, with this Bodhi tree branch, he was much more confident. What Zhou Tong had given him now was far beyond what he had promised previously. Especially this Bodhi branch, which was far beyond Yi Fan's expectations. Yi Fan had also seen Zhou Tong's Bodhi tree before. That tree was only 6 feet tall, about 5 meters tall. The main trunk extended to a total of 7 branches. Zhou Tong actually cut off one of the 7 branches and gave it to him. This gift was too great. One had to know that this was one of the 7 branches of the future immortal divine herb. Successfully breaking through and bringing down what I need is the best reward for me. Zhou Tong chuckled. The resources for Yi Fan to break through, and even the consumption along the way in and out of the forbidden area of remote antiquity, were all given by Zhou Tong. This was already a huge price to pay. Just this divine branch of the Bodhi tree alone, if put in an auction house, without hundreds of millions of kilograms of capital, it would not even be qualified to be auctioned. Zhou Tong still remembered that in the original work, a sprout of the divine tree of life had caused the death of several great sages. There had been a series of great emperor weapon battles, and even the great emperor formation chart had appeared. In the end, this matter had ended with the Qilin emperor's emperor weapon being sealed. The value of this divine branch of the Bodhi tree was really too great. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. Yi Fan was very confident. However, Zhou Tong said, although you are confident, I am not. This is because this method of breaking through is just my guess. I don't know what the chances of success are. If you fail to break through in this forbidden area of remote antiquity, then there is no other way. You can only seal yourself in the next life. It's fine. Even if I fail, I won't blame you. You've already told me enough. You've also provided me with enough conditions. If I still fail under such circumstances, then it's probably fate. Yi Fan nodded and sighed in his heart. Don't think so much about failure. You will definitely succeed. You have to believe in yourself. Zhou Tong even gave you the immortal divine herb. It will be fine. Tu Fei also cheered for Yi Fan. Yi Fan finally nodded and put away the Xian Wang Qi cauldron. He turned around and walked directly to the forbidden area of remote antiquity. Watching Yi Fan leave, Tu Fei said, "Is the curse of the sacred body of the ancients really so terrible?" Zhou Tong nodded and said, "It is far beyond your imagination. In fact, many sacred bodies of the ancients were robbed when they were at the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. If Yi Fan had not eaten 2 kinds of holy fruits in the forbidden area of remote antiquity, he would have died when he was at the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. However, if Yi Fan really breaks through in the forbidden area of remote antiquity, then the curse will most likely not be able to find him." Zhou Tong then said, "But there is also a possibility that after he breaks through, there will be no disasters or tribulations. Nothing will happen. However, as soon as he leaves the forbidden area of remote antiquity, the curse will find him again." Zhou Tong was at least 60% sure of his idea. This was because the forbidden area only isolated the outside world, but it could not eliminate certain things at all. For example, the forbidden area could not eliminate the heavenly tribulation. Unless Yi Fan breaks through and provokes the Supremes in the forbidden area. What if the curse finds him again? Tu Fei was a little shocked. How would I know what to do? I am not the great emperor. If Yi Fan really can't break the curse, there is nothing I can do. He can only blame himself for his bad luck. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Tu Fei and was a little speechless. Although he said that he did not know what to do, Zhou Tong looked at little Nana, who was standing at the side, and his heart was still very calm. With this person here, he could not let Yi Fan die in front of him. Maybe we can see what the great Emperor Ruthless is capable of. Zhou Tong was a little excited. This was the key to seeing Yi Fan break through the 4-level secret realm without the help of Jiang Taishu. He wanted to see what the great Emperor Ruthless had left for Yi Fan. Then we just wait here? Tu Fei asked. Anyway, we will know the result in a few days. Even if Yi Fan needs to stabilize his cultivation inside, it will take at most 1 or 2 months. Let's just wait, Zhou Tong said as he sat down cross-legged and took out a drop of dragon marrow. Damn, the supreme-grade dragon marrow? You have such good stuff? This thing can only be bought with a few 100,000 kilograms of origin. Many old cultivators use it to extend their lives. You are actually using it to cultivate? Tu Fei was shocked. I told you that there are many things you have not seen before. The dragon marrow is the best aid for cultivation in the secret realm of dragon transformation. It is the stupidest way to use it to extend one's life, Zhou Tong said calmly. Then he swallowed the supreme-grade dragon marrow and slowly refined it. The profound laws contained within the dragon marrow rapidly fused into Zhou Tong's body. Gradually, Zhou Tong fell into a state of cultivation. Blood energy surged throughout his body, accompanied by the fluttering of sparkling petals. On his back, a large purple dragon seemed as if it would fly out at any moment. Dragon roars echoed out. What ancient scripture is he cultivating? Why is there such a strange phenomenon? Seeing Zhou Tong's cultivation, Tu Fei was very surprised. The strange phenomenon of dancing petals did not seem to be an ancient scripture cultivated by someone as fierce as him. Could it be that he is cultivating an ancient scripture created by a woman? But which great emperor since ancient times was a woman? Could it be the Queen Mother of the West? Did this guy really seduce the fairies of Jade Lake? The more Tu Fei thought about it, the more he thought about it. Speaking of which, how did he get the Western Emperor's scripture? That's right, he definitely seduced the fairies of Jade Lake, but he never admitted which one. Humph, Princess Yen of the Demon Clan and the fairies of Jade Lake. This guy always pretended to be serious in front of me. Turns out that we are the same kind of people. Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong with a sneaky look, as if to say, I have seen through you. Chapter 133. Time passed quickly. Zhou Tong and Tu Fei waited outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity for 2 months. In these 2 months, Zhou Tong had only refined 3 drops of dragon marrow. He felt that his cultivation was overflowing and he had quietly broken through to the 7th transformation of the dragon realm. He took half a day to leave the forbidden area and find a deserted place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. You're just breaking through to the 7th transformation of the dragon realm. Why do you have to leave on purpose? No one will disturb you. Tu Fei saw Zhou Tong coming back and retorted. I'm doing this for your sake. If you don't want to be struck by lightning, you'd better stay away when I'm breaking through. Zhou Tong said calmly. But you're such a pervert. You've already angered the heavens. If I break through beside you, I'm afraid it won't be a heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. Keep pretending. You must have seduced the fairies of the Jade Lake. Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong from the corner of his eyes. I didn't know that you were such a decent person, but you've already succeeded. I was just thinking about it. You're the real talent in our field. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Zhou Tong was speechless. Tu Fei's head was full of such thoughts. No matter how he explained, he would be led astray by him in the end. Is that Yi Fan? Suddenly, Tu Fei saw something and exclaimed. Zhou Tong also looked in the direction of the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. He saw a person walking out with a smile. He looked very excited and his aura was that of the 4 extreme secret realms. Haha Yi Zi, I knew you'd succeed. Tu Fei laughed and immediately got ready to welcome him. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to have sensed a terrible danger. Without saying anything, he carried Tu Fei and turned into a streamer and retreated a few miles. Seeing Zhou Tong's actions, Yi Fan's smile froze and his hand that was raised to greet him stopped. Boom! Just as he was wondering why, purple lightning fell from the sky and struck him. F***ck. Yi Fan couldn't help but curse. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was drowned by a sea of lightning. Heavenly tribulation. The sacred body of the ancients really has a heavenly tribulation in the 4 extremes secret realm. This kind of heavenly tribulation, is this the curse of the saint body? Tu Fei was also startled. He looked at the sea of lightning and his whole body trembled. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and sneered, ignorant. If this is a curse, then it's easy to deal with it. Actually, this heavenly tribulation is merely the prelude. The heavenly tribulation I faced when I was in the four extreme secret realms was much stronger than this. Zhou Tong's heavenly tribulation could indeed be called the strongest heavenly tribulation of the four extreme mystic realms. This was because the heavenly tribulation he had to undergo to break through the four extreme secret realms was no longer the heavenly tribulation of the four extreme secret realms. Instead, it was all the heavenly tribulations of the four extreme secret realms. After all, at that time, he had a greater advantage with the chaotic ancient technique. Just watch. As the nemesis of my tyrant body of the heavens, this heavenly tribulation can't do anything to him, Zhou Tong said calmly. At the same time, he opened his heaven's eye and looked directly at the center of the heavenly tribulation. Little Nana looked at Yi Fan nervously. It was obvious that she wanted to go up and help Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's aura has already reached the first level of the four extreme secret realms. This is a bit surprising. No, this is reasonable. He has been up there for 2 months. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Logically speaking, Yi Fan, who had forcefully broken through to the four extreme secret realms with resources, could not display the power of the four extreme secret realms in the beginning. He needed to cultivate for a period of time. Of course, if he was a heaven-defying monster, it was possible to directly imprint the Great Path Law of the Heavenly Tribulation during the Heavenly Tribulation, and then directly complete the Heavenly Tribulation. Yi Fan was cultivating in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation, so the Heavenly Tribulation could not come. Therefore, he broke through to the four extreme secret realms. He continued to cultivate in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation for 2 months, and officially cultivated to the first level of the four extreme secret realms with the Eternal Universe scripture. Only when he had the divine power of the four extreme secret realms did he leave the mountain. Hey Zhou Tong, if Yi Fan is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation, what about his curse? At this time, Tu Fei was a little worried. It was very likely that the worst-case scenario had occurred. It is very likely that it has not been removed. Zhou Tong nodded. At the same time, he also understood that the 2 people in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation had not done anything. Otherwise, the curse would have been removed long ago. I'm afraid we will be able to see Ruthless Emperor's trump card. Zhou Tong was looking forward to it. At this moment, Yi Fan was fighting a bloody battle in the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation descended one after another, and the area around him had completely turned into a sea of lightning. This was a world of lightning that could destroy everything. Tu Fei, who was far away, felt his hair stand on end. If I was by your side when I broke through previously, I'm afraid you would have to go through the same thing, Zhou Tong said. That can't be. Tu Fei was in disbelief. The more powerful an existence is, the more terrifying their heavenly tribulation is. Yi Fan probably only has the combat strength of the four extreme now. If you are involved in my heavenly tribulation, it will be a true 8 extreme level heavenly tribulation, Zhou Tong said calmly. Do you think you can withstand it? Yi Fan, who did not have the battle secret word, seriously lacked offensive secret technique. The reason he could reach the 4 extreme level was because of his physique. I remember that 7 of the Ji family's 17 mighty figures managed to withstand it, Tu Fei said softly. It's definitely not them. The Ji family once produced a great emperor and has a deep foundation. The 7 of them managed to withstand it most likely because they engraved something like the heaven-deceiving array runes. Those who did not know about the array runes were all reduced to ashes in the end, Zhou Tong said calmly. Unless one has the combat strength of an 8 extreme level heavenly tribulation, even a peerless genius with the 7 extreme level would definitely be half dead after enduring it. In any case, the heavenly tribulation is a plaything for geniuses like you. The heavens specially deal with you. Tu Fei did not care. It's impossible for me to transcend the heavenly tribulation, Idiot, the heavenly tribulation is not something the heavens specially deal with geniuses. It's a gift of fortune. Which great emperor did not transcend the heavenly tribulation at a young age? Zhou Tong sneered. It's not just me. The Alcade Saint, the Alcade Saintess, the Ji family's divine physique. Which one of them has not transcended the heavenly tribulation? Even the golden-winged Little Rock King has transcended it. The Tao marks in the heavenly tribulation are the most precious things. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful the Tao marks one can obtain. This is the principle of the strong staying strong. Therefore, those sacred grounds will let their geniuses temper themselves in the 4 extreme mystic realms for a period of time to increase their combat strength and transcend the strongest heavenly tribulation. Look, Yi Fan looks like he can't take it anymore. At this moment, Tu Fei suddenly looked at Yi Fan, who was under the heavenly tribulation, somewhat nervously. At this moment, Yi Fan was under the heavenly tribulation. His entire body was charred black, and he could not even stand up. How is he unable to take it? This is clearly tempering his body, Zhou Tong said calmly. It's just that it's very obvious that he does not have a brilliant method of using the heavenly tribulation to temper his body. That's why he looks so ugly. A truly brilliant method of tempering one's body can directly refine the heavenly tribulation. However, this is almost the last heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan can be considered to have transcended the 4 extreme mystic realms' heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong's expression was somewhat solemn. Chapter 134. As the last 9 streaks of chaotic lightning passed through Virum, the void trembled. Yi Fan branded himself in the big world and fused with the void. The 9 streaks of chaotic qi in the chaotic lightning were all melted away, becoming one with his physical body and the cauldron. Whoosh! Yi Fan opened his eyes. He knew that he had really succeeded in breaking through. He even felt that he could trigger the second heavenly tribulation at any time and become a cultivator of the second level of the 4 extreme secret realms. He stood quietly in this world and had a completely different feeling. Did he succeed? The sacred body of the ancients is finally going to break into the 4 extreme secret realms. He has broken the legend. Tu Fei was surprised and excited. He felt as if he had witnessed a legend. No, it's not over yet. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, suddenly, the void trembled as if the sky was about to collapse. This terrifying aura made Zhou Tong's hair stand on end. Tu Fei, who was next to him, was even more terrified. Yi Fan was alerted. He looked up at the sky and felt endless danger. It was as if the end of the world had come, which made him feel completely disheartened. This was definitely coming for him. Suddenly, lines of innate patterns appeared in the sky. They intertwined high in the sky, forming a Taoist diagram that slowly pressed down. The void trembled as if it was about to collapse. This diagram was mysterious and unpredictable. It was like the shape of the Great Path. It was suffocating and difficult to breathe. Even one's soul was trembling. What is this? Tu Fei was shocked and did not understand what was going on. A curse. This is the truth of the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. Zhou Tong said softly. It seems that the forbidden area of the ancients has only delayed his curse. It has not eliminated it. Yi, quickly return to the forbidden area of the ancients. Tu Fei immediately shouted. It's useless. He has been locked and can't move. Zhou Tong shook his head. Boom! The connate Tao diagram pressed down on Yi Fan, completely enveloping Yi Fan. Yi Fan was unwilling to give up. He blasted the sky with his cauldron, and golden saint blood flowed all over the ground. His body resisted the innate Tao diagram, and even his black hair was about to burst into flames. Golden flames surged all over his body as he resisted with all his might. However, the pre-celestial Tao pattern was still pressing down inch by inch, making Yi Fan unable to straighten his body. It was even trying to merge into Yi Fan's body and destroy his Tao foundation. Zhou Tong, do you have any way to save him? Hurry up and make a move. Tu Fei, who was at the side, was also anxious. He kept urging Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and immediately shouted, Yi Fan, you haven't used up the Bodhi tree branch I gave you before, right? Don't wait any longer, take it out and give it a try. Yi Fan was reminded and immediately took out the remaining Bodhi tree branch. He quickly refined it and swallowed it. However, it was useless. The Bodhi tree branch only slowed down the descending speed of the innate Tao diagram slightly. It didn't cause any changes to the Tao diagram at all. All of this indicated that the immortal divine medicine was useless. It couldn't block Yi Fan's tribulation. It's useless. I'm at my wit's end. Zhou Tong shook his head and sighed. However, the Tao diagram isn't going to take his life. It's only going to destroy his cultivation. In this situation, unless you have a complete immortal divine medicine, you have to consume it immediately after the Tao diagram has completely suppressed it. Otherwise, the immortal divine medicine is useless. Zhou Tong stopped attacking. Although he had the fruit of the white tiger divine medicine, that fruit was his true trump card. He definitely couldn't expose it. Big brother. At this moment, a tender voice rang out. Little Nana looked at Yi Fan and couldn't help but cry. Tu Fei and Zhou Tong immediately looked over. Didn't she lose her memories? Why does she still remember Yi Fan? Tu Fei was shocked. For the past 2 months, little Nana had been by their side. Therefore, Tu Fei knew very well that she should have lost all her memories. How could she still remember Yi Fan? Is ruthless Great Emperor's plan about to appear? Zhou Tong was a little excited. At this moment, little Nana looked at Yi Fan. Her face was filled with fear and uneasiness. Then, she screamed and rushed towards Yi Fan. She fell down halfway and got up. She cried, "No, big brother, don't die." Her heart was in pain. She cried heartbreakingly as she looked at Yi Fan's pained expression. It was as if he was going to die. Especially when she saw that the connate Tao diagram was about to touch Yi Fan's body. No! I don't want to. Nana doesn't want big brother to die. This voice shook the heavens and the earth. Zhou Tong and Tu Fei, who were at the side, were shaken by this voice to the point of vomiting blood. F***ck, we're in trouble. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart. The Nirvana divine flame rose involuntarily and quickly recovered. Whoosh! At this time, little Nan Nan floated up and turned into a rain of light. She rushed up and crashed into the connate Tao diagram as if she had become a feather and soared into the sky. Boom! The collision was earth-shattering. It was as if the entire world was trembling. Zhou Tong used all his strength to open his heavenly eye. He looked at the sky, at little Nana, and at the connate Tao diagram. Did they perish together? Zhou Tong saw little Nan Nan crash into the Tao diagram and smash it into pieces. At the same time, little Nanan's body shattered inch by inch along with the radiance of white feather flying immortal. Her body seemed to turn into a ray of light and completely disappeared. Every inch of her flesh and blood turned into a dazzling ray of light. Zhou Tong was stunned. This was vicious Tao fruit. How could a mere curse kill it? No. Vicious Tao fruit isn't dead. Did he undergo nirvana? Zhou Tong's pupils constricted because he saw that within the little Nan Nan's body that had turned into light and disappeared, there was a small stone with a 7-colored radiance. That thing was her true body. With a cracking sound, the small stone shattered. Vaguely, a 9-colored ray of light appeared. However, the ray of light disappeared in an instant, and little Nana's body reappeared. The rainbow has turned into a 9-colored ray. Could it be that vicious Tao fruit is about to reach perfection in advance? Zhou Tong was shocked. Yi Fan was vicious obsession. There was no doubt about that. Could it be that part of her obsession was because Vicious had failed to save Yifan? So now, she had completed a part of her obsession? That's not right. Based on ruthless condition, she shouldn't have woken up so early, given her state of eternal dreams. Moreover, this Tao diagram shouldn't be much to her. How could she complete the Tao fruit just by shattering the Tao diagram? Or could it be that after completing this part of her obsession, her illness has been cured? Zhou Tong was a little skeptical. Little Nana would lose a part of her memory every once in a while. Could it be that after this experience, this illness had been cured? Or could it be that Vicious changed the nature of the Tao fruit? Could it be that the condition to complete this secret technique is different? Zhou Tong guessed. Soon, under Zhou Tong's bewilderment, Yifan stood up again. On his shoulder sat a little girl who seemed to be in a daze, as though she did not know anything. What's going on? At this moment, Tu Fei finally regained his senses. He looked at the little girl who was sitting on Yifan's shoulder in shock. This little girl was actually such a terrifying thing. In that instant, he really thought he was going to die. In reality, he was seriously injured. His body was on the verge of exploding. Little bastard, don't worry about it so much. You should focus on recovering, Zhou Tong said as he tossed a Bodhi tree leaf to him. Even though it was just a Bodhi tree leaf, it contained a rich life force. Coupled with Tu Fei's secret healing technique, he could easily recover from his injuries. Chapter 135. Tu Fei took the Bodhi leaf and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the life essence contained in the Bodhi leaf began to heal Tu Fei. Tu Fei, give me some divine spring water. Yifan immediately rushed over and gave Tu Fei a bowl of divine spring water. Tu Fei gulped down the divine spring water. The leaf is still the best. This is the first time in my life that I'm drinking divine spring water like this. Zhou Tong, you're too stingy. You only gave me a Bodhi leaf. If you think I'm stingy, then give me back the Bodhi leaf. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and said indifferently. Yifan, your curse is considered broken, right? Zhou Tong looked at Yifan and asked. I'm not sure. It should be considered broken. Yifan was also a little confused. He then looked at little Nana on his shoulder. Nana, what did you do just now? Little Nana was a little confused. Big brother, Nana didn't do anything. Yifan looked at her innocent eyes and didn't know what to say. However, he knew very well that if it weren't for Nana, he would have been crippled by the diagram. Forget it. If you don't know, then don't know. Yifan shook his head. He didn't want to delve into these things. Since she wasn't hostile to him, then there was no need for him to think too much about it. Yifan put little Nana down from his shoulder, looked at Zhou Tong and said with a smile, I've got what you want. As he spoke, the myriad Qi cauldron appeared. Then, the cauldron expanded in front of everyone's eyes. The cauldron was filled with divine spring water and 26 fruits of different shapes. There were 2 fruits that looked like little dolls, 5 fruits that looked like silver moons, 3 fruits that looked like hearts, 6 fruits that looked like suns, 4 fruits that looked like small cauldrons, 3 fruits that looked like birds, and 3 fruits that looked like 8 trigrams. All 7 fruits added up to a total of 26 fruit. These are the sacred fruits from the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. Tu Fei was a little envious. Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly halos spread out and collected all the sacred fruits and divine spring water. All the sacred fruits were sealed, and the divine spring water was quickly poured into the divine spring. Looking at the expanding divine spring water, Zhou Tong thought to himself, the divine spring water should be able to last for at least 500 years. In the short term, it should be enough. As for the 7 sacred fruits, I still need to study their medicinal effect. But this Yifan. Zhou Tong glanced at Yifan with a hint of speechlessness in his eyes. Previously, I felt that I owed you and gave you such a big Bodhi tree branch. In the end, you played this trick on me. Are you not going to keep your promise? What a waste of my gratitude and gratitude. I didn't call you the wrong nickname. Yihei is indeed Yihei. Zhou Tong knew very well that there were actually 40 sacred fruits in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. However, Yi Fan only took out 26 of them. Without a doubt, he must have eaten 14 of them. The sacred fruits in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation had the effect of being reborn. The first time Yi Fan ate the little red fruit, it dissolved his sea of bitterness. One had to know that when Zhou Tong broke through to the sea of bitterness, he had opened it after cultivating to the 10th heavenly halo. The second time Yi Fan ate another fruit, it directly strengthened his divine sense to the level of a half-step almighty. Yi Fan knew that every sacred fruit had a different medicinal effect. It was enough to allow a cultivator to be reborn in a certain aspect. However, Zhou Tong didn't point it out. He didn't know what had happened to Nana yet, so he definitely couldn't fall out with Yi Fan. Well, consider me magnanimous. I won't argue with you about this, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Although Yi Fan had taken a small portion of the sacred fruits, it was still a small profit overall. This was because although the sacred fruits in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation were immortal divine medicines, they weren't immortal divine medicines. It was called the immortal god medicine because the medicinal properties of these fruits combined were comparable to the immortal god medicine. They weren't immortal divine medicines because eating all these fruits wouldn't allow a person to live a second life. Moreover, if they were all refined, they would still be able to eat immortal divine medicines when they were old and live a second life. The resources he had given to Yi Fan in exchange for these 26 sacred fruits were a huge profit. These sacred fruits couldn't be exchanged for a mere 5 million kilograms of origin energy. Not to mention that there were so many divine springs. The only thing that could be considered a loss was the branch of the Bodhi tree. However, the Bodhi tree was still in its infancy. It was just a branch and could grow back later. The divine springs were enough for the Bodhi tree to grow back. However, speaking of which, what Yi Fan lost was made up for by these sacred fruits. Zhou Tong suddenly thought of this point. According to the original situation, all the sacred fruits that Yi Fan had eaten had been used to repair his Tao injuries. Therefore, he hadn't been able to bring out the true medicinal properties of the sacred fruit. But now, he didn't have any Tao injuries on his body. This meant that Yi Fan's transformation had been even more thorough. Yi Fan, give it a try and see if you can activate the secret of all, Zhou Tong suddenly said. He wanted to see to what extent Yi Fan, who was only at the 4th limit, could improve after swallowing those sacred fruits and fully revealing the medicinal properties of the sacred fruit. Secret of all. You actually have the 9th secret? Tu Fei was shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to also have the 9th secret. This was too shocking. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yi Fan didn't hesitate and immediately began experimenting. He continued to circulate the esoteric word all over and over again. He only had this one secret, so there was only a very low probability of him activating the secret of all. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong and Tu Fei were also watching Yi Fan's actions from the side. Boom! Finally, after 15 minutes, Yi Fan's aura surged and broke through to a whole new realm. Attack me with all your might, Zhou Tong said. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Fan exploded with a terrifying wave of energy. A sacred green lotus appeared in his hand, erupting with boundless sacred green light that swept towards Zhou Tong. Ancient anomaly, the chaotic green lotus? Tu Fei exclaimed. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong only stood quietly on the spot. The blue sea was boundless and sparkling. A bright moon rose, blocking the sacred green lotus. Rising moon from the sea? Isn't that Ji Haoyue's phenomenon? How can you use it to? Tu Fei was shocked again. He also didn't expect Zhou Tong's phenomenon to be exactly the same as the Ji family's divine monarch physique. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei. If you knew that my phenomenon is endless, you'd cry yourself to death. The 10 heavenly caves' divine ring's profoundness was beyond the scope of all physique. It was practically a world, and the phenomenon that was created through cultivation was naturally also a world. Since it was a world, then any random item from the world could easily form all kinds of mysterious phenomena. He could reproduce almost everyone's phenomenon. However, Zhou Tong spent all his energy on studying the divine projection and didn't know much about phenomena. It was only because he had fought Ji Haoyue twice that he was most familiar with the rising moon from the sea. He might as well use it now. 1. The bright moon and the green lotus clashed once. Suddenly, there seemed to be endless ripples in the void, annihilating everything in the surroundings. That's enough. Zhou Tong raised his hand, indicating that Yi Fan was ready. Zhou Tong, are you testing Yi Zi's combat strength? Tu Fei reacted at this time. How is it? How many limits does Yi Zi have? Yi Fan was also very curious. He wanted to know his true combat strength. He knew that Zhou Tong had 8 limits. Then, how many limits did he have? After using the esoteric word, all 7 limits combat strength is quite stable. Zhou Tong said softly. What? I only have 7 limits combat strength, because I used the esoteric word, all? Yi Fan was very shocked. After activating the esoteric word, all, he clearly felt that he was incomparably powerful. All his combat strength had increased by 10-fold. Yet, he was only 7 limits? That's right, 7 limits. You didn't use the esoteric word, all, so you're probably barely 6 limits. Zhou Tong nodded. Then once you reach 8 limits and activate the esoteric word, all, won't you be able to turn the world upside down? Yi Fan was very shocked. He thought that after consuming the sacred fruit in the forbidden land of the ancient desolation, he had been reborn and should be extremely powerful. He didn't expect that he was only barely 6 limits combat strength. When you can't activate the esoteric word, all, it means that you've reached 8 limits. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and chuckled. The current you is still very early. 8 limits is a forbidden area. Once you enter 8 limits, you won't be able to activate any secret enhancement techniques. Tu Fei also explained. Chapter 136. After hearing Zhou Tong's evaluation, Yi Fan fell silent. At the same time, Zhou Tong also fell silent. Originally, he only had limit 4 battle strength. After the baptism of more than 10 sacred fruits, he actually surpassed limit 2. Yi Fan's current foundation is even stronger than in the original work. Furthermore, his cultivation speed is also slightly faster than in the original work. The only thing he lacks compared to the original work is offensive secret techniques. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, Zhou Tong knew very well that offensive mystic arts were relatively easy to obtain. Not to mention that so many mystic arts in the eastern wilderness were public, and any small sect could learn them. Just based on Yi Fan's relationship with the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, he would probably be able to learn the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. You just broke through. It's better to find a place to stabilize your cultivation. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan with a smile. Do you want to move alone or with me? Zhou Tong, do you know where else there are good things? Tu Fei's reaction was super fast. He immediately reacted and asked. I know where the immortal divine herb is. It's a little dangerous. Yi Fan, do you want to go? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan calmly. He couldn't be bothered to look at Tu Fei. This Tu Fei obviously wanted to follow him and get some benefit. However, Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered with him. Yi Fan was at the side, so it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. If Yi Fan was willing to bring him along, then so be it. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. It was fine to let him take some small advantages. Immortal divine herb? Which one is it? Tu Fei was shocked and immediately looked at Zhou Tong. True dragon divine herb, Zhou Tong said calmly. Go, go. Of course I'm going. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Previously, he only knew that the immortal divine medicine had the ability to allow one to live another life. However, after coming into contact with Zhou Tong and sensing the mysterious power of the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan knew that the immortal elixir was not just a medicine. If he kept it by his side, it would definitely have extraordinary effects. Let's go then. Zhou Tong smiled and took out a Xian jade platform. It didn't take long for the three of them and Nana to return to the northern region from the southern region. Zhou Tong, where is the true dragon divine medicine? Tu Fei asked curiously. Snow Palace. Zhou Tong slowly uttered this name. What? The Snow Palace actually has true dragon divine medicine? Tu Fei was shocked. What is the Snow Palace? Yi Fan asked Tu Fei. Tu Fei immediately explained the general situation of the Snow Palace. The Snow Palace was a great sect in the northern region with a long history of more than 10,000 years. Their strength was second only to the Holy Lands. According to legend, their founder was not a human, but a snow ape. His cultivation was profound, and he could contend against the Holy Lands 10,000 years ago. The group continued to cross the void and soon arrived at the Snow Palace's territory. This area was extremely high above sea level, more than 8,000 meters above sea level. Even though it was summer, it was still a land of ice and snow, and cold winds howled. It had been like this since time immemorial. In the past, during the darkest and most chaotic era, a world-shaking war had taken place here. It was originally a holy land, but it was completely destroyed in the end. Peerless experts pierced through the sky and flattened the endless snowy mountains, turning this place into a boundless icy plain. The Snow Palace was just a great force that occupied this place later. In an even more distant era, the icy plain had an even more ancient and glorious inheritance. The group continued forward and soon arrived at the deepest part of the icy plain, where they saw an enormous snowy mountain that connected the sky and the earth. Tu Fei explained, according to legend, there was no icy plain here tens of thousands of years ago, only snowy mountains. A god king from the Jiang clan used the eternal universe furnace to flatten them, resulting in their current state. The mountain's peak reached into the clouds, and above it was the location of the Snow Palace. Every snowy mountain had a majestic snow palace, which was the territory of the Snow Palace. However, is the true dragon divine herb really in the Snow Palace? Tu Fei looked at Zhou Tong. How is that possible? The Snow Palace is only on the surface. The truly terrifying place is underground. Zhou Tong softly said, This is a supreme dragon vein, where the true dragon nirvana is located. There is definitely a peerless divine source underground, and the true dragon divine herb is underground. The rest of you follow me. As Zhou Tong spoke, he used a genesis technique to search for the dragon vein's entrance. The group quickly circled around to the back of the snowy mountain, where they saw a large group of snow apes frolicking in the mountains. Upon seeing the group of snow apes, Tu Fei immediately said, The legend might be true. The Snow Palace was really founded by a snow ape. Zhou Tong glanced at Tu Fei and found a cave where dragon qi emerged. Who cares about the legends? We only want the divine herb of immortality. The entrance should be here, Zhou Tong said as he walked into the cave. The cave was very spacious and dry. There were some stone basins and bowls, as well as a stone bed. The cave was very spacious and led straight into the depths of the mountain. It was very clean and did not have any strange odors. This can't be where the snow apes live, right? Tu Fei was a little hesitant. Don't worry about it. We'll go in another way, Zhou Tong said as he directly broke open an ice path and entered. Yi Fan, Tu Fei and little Nana followed closely behind. However, after walking for only a dozen meters, the group suddenly stopped. Because there were formation runes underground, everything in the depths of the ground was completely sealed. It was impossible to open and was incomparably sturdy. Zhou Tong, it's up to you. Yi Fan looked towards Zhou Tong. The formation runes here are very frightening. I'm afraid it will take a day to crack them. You guys wait patiently. Zhou Tong instructed as he used the group's secret art to dismantle the formation runes. During this period of time, Zhou Tong had been constantly dismantling various formation runes, and his group's secret art had improved by leaps and bounds. In particular, the formation runes he was deciphering now were formation runes that had been set up by a sacred ground for countless years. Dismantling these formation runes was an unimaginable improvement for Zhou Tong. After a day, Zhou Tong finally opened up a path among the formation runes. The group then entered the depths of the ground and fell into a vast underground palace. Someone discovered the dragon's vein underground long ago, so they sealed it, Tu Fei said solemnly. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a grand project. When it was first built, endless manpower and resources must have been used. They couldn't see the end of it. The grand underground palace was ancient, as if it was covered with a layer of dust. The stone rooms and stone halls were filled with the traces of time. However, the underground palace wasn't dark. There were a few strange stones that shone brilliantly, allowing them to see everything clearly. In addition, the dragon's qi was turbulent, like rivers flowing underground. Bathing in the dragon's qi made the three of them feel refreshed. Especially Zhou Tong, who was in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Land and was extremely sensitive to the dragon's qi. He had a feeling that if he were to stay in the dragon's qi, his cultivation in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Land would definitely speed up. Follow me and try to be as quiet as possible. Don't make any noise. Zhou Tong warned Yi Fan, Tu Fei and little Nana. Then, they followed the source of the dragon's qi. Nana, I'll carry you. Yi Fan squatted down and gestured for little Nana to climb up. Little Nana immediately pounced on Yi Fan's back. In the underground palace, it was very quiet. Only the light footsteps of a few people could be heard. After passing through many stone palaces, they finally got close to the source of the dragon's qi. There was no road ahead. A huge abyss lay in front of them. Such a huge abyss made them dumbfounded. It was as dark as ink and they couldn't see anything. It gave them goosebumps. The endless dragon's qi was surging up from the huge abyss. It was mysterious and strange. Chapter 137. Why does this place feel a little strange? Tu Fei looked at the abyss and asked softly, even divine source granules have rushed up. There must be more than one peerless divine source. This is too ridiculous. In the endless dark abyss, dragon qi surged like a tide. Occasionally, divine light would flash, and a few divine source granules would rush out. They were sparkling and translucent. Just in the abyss, there was already surging dragon qi carrying divine source granules. The amount of divine source underground was probably unimaginable. Let's go. Zhou Tong was not afraid at all. The terrain of the nest of 10,000 dragons was unexplainable in the Source Heaven book. But Zhou Tong knew the inside story. The most important place in the nest had been suppressed by vicious. Moreover, he was bringing Yi Fan and little Nana in, so there should not be much danger. Even if they were in real danger, little Nan would be able to activate Emperor Merciless' arrangements in the nest of 10,000 dragons and help them escape. Therefore, Zhou Tong was very calm. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, dragon qi surged like waves, wave after wave. When they went down, the group encountered great resistance, but they still walked down resolutely. Along the way, they collected the divine source granules that were washed up by the dragon qi. Along the way, they also saw various strange palaces floating in the dragon qi. Zhou Tong was not interested in them, but Yi Fan and Tu Fei were very interested. However, they did not dare to get close. When they descended 10,000 meters, the divine source granules that everyone had collected were the size of a human head. Finally, they landed on the ground. An ancient and desolate aura hit them in the face, as if they had returned to the primordial era. The bottom of the abyss was not dark. There were sporadic divine source fragments flickering. There's an altar in front? Tu Fei's eyes were very sharp. He immediately saw an altar. That's... Yi Fan was very excited. He walked towards the altar. It was a 5-colored altar. It was the same thing that they had used when they first arrived in the Big Dipper city. Don't look at it anymore. This altar isn't a way back. Who knows where it leads to? Zhou Tong said indifferently. The most important thing right now is the immortal god herb. Zhou Tong ignored the 5-colored altar and walked straight into the nest of 10,000 dragons. The altar was most likely left behind by the Myriad Dragon's emperor, leading to the Myriad Dragon's lair. Yi Fan and Tu Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly followed behind Zhou Tong. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, there were 9 huge holes that spewed out endless dragon energy. The dragon energy here was like a river that surged endlessly. 9 huge dragons circled around as if they were alive. There were a total of 9 dragon caves, their insides interconnected, all of them connected to the nest of 10,000 dragons. After they entered, they were baptized by draconic energy, their pores relaxing, their entire bodies feeling comfortable. Which cave is it? Yi Fan asked. There's no difference, Zhou Tong said indifferently. However, at this moment, a burst of fragrance suddenly entered their noses. What is it? It's so fragrant. Tu Fei was very shocked. This fragrance was extraordinary. It was simply comparable to the Bodhi tree in Zhou Tong's hand. It can't be. True dragon divine medicine? Tu Fei's reaction was very fast, and his eyes lit up. Big brother, there's a small dragon there. At this moment, little Nana tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve and pointed not far away. Immediately, everyone turned their heads and saw a strange plant appear in front of everyone. It was a dazzling divine medicine that was completely golden and surrounded by the aura of 10,000 dragons. It was only a foot tall and had 9 leaves. Each leaf was like a golden cloud, beautiful, dazzling, and a little ethereal. At the top of this primordial divine medicine, there was a fruit that was golden and dazzling. Its shape was very special. It was a small golden dragon that was as long as a palm. It was crystal clear and lifelike, as if it was alive. In the small golden dragon's mouth, there was a golden bead that was sparkling and dazzling. True dragon divine medicine, it really is a true dragon divine medicine. Tu Fei was very shocked and astonished. A divine medicine had appeared in front of him just like that. It was truly astonishing. Why did this true dragon divine medicine appear in front of us on its own? Yi Fan was very shocked. This was because he saw that this true dragon divine medicine had transformed into a small golden dragon and was charging directly toward them. Didn't all immortal divine medicines cherish their lives? It was charging directly toward the cultivators. Did it want to die? Yi Fan and Tu Fei were very perplexed. Zhou Tong looked at the two of them with disdain. He then turned to little Nana and thought to himself, bringing little Nana here was a brilliant move. She's the owner of this true dragon divine medicine. The true dragon divine medicine sensed her coming, so of course it flew over without a care for anything else. However, perhaps this is the path of Tao verification that ruthless great emperor had planned for Yi Fan. Zhou Tong thought back to many things in the original novel and connected them to what he was seeing now. The true dragon divine medicine had taken root in the nest of 10,000 dragons for hundreds of thousands of years, but the nest had not obtained any benefits from the true dragon divine medicine. Instead, Yi Fan, who had come here for the first time, had directly taken the Dragon Ball. On his second visit, he had directly taken the dragon blood. No matter what, this could not be a coincidence. Ruthless Great Emperor must have planned a cultivation path for Yi Fan long ago. Her Dao fruit might have been placed outside to guide Yi Fan. However, something happened to her later on, so Yi Fan did not use this arrangement. In fact, since Ruthless Great Emperor had prepared the Dao Union flower for Yi Fan, she must have other arrangements. This was because even if one wanted to use the Dao Union flower to verify one's Dao, one had to at least cultivate to the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. The Dao Union flower was only a push at the last step. If Ruthless Great Emperor was not sure whether Yi Fan could cultivate to the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, then her Dao Union flower would have been prepared for nothing. Therefore, she must have made some arrangements to guide Yi Fan's cultivation and help him step into the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. The true Dragon Divine Medicine was definitely a very important part of it. The immortal Divine Medicine was not only edible. Its greater effect lay in other aspects. If a cultivator possessed any immortal Divine Medicine for a long time, as long as they kept it by their side and sat cross-legged beside it to cultivate, they would obtain great benefits. This was also the reason why Zhou Tong could see the ancient paragons cultivating and teaching through the reincarnation mirror. However, every immortal divine medicine had different medicinal effects and functions. For example, if one possessed the Bodhi tree for a long time, it would be much easier to comprehend the Tao. If one possessed the Qilin divine medicine for a long time, there would be a surge of auspicious qi that would gradually be nurtured in the cultivator's body, which would be of help when breaking through to the next realm. If one possessed the White Tiger divine medicine for a long time, there would be a surge of Gungjin baleful qi that would be nurtured in the cultivator's body, increasing their battle prowess. The human-shaped divine medicine also had a mysterious power, but Zhou Tong had yet to discover the use of this power. Zhou Tong had personally experienced these benefits. The true Dragon Divine Medicine definitely had similar effects. The true Dragon Divine Medicine was definitely left for Yi Fan. Otherwise, in the original work, Yi Fan would not have been able to get close to the true Dragon Divine Medicine time and time again to obtain great benefit. However, in the original work, Ruthless Great Emperor's will was not clear, so Yi Fan did not use these arrangements. But now, Ruthless Great Emperor's Dao fruit had undergone a nirvana once. All the arrangements were suddenly clear, and the true Dragon Divine Medicine took the initiative to throw itself into Yi Fan's arms. With the true Dragon Divine Medicine, Yi Fan's growth will probably be smoother than in the original work. Zhou Tong thought to himself. In the original work, Yi Fan did not lack resources, but his resources were basically all obtained by himself. But now, with the guidance of Ruthless Great Emperor, his cultivation resources were completely different from the original work. Chapter 138. Come to think of it, the things that Emperor Ruthless prepared for Yi Fan are sacred medicine that can transform him in all aspects, the Xian Wang root, the true dragon elixir, and the immortal cauldron brought by the celestial treasure painting. These include the most important opportunities for a cultivator. There are healing supplies, treasures that can transform one's physique, items for proving one's path, and treasures for protecting one's path. With the sacred body of the ancients, reaching the 8th limit will not be a problem. When he reaches the upper realm in the future, he can refine the harmony flower. This will be a stable path to becoming a great emperor. Zhou Tong almost understood some of Emperor Ruthless' arrangements. Emperor Ruthless did not seem to have provided many things, but she provided the most important factors and nodes on the path to proving one's path. First of all, the sacred fruit from the forbidden land of the ancients allowed Yi Fan, who had the sacred body of the ancients, to transform in all aspects and increase his potential. This was enough to allow Yi Fan to release more potential than other sacred bodies of the ancients with every step he took. Just think about it, the potential of the sacred body of the ancients was even stronger because of the elixir. Along the way, if the chaos body and the innate sacred body did not appear, who could withstand it? Then, during the early stages of cultivation, there were weapons made with the Xianhuang Qi. This was the most important treasure for protecting one's path. The material of the Xianhuang Qi alone could withstand countless attacks. It was enough to save one's life in the early stages of cultivation when facing danger. In fact, Yi Fan in the original book also hid in the Xianhuang cauldron many times when he was in danger. Without it, many opportunities could not be obtained at all. Then, there was the true dragon elixir, which further strengthened one's life-saving ability. For example, if Yi Fan went crazy during enlightenment, there was something that could save his life. Usually, he could even use the special power of the true dragon elixir to further unleash the terrifying power of the sacred body of the ancients. Then, there was the immortal cauldron brought by the celestial treasure painting. This was the most important point because only by having such a treasure that was comparable to an imperial weapon in hand could one have the capital, confidence to face the ancient princes and princes. Otherwise, Yi Fan to face the ancient princes who had an imperial forbidden weapon? One touch and you'll die. In fact, the confidence and invincibility of those who proved their Tao were nurtured in this way. It was precisely because he had sufficient confidence that he was extremely confident in the face of any difficulties. Because no matter how bad the conditions were, he still had an ultimate trump card in his hand that was enough to turn the situation around. And all of these were things that could be used on the path of Tao verification. These things could only ensure that Yi Fan would not be weaker than the other princes and princes of the ancients. This was because the other great emperors and ancient emperors would be able to provide similar items to great Emperor Ruthless. When Yi Fan truly cultivated to the ninth heaven of the boundary emperor realm, the most important Tao merging flower would arrive and directly send him to the emperor realm. Maybe Emperor Vicious did not destroy the immortal become cauldron completely because he wanted to leave it to Yi Fan? Zhou Tong thought. Actually, if Yi Fan really grows up on this path, although he can also become an emperor, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to reach the heights of the original work. Zhou Tong could not help but think of the different paths that the immortal emperor had provided for his two sons. One of the paths was more stable. Cultivation resources, path protectors, and even deliberately arranged experiences were all available. It could be said that they were protected all the way to the emperor realm. This path might also allow one to become an emperor by relying on the immortal phoenix bloodline, but it would only allow one to become an ordinary great emperor. In the original work, if Prince Tian had not been beaten to death by Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Himiko, there was a high chance that he would have the last laugh. At the very least, he would have no problem becoming an emperor. Although Prince Tian had lost to the sacred prince, if he had kept his life after that battle, he might have been able to learn from this painful experience and change his mind. There was still a chance for him to rise again. At that time, if the chaotic physique did not appear, it would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent. Failure on the Emperor realm did not mean that he would never be able to make a comeback. In the original work, Ji Haoyue's Tao heart had collapsed after being beaten by the supreme divinity, and he had lost all confidence. In the end, did he not become an emperor under the protection of Yi Fan? DK lost to the sacred battle emperor on the emperor realm, but did not he rise again and become an emperor? As for the other path, there were no cultivation resources, only an emperor realm weapon, a scripture, and the undying heavenly blade. Everything else depended on oneself. This was the true emperor realm path, the path that had the highest chance of becoming a mortal immortal. That was why the two sons of the heavenly emperor in the original work could become a mortal immortal in just over 200,000 years. Not many people could compare to this speed. Ruthless and the immortal emperor are both worried sick about their descendants. However, Emperor Wu Shi is about the same. Zhou Tong thought of Emperor Wu Shi's inheritance. Needless to say, that immortal phoenix herb must have been left for the successor. Otherwise, Emperor Wu Shi would have had a much better life in that strange world if he had taken the immortal divine herb with him. Even if Wu Shi Heavenly Emperor had eaten the immortal godly medicine and had developed a resistance to it, the immortal godly phoenix medicine was still much more effective than other medicines. Furthermore, Wu Shi Heavenly Emperor had followers in that world. If he didn't use it himself, why couldn't he give it to his followers? Even if he did not eat it, he could combine it with other ingredients to make the 9 transformation golden pill. Wouldn't that be perfect? No matter how he thought about it, it would be more worth it to take it away. However, Emperor Wu Shi had left the immortal divine phoenix herb with his inheritance. There was no need to explain the meaning behind it. No matter which life it is, no matter how talented one is, without external help, without standing on the shoulders of giants, there is no chance of becoming an emperor. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that something was different. When he read books in his previous life, they always emphasized things like being invincible and having unparalleled talent. However, when he really walked into this world, he realized that reality was too cruel. These things were actually false propositions. Without external help, how could one be invincible? Talent and personality were only the internal factors for success. Resources, backing, and luck were the most important external factors. Otherwise, if one had unparalleled talent but did not even have a stage to show it off, wouldn't one die of depression? Only with backing and trump cards could one be fearless. Even if one made a mistake, there would be someone to cover for them. Coupled with one's talent and ability, one could win all the way and develop an invincible. Otherwise, who was born with an invincible heart? Apart from a divine spirit who was born perfectly, who was born invincible. Without backing and trump cards, one could be reckless. What would one do if they really met an opponent with an emperor weapon? Charge forward? That would be a suicide mission. Retreat? It was fine if they retreated once or twice, but what about 3, 5, 7, or 8 times? How could they develop an invincible heart? It would be a good attitude if they did not develop an inner demon. If no one prepared these things in advance, then they could only rely on luck. Perhaps they could find something similar to replace them as they grew. Innately, no one could provide these things, so they would definitely have to rely on opportunities to make up for it. Otherwise, how could they win against opponents who relied on external help? Although Yi Fan had dominated all the way in the original work, he had also relied on a lot of external help. Those emperors and emperors had also prepared a lot of things for their descendants and successors. They were all experienced and knew what they would encounter on the emperor path and what external help they needed the most. No one could accurately predict the future. They would not let their descendants and successors rely on something as illusory as luck. Didn't the sacred battle emperor, who claimed to give his descendants a free sky, also use the immortal peach divine medicine to help his son be reborn and build a foundation? Didn't he also leave behind an ancient imperial weapon as a guardian? He even sealed his younger brother in that era. Wasn't it just to leave behind a guardian? Otherwise, if he really believed that the sacred battle ape race was invincible, he could have sealed his younger brother and son in different eras and let them work hard in their own era. Why would he let them be born in the same era? Even the immortal emperor had chosen the path of invincible loneliness for his youngest son. Didn't he also have the undying heavenly blade protecting him? Otherwise, how could the immortal emperor let his youngest son travel alone when he had completely offended the heavenly court? Perhaps the immortal emperor believed that Yi Fan had the spirit of a celestial emperor and would not harm his son. However, wasn't he afraid that those cultivators who wanted to curry favor with Yi Fan and the heavenly court would kill his newborn son in advance? This true dragon divine medicine is destined to be Yi Fan's. But I don't care about this true dragon divine medicine anyway. I already have the Qilin divine medicine, the humanoid divine medicine, the white tiger divine medicine, and the Bodhi tree. I don't lack divine medicine. Zhou Tong immediately poured his divine power into the reincarnation mirror. Bzzz. In an instant, a golden egg appeared on the image of the reincarnation mirror. This was the scene of the birth of the true dragon race's immortal king when this true dragon divine herb was still alive. Zhou Tong stared at the egg with all his might and saw that it was covered in countless runes. This was the inheritance of the true dragon tribe, the true dragon treasured technique. Reincarnation mirror, imprint into my primordial spirit. Zhou Tong knew that he would not be able to comprehend the true dragon treasured technique in a short period of time. He had to imprint this technique into his primordial spirit first. When he had the chance in the future, he would slowly comprehend it. Buzz! The reincarnation mirror shook slightly and imprinted an imprint into the deepest part of Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. The true dragon treasured technique was in his hands. The current Zhou Tong was no longer the Zhou Tong of the past. In that instant, he did not use much of his divine power. He did not even use 1% of it. Next, I'll have to see the true dragon divine medicine's secret technique from its previous life. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. The true dragon divine medicine belonged to Emperor Ruthless in this life, so it was destined that he would not be able to see its memories of this life. In other words, he would not be able to see Emperor Ruthless' secret technique. But it didn't matter. Even if he couldn't see the true dragon divine medicine's memories of this life, he could still see its memories of its previous life. Following Zhou Tong's actions, another image appeared in the reincarnation mirror. A man appeared in the image of the reincarnation mirror. This was a man with disheveled hair. He was tall and had dragon scale-like tattoos on his body. He had an invincible aura. Fuxi. Almost instantly, Zhou Tong knew who this person was. He had once obtained an ancient scripture of Emperor Fuxi, which was the immortal foundation scroll of the Emperor Fuxi scripture. Therefore, Zhou Tong was very familiar with Emperor Fuxi's aura. Zhou Tong became more and more familiar with the use of the reincarnation mirror. Soon, he saw the time when Emperor Fuxi taught the Tao. Naturally, the complete Emperor Fuxi scripture, which contained the secret technique and the foundation of cultivation, also fell into Zhou Tong's hands. At this moment, the true dragon divine medicine flew directly to little Nana's side. Its roots seemed to have taken root in her body. The true dragon divine medicine, it really is the true dragon divine medicine. Tu Fei looked at the true dragon divine medicine and wanted to reach out his hand. However, he was a little embarrassed and did not dare to do so. After all, this thing was on little Nana. He saw with his own eyes that little Nana broke the curse of Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients. Yi Fan, it seems that this true dragon divine medicine is destined to be yours. Zhou Tong chuckled and said, "Keep it well. If little Nana keeps it in her hands, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of others. Big brother, here you go. Nana doesn't need the little golden dragon." Little Nana was very obedient and sensible. When she heard Zhou Tong's words, she immediately handed the true dragon divine medicine to Yi Fan. Faced with the temptation of the true dragon divine medicine, even Yi Fan could not refuse. He solemnly put away the true dragon divine medicine. Chapter 139. It's time to go. When the immemorial royal family finds out that the true dragon divine herb is gone. Since he already obtained the divine medicine, he naturally could not be bothered to think too much about it. Zhou Tong also did not wish to continue staying here. There were emperor weapons and great sages in the nest of 10,000 dragons. If he continued to stay here, it would be useless even if he had a backup plan. Zhou Tong couldn't guarantee that Ruthless would protect him once he woke up. It's time to go. Tu Fei was also shocked when he heard the words, immemorial royal family. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Instead, he immediately asked Zhou Tong to lead the way and rushed out. It was difficult to enter, but it was much easier to leave. The group quickly left the nest of 10,000 dragons and returned to the snowy mountain outside. They didn't dare to stay in the snowy mountain for long. They quickly covered their tracks and left. The group traveled thousands of miles and arrived at a barren land. After digging a cave nearby and setting up formation patterns, Yi Fan finally took out his myriad qi cauldron. The black and yellow qi in the cauldron boiled, and the fragrance of the true dragon divine herb seeped into their bones. The true dragon divine herb. I dare to bet that this is the only divine medicine that can be picked in this world. If this divine medicine is taken out, it will certainly make all the holy lands go crazy. Tu Fei's eyes were burning. He really wanted to pick this fruit, but he was a little embarrassed. Zhou Tong said indifferently, "The true dragon divine herb has been nourished by the dragon qi in the nest of 10,000 dragons for hundreds of thousands of years. At most, 9 drops of medicinal liquid can be taken from its fruit without harming the fruit's most fundamental effect." Zhou Tong was very experienced in this kind of thing. The white tiger divine herb was like this. Back then, Zhou Tong had picked the fruit of the white tiger divine herb and then extracted 9 drops of medicinal liquid from the fruit. The rest of the fruit was sealed. Yi Fan looked at the true dragon divine herb carefully. With a slight stroke of his finger, 9 drops of golden medicinal liquid dripped from the true dragon divine herb. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He immediately took out 2 jade bottles. One jade bottle contained 3 drops of medicinal liquid, while the other jade bottle contained 6 drops of medicinal liquid. After that, he put away the jade bottle that contained the 6 drops of medicinal liquid before passing the other jade bottle to Tu Fei. He said, "Since we're all searching for treasures together, everyone who sees it will have a share. This is for you." After that, he simply plucked all the fruits of the true dragon godly medicine and handed it to Zhou Tong. "If it weren't for you leading the way, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get the true dragon godly medicine. Along the way, you are the one who has contributed the most. This fruit is for you. Yi Fan, you have to think carefully. This is a complete godly medicine that can allow one to live a second life. You're giving it to me just like that?" Zhou Tong was a little surprised that Yi Fan would make such a choice. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Your Bodhi tree is still very young. Even so, you've given me such a large divine branch. I, Yi Fan, am not such a stingy person. What's more, the true dragon divine herb's main body is in my hands. It will definitely grow fruits in the future." Apart from the kindness of the Bodhi tree branch, Yi Fan actually still had an apologetic attitude. Back then, he had promised Zhou Tong that he would give him all the sacred medicines in the forbidden area of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land. However, in the end, he went back on his word and ate less than half of it. This time, he had hardened his heart and used this true dragon divine herb's fruit to make up for that trace of regret in his heart. Furthermore, Yi Fan, who did not know the inside story, naturally thought that he had taken the true dragon divine herb's main body, which was already a huge advantage. The one who told him about the true dragon divine herb was Zhou Tong, and the one who brought him to search for treasures was Zhou Tong. Along the way, he also relied on Zhou Tong to decipher the array patterns. But in the end, the biggest harvest was in his own hands. If he did not give the fruit to Zhou Tong, he would feel a little apologetic. "Since that's the case, I'll accept it." Zhou Tong nodded his head and accepted the true dragon divine herb's fruit. After sealing it, he placed it into his 10 heavenly passages divine ring. "Zhou Tong, back then, you said in the Supreme Profound School that as long as I learned the secret of all, you would give me another secret of 9. Is that still valid?" Yi Fan suddenly asked. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan. So he was waiting here. No wonder he was so generous to give the true dragon divine herbs fruit to me. Tu Fei, who was at the side, was very surprised. Zhou Tong, how many secret of 9 have you mastered? Zhou Tong ignored Tu Fei and looked at Yi Fan. I did say that I would give you a secret when the time comes, but I didn't say how I would give it to you. Yi Fan was stunned. He subconsciously thought that Zhou Tong wanted to go back on his words, but after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Yi Fan asked directly, "How are you going to give it to me?" "I'll take you to find the secret of Xing, how about it?" Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was stunned, and then looked at Zhou Tong in disbelief. "This is the method you said you would give me a secret?" "Yes, if I don't take you to find the secret of Xing, you might never find it in your lifetime," Zhou Tong said calmly. "And without me, even if you know the exact location, you won't be able to find it before you become a martial sage. The secret of Xing," Yi Fan frowned. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and said helplessly, "Fine, the secret of Xing it is. When will you take me there?" "Let's find a time first." Zhou Tong shook his head. "When I reach the great perfection of the dragon transformation arcane land, or even become a half-mighty, I'll take you there. Next, I want to go into seclusion for a period of time. I've gained too much previously, and I need to organize them." "Seclusion," Tu Fei shook his head and said, "Then I won't participate. I've been out for so long. I've stayed in the Jade Lake Old Haunt for 2 months, and then in the southern region for another 2 months, but I haven't spread any news. I'm afraid that if I appear again, my grandfather will look for me everywhere." "When are you going to find the secret of Xing? Send me a message, and I'll go with you." Tu Fei also wanted to get the secret of Xing, but he had some worldly affairs to attend to, so he couldn't go with Zhou Tong directly. "Let's talk about it when the time comes. We'll wait until after the Jade Lake Stone meeting." Zhou Tong shook his head. "I'll be in seclusion for a period of time. If you need anything, come here and find me." "I'll be in seclusion for a period of time, too," Yi Fan said directly after a moment of silence. He had obtained many incomplete skills in the Jade Lake Old Haunt, and he had also obtained some skills that were widely spread in the northern region from Tu Fei, such as the mountain-hugging seal. In addition, he had been in a hurry to advance to the 4 ultimate secret realms, and he still lacked a lot of understanding of the Western Emperor scripture and the Taoist palace scroll. Therefore, Yi Fan needed to go into seclusion to organize himself. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and was speechless. Could it be that Yi Fan wants to take advantage of me? "Are you expecting me to guide you in your cultivation? Then I'll go first. When you go to find the secret of Xing, remember to call me." After Tu Fei left, only Yi Fan and Zhou Tong were left in the cave residence. "You want to take advantage of the Bodhi tree's great way aura." Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and saw through him. Then, he took out the Bodhi tree as well. The jade-green leaves jingled and emitted a mysterious Tao sound. As the tree of enlightenment, the Bodhi tree was the best among all the immortal magic herbs in terms of enlightening wisdom. Only the tree of enlightenment could be compared to it. How can this be called taking advantage? The chi of the real dragon, that my real dragon godly medicine is giving off, is probably quite useful to your dragon transformation secret territory. It's obviously a win-win situation. Yi Fan generously took out the true dragon divine medicine and planted it beside the Bodhi tree. Suddenly, the real dragon chi and the Bodhi tree's great way aura filled the entire cave residence. "You don't have anything that can nourish the real dragon magic herb." Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at Yi Fan and took out a jade basin filled with the holy spring from the forbidden area of remote antiquity. Suddenly, the Bodhi tree and the real dragon magic herb each extended a root into the jade basin and absorbed the holy spring liquid to grow. "From now on, don't disturb me." Zhou Tong said and went into seclusion. Chapter 140. Inside a small secluded secret room. The divine spring was sparkling and translucent, containing endless vitality. The green leaves swayed and rustled. Green light flickered and fell down strands of great Tao aura. The Bodhi tree was like a jade carving. Its entire body was green and lustrous. The true dragon divine medicine swayed and released 10,000 strands of brilliance, making this place flourish. The intoxicating fragrance was incomparably strong, and the 9 golden leaves swayed and emitted an extremely vigorous draconic aura. It was as if a golden divine sea was rising and falling. Zhou Tong sat quietly under the Bodhi tree, enjoying the nourishment of the great Tao aura and inhaling the dragon qi emitted by the true dragon divine medicine. He was comprehending the Tao, trying his best to comprehend the true dragon treasured technique. Strands of great Tao aura flowed out from his body, like a dragon's roar, spreading into the distance. In Zhou Tong's heart, a true dragon appeared. Its head was upright, and its dragon horns were like blades. It raised its head and slashed the universe. With a swing of its tail, the void shattered. The true dragon was known as the head of the vicious 10, so the true dragon technique was naturally domineering. Every move and style contained an unparalleled domineering aura, as if no one in the world could compare to it. The comprehension of the true dragon technique was extremely smooth. It was as if Zhou Tong was a true dragon himself. It was as if he was born with this technique. Now, with just a little bit of cultivation, he felt an extremely terrifying improvement speed. It was far faster than when he comprehended the Thunder Emperor's treasured technique, Grass Symbol Sword technique, Qilin treasured technique, Immortal Phoenix treasured technique, and 9 Nether Python treasured technique. In a short 3 months of comprehension, Zhou Tong felt that he had touched the essence of the true dragon treasured technique. The spine is like a dragon, leaping up, transforming into the 9 heavens, connecting the heavens and moving the earth, invincible. When Zhou Tong comprehended the true dragon treasured technique, he also subconsciously realized the relationship between the true dragon technique and the dragon transformation secret territory. Back then, when Emperor Huang Tian created the technique, in order to create the profound meaning of the dragon transformation mystic realm, he had specially refined the 9 dragon bones into his spine to experience the power of the true dragon soaring into the 9 heavens. Using this, he had integrated the ultimate profound meaning of the 9 transformations of the true dragon and created the dragon transformation mystic realm. It could be said that the true dragon technique had a natural connection with the dragon transformation mystery dimension. As long as the heaven shrouding technique was cultivated to the dragon transformation secret realm, it was equivalent to naturally comprehending the true dragon technique's ultimate profoundness, the true dragon 9 transformations. Therefore, if a cultivator in the dragon transformation arcane realm were to comprehend the true dragon technique, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. As for the cultivation of the real dragon technique, it also further boosted Zhou Tong's cultivation in the dragon realm. While he was cultivating, he refined the last remaining heavenly dragon's origin in his body. This process was not forced in the slightest. It was as natural as when Heavenly Emperor Huang refined the dragon bone. Roar! After refining the last portion of the true dragon's origin, Zhou Tong suddenly felt as if the world around him had changed. He saw even more things. A true dragon slaughtered its way through the world of mortals, struggling in the 9 heavens. Endless transformations. This was a dragon. Change. This was the true dragon technique, the ultimate profoundness of the true dragon 9 transformations. Right, a dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide. When big, it can swallow clouds and spit out mist. When small, it can hide. When it rises, it can soar in the universe. When it is hidden, it can hide in the waves. The true characteristic of a dragon is only one thing: change. The true dragon did not have the powerful vitality of the immortal phoenix that could come back from the dead. The true dragon did not have the extremely terrifying power of death and destruction of the 9 netherworld python. The true dragon did not have the extreme sharpness of the 9-leaf sword grass. The true dragon did not have the unparalleled divine strength of the heavenly horned ant. The true dragon did not have the mighty power of the Ho clan that could control time and space. The true dragon did not have the lightning emperor's aura that could control heavenly punishment. However, the true dragon race had always been the leader of the vicious 10. Why was this? Change. The true dragon race had changed to the extreme. It was the race of the vicious 10 that could adapt to any environment the best. No matter how great the changes were in the world, the true dragon race could stand proudly in the world, invincible under the heavens. There were invincible true dragons in the age of Emperor Kalap. There were also invincible true dragons in the chaotic ancient era. Even in the Holy Ruins era, there were similarly invincible true dragons. No matter how great the changes were in the world, the true dragon race could adapt to the world and survive. However, what about the 9 netherworld python, heavenly horned ant, 9-leaf sword grass, and the others? Even if they were vicious for a while, they would still disappear under the passage of time. The world changed again and again. These races that couldn't adapt would all gradually disappear in the end. The true dragon technique is actually the Tao of transformation. The dragon is not only the most domineering and dignified of the vicious 10, it is also the one of the vicious 10 that is most proficient in transformation. Once the true dragon transforms to the extreme, that is a great divine ability that connects the heavens to the earth, impervious to all methods. A type of technique, when transformed to the extreme, could deal with any situation. One method could transform into 10,000 methods, one method reflecting 10,000 Tao. Wouldn't that be unmatched under the heavens, impervious to all methods? The true Dragon 9 transformations is precisely the extreme of the true dragon transformation. Following Zhou Tong's comprehension, suddenly, a dragon roar sounded, shaking the world. That true dragon divine medicine also seemed to be startled, carefully hiding to the side, slightly distancing itself from Zhou Tong. Yi Fan, who was currently comprehending the profound mysteries of the scriptures, was also stunned by this sudden dragon roar, looking at Zhou Tong in a daze. His entire body was releasing extremely dense dragon energy, his spine turning into a purple dragon. The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, making even the void tremble, continuously rumbling. Zhou Tong finally moved? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong with a bit of shock. He had already sat here for 3 months. During these 3 months, he had already gone out to face 2 heavenly tribulations, cultivating to the 3rd layer of the 4 extreme secret realms. However, Zhou Tong had always sat here without the slightest change. And now, he finally saw a reaction from Zhou Tong's cultivation. But he's just cultivating and there's already such a terrifying aura? Yi Fan was shocked. He was the closest to Zhou Tong, so he immediately felt the extremely terrifying pressure of the true dragon. Oh! Yi Fan felt as if he had been targeted by a true dragon, his entire body trembled, and he couldn't move. Big brother! Little Nana's voice sounded beside Yi Fan's ears. Yi Fan immediately felt his body relax, and he saw little Nana pouncing on him, looking at Zhou Tong timidly with her big eyes, as if she had seen a terrifying monster. Nana, don't be scared, he's just cultivating. Yi Fan hugged little Nana and comforted her softly. Ong! The purple dragon coiled and roared. In the end, Zhou Tong's spine lit up, and balls of light lit up one after another. There were a total of 9 balls of light, and they were like 9 steps, ascending the steps and entering the skull. The 9 changes of the dragon. So this is the profound meaning of the 9 changes of the dragon? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. From Zhou Tong's transformation, he saw the profound meaning of the 9 changes of the dragon, and he already understood what the 9 changes of the dragon required to cultivate. Swoosh! At this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly opened, and it seemed as if 2 true dragons were about to emerge from his eyes. He finally woke up from the state of enlightenment that he had been in for 3 months. The great perfection of the dragon transformation's secret territory. Just as I expected, if I cultivate the true dragon treasured technique, the speed of cultivation in the dragon transformation's secret territory will increase greatly. I only refined the origin of the sky dragon at the end, and even saved the dragon marrow, and directly broke through to the great perfection state of the dragon transformation's secret territory. After Zhou Tong woke up, he realized that he had silently cultivated to the great perfection state of the dragon transformation's secret territory. He had even refined the origin of the sky dragon that was sealed in his body. However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong felt a wave of pressure. It was the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation is coming. I'm going to go through the heavenly tribulation, Zhou Tong said, and quickly turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of Yi Fan's eyes. The north region was desolate and uninhabited. Rumble! On this day, the most magnificent thunder came. This was the simultaneous arrival of 2 heavenly tribulations in the dragon transformation secret territory. In the sea of thunder, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the ground quietly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the sea of thunder. He was refining the thunder with all his might, using the power of thunder to refine his body and soul. At the same time, the great Tao of the heavenly tribulation merged with Zhou Tong's heart, and the innate Tao pattern of the heavenly tribulation was also branded on the tyrant bell. The magnificent thunder wreaked havoc for half a day before it finally stopped. Zhou Tong, who was bathed in the thunder, was unharmed. The great perfection of the dragon transformation secret territory. Now, all that's left is to break through to the immortal foundation secret territory. Zhou Tong subconsciously looked at his sea of reincarnation. The embryonic form of the true dragon in the sea of reincarnation had disappeared. This true dragon had completely merged with Zhou Tong's body and transformed into the true dragon divine form. Even the 3rd divine form is at great perfection. Zhou Tong was very excited. He shook his body and transformed into a purple dragon that soared into the sky. Chapter 141. Inside the Cave. You've reached the peak of the dragon transformation realm? Yi Fan asked as he looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded. That's right, it's reached the peak. Prepare to break through to the immortal foundation realm after some time. There's no need to rush. Zhou Tong, how can I improve my battle prowess? Yi Fan finally asked the question that he had been wanting to ask for the past few months. This was also the reason why he wanted to cultivate in seclusion with Zhou Tong. He desperately wanted to know how to improve the 6th limit, 7th limit, 8th limit, and so on. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and chuckled. If I'm not wrong, you must have eaten the holy fruit in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, right? Yi Fan knew that he was in the wrong and laughed awkwardly. You gave me the true dragon divine medicinal fruit because you feel indebted to me, didn't you? Zhou Tong saw through Yi Fan's thoughts. Your constitution is on the same level as mine. Do you think I don't know what kind of transformation you'll undergo after cultivating to the 4th limit realm? Obviously, your transformation is illogical. It's much stronger than normal. You don't have any powerful secret technique. Do you think you can hide the reason for your transformation from me? I'm just too lazy to argue with you about these things. The 26 holy fruits are enough for me. Before Yi Fan could reply, Zhou Tong said, Let me tell you about your current problem. Yi Fan's expression turned serious. He focused and wanted to hear what Zhou Tong had to say. Zhou Tong said, Yi Fan, your current battle prowess is at the 6th limit. According to the scriptures, secret techniques, and constitution you've learned, you should be at the 4th limit. The reason you can reach the 6th limit is because you ate the holy fruits in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Your entire body, from your blood, bones, vitality, and divine sense, has undergone a transformation. With your foundation strengthened, your combat prowess naturally increased by a large margin. This is the reason why you are at the 6th limit. What you lack is a secret art, a complete secret art. Although you got some secret skills from Tu Fei, some basic secret skills from me, and some incomplete secret skills from the Jade Lake, these things are either of low quality or incomplete. Most importantly, they are not systematic. If you want to rely on these things to increase your combat strength, it's not enough. It's much more difficult to raise the 6th limit to the 7th limit or even the 8th limit. Ordinary secret techniques are useless. What you need is a secret technique created by a peerless great sage or a quasi-emperor, or even a great emperor. Therefore, once you use the esoteric character of all, you will immediately rise to the level of 7th limit. This was the terrifying aspect of an emperor-level secret technique. If you cultivate a complete set of Emperor-level secret techniques, and then use esoteric word all, you'll be able to reach 8-limit battle prowess. Yi Fan fell silent. He had always known what he lacked, but Emperor-level secret techniques were not so easy to obtain. He had been in the cultivation world for so long, but he had not obtained any powerful secret technique. Even if it was an ancient scripture, it was obtained for all kinds of strange reasons. The Tao scripture was something that Pang Bo had obtained with his last bit of strength after being possessed. The Western Emperor scripture was something that he had obtained because he owed Zhou Tong a favor. Furthermore, he had yet to return this favor. The Eternal Universe scripture was something that he had obtained by exchanging the Tao scripture with Zhou Tong. After the 4 extreme secret realms, he did not even have the scriptures for the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm and the Immortal Foundation Secret Realm. He did not know what to do in the future. He wanted to ask Zhou Tong, but he still owed him a favor, so how could he ask? Could it be that he had to give him the true Dragon Divine Medicine? This was the biggest opportunity he had ever had since he had stepped into the cultivation world. While Yi Fan was pondering, Zhou Tong continued. In fact, the so-called battle prowess, excluding some objective factors, such as sneak attacks and injuries, is actually the foundation, secret techniques, and comprehension of the Great Path. When these 3 are combined, battle prowess is formed. The foundation includes the cultivator's physique and the ancient scriptures that they cultivate, and even some acquired opportunities, such as the tempering of your body by the demon emperor's blood essence, the rebirth of your body by the holy fruit, and so on. You have the sacred body of the ancients, and you also cultivate the emperor's scripture. You also have endless acquired opportunities, so your foundation alone already has the battle prowess of the 6th limit. As for the secret technique, it represents the extent to which you can unleash your foundation. The more powerful the secret techniques, the higher the requirements for the foundation. Some of the powerful secret techniques in the Emperor's scriptures require the foundation of the 4th or 5th limit to be qualified to cultivate. Finally, there is the comprehension of the Great Path. This has something to do with secret techniques as well as the most basic cultivation. The deeper the comprehension of the Great Path, the more the power of the secret techniques can be used incisively and vividly. You can even use 2 kinds of secret techniques together to increase the power of the technique. Moreover, the deeper the comprehension of the Great Path, the easier it is to perceive the essence of cultivation. Yi Fan sighed and said, "No matter what, it's because my secret techniques are too weak. I don't have the various secret techniques in the Holy Lands, so my battle prowess has been unable to increase." Zhou Tong nodded and said, "Yes, that's the reason. So, you're not on the wrong path now, you just lack a little bit of opportunity. Also, there are many kinds of secret techniques. For example, the secret character of Xing that I promised you. This is the pinnacle of speed. If you get this secret and combine it with the secret character of all, your speed will definitely be the best in the world. Almost no one at the same level can compete with you. But that's only the power to escape. Yi Fan whispered. Why think so much? The key is to cultivate properly. As long as your position is high enough, ancient scriptures and secret techniques are relatively easy to obtain. For low-level cultivators, if they don't join the Holy Lands or similar places, it's very difficult to obtain all kinds of secret technique. But when your cultivation reaches a certain level, secret techniques and the like are relatively easy to obtain. Zhou Tong said indifferently. This is also the path that a loose cultivator needs to walk. You're also a loose cultivator, I don't see you lacking any secret techniques. Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Tong and was very unconvinced. The situation is different. I entered the cultivation world 3 years earlier than you, and I obtained a sufficiently powerful inheritance as soon as I entered. Zhou Tong continued, instead of comparing with me, it's better to think of a way to cultivate what you've learned to the peak. No matter how bad the secret technique is, once it's cultivated to the peak, or even beyond the peak, it's extremely powerful. Then what will happen if something like the mountain embracing seal is cultivated to the peak? Yi Fan's eyes seem to be flickering with light. I see that your mountain embracing seal seems to be somewhat different from my mountain embracing seal. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan. Don't tell me you want to get my secret technique? My mountain embracing seal is something completely different from the original mountain embracing seal after my deductions. Instead of saying that it's the mountain embracing seal, it's better to say that it's a secret technique that I created myself, the Qianshan seal. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and said with a smile, if you call me master, I'll impart to you the Qianshan seal that I comprehended and created in the Jade Lake. TSK. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at Zhou Tong and didn't say anything more. Chapter 142. Yi Fan turned his head, and Zhou Tong did not say anything. He slowly took out a fruit. Suddenly, a rich fragrance filled the entire secret chamber. Yi Fan glanced at it and immediately understood that it was a fruit in the forbidden area of the primordial lands. It was a little like the ginseng fruit, a fruit that looked like a baby. Zhou Tong is also starting to refine the sacred fruit of the primordial lands. Does this mean that his physical foundation is going to improve? At this moment, Yi Fan felt that he was getting farther and farther away from Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong took the holy fruit and glanced at little Nan Nan. She still had an innocent look on her face, and did not recognize this fruit at all. Little Nana is still little Nana. Merciless has not reached perfection yet, but thinking about it, her Tao might have improved. She will probably become an immortal earlier than in the original book. Zhou Tong had some guesses in his mind. Zhou Tong quickly collected his thoughts and swallowed the fruit in one bite. As soon as he ate the fruit, Zhou Tong's body was enveloped in a brilliant light. He felt as if he was going to fly into the sky. He immediately sat down cross-legged and refined the medicinal properties of the fruit. Whoosh! Soon, Zhou Tong felt as if there was a flame burning all over his body. This was not a real flame, but a very mysterious flame of life. After embarking on the path of cultivation, Zhou Tong knew very well what this feeling was. This was his life force being greatly strengthened. This ginseng fruit represented an extremely powerful life force. Eating this fruit also meant that his life force had undergone a transformation. After an entire day, Zhou Tong finally refined the ginseng fruit and absorbed all of its essence. He felt that his whole body was exuding exuberant vitality. Purple qi and blood unconsciously appeared and turned into a true dragon that coiled around his body. He was about to become a human-shaped precious medicine. I dare say that your blood is probably more terrifying than some 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Yifan said. Don't talk about me. When you cultivate to this realm, you will be almost the same. Zhou Tong retorted and then took out the second fruit. This was a fruit that looked like a silver moon and exuded a cold aura. Zhou Tong ate this fruit and began to refine it. The power of this fruit did not enter his body, but into his divine sense. The medicinal properties of this silver moon-like fruit were icy cold. After refining it into his body, Zhou Tong felt his divine sense clear, and he had a very keen perception of everything around him. It was as if he had become one with the world, forming a domain around him. This was a very frightening sign. It meant that Zhou Tong's spiritual sense had risen to a new level. After opening his eyes, Zhou Tong was very surprised. He felt that his eyes seemed to have been baptized by a stone core. He also felt that his ears could hear things more clearly. This feeling was very mysterious. Zhou Tong could not wait to eat the second silver moon fruit. However, the effect of this fruit was weakened by more than half. Although it still made him some progress, it was not as clear as before. 3 fruits should be the limit. Zhou Tong did not think much and continued to refine the third silver moon fruit. He had a total of 5 of these fruits. After refining 3, there were 2 left. After that, Zhou Tong took out the third fruit. It was a fruit that looked like a heart. The effect of this fruit was to enhance the power of qi and blood. Zhou Tong refined 2 heart fruits in a row. Suddenly, the qi and blood in his body reached a new height. Yifan, who was watching from the side, felt a little frightened. The purple qi and blood was like a purple ocean. Even he felt like he was about to be drowned. It was too scary. This kind of qi and blood. Even my sacred body of the ancients has this kind of feeling. It's too scary. Yifan felt the extreme qi and blood of the tyrant body of the heavens, and felt terrible. He had a hostile physique. Now that he was stimulated like this, he could not even calm down. His qi and blood were surging at every moment. Even if he bathed in the aura of the great path of the Bodhi tree, he could not comprehend the great path. If you can't stand it, then leave first. Zhou Tong looked at Yifan and said faintly, Go to the sacred city and wait for me. Go find Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others. After I finish my transformation, I will go find you to participate in the Jade Pool Stone Appreciation Convention. Yifan had no choice but to leave the cave with the real dragon elixir and little Nana. If he continued to stay by Zhou Tong's side, he would probably go crazy, let alone cultivate. Without Yifan, Zhou Tong took the opportunity to put away the Bodhi tree. To him, there was no difference whether the Bodhi tree was outside or inside the 10 heavenly rings. Next was the 4th sacred elixir. It was a sacred elixir that was as dazzling as the sun. This sacred elixir was like the spirit of the sun. Its medicinal power was mysterious and powerful. After refining 3 of them in a row, Zhou Tong's bones all over his body were cracking. His skin cracked, shed a layer of old skin, and a new body was born. This was a transformation of the body. This fruit represented the physique. After refining 3 of them in a row, Zhou Tong could feel that the power in his body had increased by a lot. One could imagine how powerful this sacred elixir was to be able to become stronger than him, who was at the level of 8 limit. Especially after refining these 3 fruits, a layer of light appeared all over his body. It was translucent, sparkling, and exuding vitality. Speaking of which, whether it's the sacred battle ape or the other ancient princes, they all seemed to have eaten the immortal divine elixir. Zhou Tong could feel the power in his body, and subconsciously thought of some things in the original work. Those princes and thearchs had all used the immortal divine elixir to be reborn. The reason for their powerful physiques was not only because of their bloodline, but also because their parents had used the immortal divine elixir to baptize them. It's a pity that I still lack one sacred elixir. My divine sense has not been baptized. Zhou Tong also felt a little regretful. The reason why his divine sense was not weak was because he had obtained the front secret word. Forget it, let's continue. I still lack 3 sacred fruit. I don't know how powerful I will become if I continue to consume them. Zhou Tong was looking forward to it. The 5th sacred fruit was in the shape of a small cauldron. Zhou Tong refined a total of 2 of them. After refining them, Zhou Tong's bones broke inch by inch and then reassembled, constantly being reborn. The power of this fruit acted on his bones, causing all the bones in his body to be replaced. The new bones were tougher and could withstand even more power. At the same time, the layer of membrane in his body solidified and merged with his bones, becoming a part of them. The 6th sacred fruit was in the shape of a flying bird. Zhou Tong also refined 2 of them. The effect of this sacred fruit was to change blood. After consuming the sacred fruit, Zhou Tong expelled all the old blood in his body, and a brand new, more powerful blood was born in his body. The purple blood flowed in his body like magma, containing unparalleled divine power. The membrane also fused with his flesh, blood, and internal organs, completely connecting with his bones, blood, and internal organs. Chapter 143. Finally, the last type of fruit. Zhou Tong took out the last type of fruit. The last type of fruit looked very special. It was shaped like a small round plate and shone with blue light. There were 8 faint golden scars on it, looking very much like the 8 trigrams. Zhou Tong swallowed the fruit directly and sat down cross-legged to refine it. Instantly, the 8 types of innate patterns inside the fruit turned into the 8 trigrams and lined up in 8 directions, surrounding him. Mysterious Tao diagrams appeared one after another and drowned him. At this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to have ascended and entered an unprecedented state. It was as if he had ascended into the heavens. All the pores on his body relaxed as if he was receiving the baptism of the gods. This was the divine prohibition state. At this moment, Zhou Tong's mind was unprecedentedly clear. In his mind, he subconsciously thought of the secret technique that he had created in the past, the Qianshan seal. At this moment, he seemed to have comprehended something. His hands moved continuously in the void, and the Qianshan seals quickly appeared. Thousands of mountains with different auras and shapes seemed to appear around Zhou Tong. I can't evolve them all at once. I'll evolve a part of them first. Zhou Tong learned his lesson from his previous enlightenment. Previously, he had attempted to evolve the 3,000 sacred mountains in the Qianshan seal at the same time, which had caused him to be injured. Zhou Tong dispersed most of the sacred mountains around him, leaving only the 8 simpler ones. These 8 sacred mountains were also the 8 types of sacred mountains that were most compatible with the 8 trigrams. They just happened to match the 8 types of innate patterns that the sacred fruit had brought. Zhou Tong's mind was unprecedentedly clear. It was as if there was a hand guiding him in the right direction. The Tao patterns of the 8 sacred mountains were constantly being compressed. The meaning of all the Tao patterns was also being rapidly comprehended by Zhou Tong in the process of evolution. The rocks that blocked his path were like pebbles on the side of the road in front of the divine prohibition. He could casually kick them away. The abyss in front of the divine prohibition was like a small ditch in front of the divine prohibition. He could casually step across it. Some of the obstacles that he had encountered in his cultivation seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. In the state of divine restriction, he was simply a god, an omnipotent god. Moreover, this experience of the divine restriction was not only the result of his own comprehension of the Tao, but also the benefit brought by the saint fruit. Therefore, it lasted for an unprecedentedly long time. The 8 peaks of the Qianshan seal were actually taking shape step by step under this godly restriction. In the end, the 8 mountains actually turned into 8 simple symbols. At this moment, the rare divine restriction state finally disappeared. He was not a great emperor, so he could not stay here for long. Zhou Tong looked at the 8 runes in his palm, and a dreamy expression appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the experience of the divine restriction would allow me to perfect the 8 mountains. The creation of the Qianshan seal has finally opened a door. It has officially opened. Can this fruit allow one to comprehend the divine restriction state? Is this a real divine restriction, or is it a coincidence? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more suspicious he became. He immediately swallowed the second 8 trigrams fruit, wanting to trigger the divine restriction again. But this time, Zhou Tong did not feel that feeling of omnipotence. He did not enter the divine restriction. As expected, it was just an accident. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful, but he quickly pulled himself together. Every time he swallowed the saint fruit, it was an excellent opportunity. He wanted to make use of the 8 innate patterns in the surroundings to cultivate a secret technique once again. 8 Extreme Divine Seal. This was a secret technique created by the Fuxi Great Emperor. This seal started with chaos and evolved into infinity. Infinity became Taiji, Taiji gave birth to Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The Fuxi Great Emperor used the 8 trigrams as the foundation to evolve the 8 extremes of heaven and earth, which transformed into 8 different seal techniques. They were heaven, earth, mountain, lake, wind, thunder, water, fire. These 8 seal techniques intertwined and evolved, transforming into the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. To cultivate the 8 extreme divine seal, one had to first comprehend the 8 extreme divine runes. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the ground as the 8 innate runes revolved around him. Zhou Tong looked at the 8 innate runes and directly grabbed onto one of the innate runes that represented heaven. He then started to refine it with the 8 extreme divine seal, turning it into the seal of heaven and imprinting it on his palm. Instantly, a sense of loftiness emerged from Zhou Tong's body. The seal of heaven evolved into the image of heaven. This seal was lofty and deep, like the clouds of the ancient times, ethereal and boundless. Even though it was only at the initial stage, Zhou Tong was already like the heavens, deep and ethereal. Now that the seal of heaven was cultivated, the next seal was the seal of earth. The seal of earth evolved into the earth. This seal was extremely heavy, like the momentum of the mountains and rivers. After that, it was the seal of mountain, seal of lake, seal of wind, seal of thunder, seal of water, and seal of fire. The seal of mountain evolved into a mountain. This seal had a majestic aura, like a towering mountain range, graceful and majestic. The seal of lake evolved into a swamp. This seal aimed at the void, trapping the enemy into nothingness. The seal of wind was the chi of the universe. It originated from the end of the duckweed and danced under the pine and cypress trees. This seal had many transformations. When it was gentle, it had the power to raise flowers and brush willows. When it was frenzied, it had the power to destroy everything. The seal of thunder evolved into lightning and thunder, but it was only for an instant. Therefore, this seal was incomparably swift and fierce. It was fine when it was not used, but when it was used, it was unstoppable. The seal of water evolved into the water of the heavens, like a river, like an ocean, like a lake, like a waterfall. Nothing in the world is weaker than water, and no one can defeat the strong. This seal was the essence of the weak triumphs over the strong, the soft triumphs over the hard. The seal of fire evolved into 10,000 flames. It was domineering and unstoppable, like a wildfire burning the plains, unstoppable. I've finally cultivated the crudest part of the 8 extreme divine seal. Zhou Tong raised his hand and looked at his palm. The 8 divine runes were imprinted on his palm like the 8 trigrams. He could activate them in an instant and unleash his power. This was only the most basic power of the 8 extreme divine seal. As Zhou Tong continued to cultivate, these divine runes would gradually disappear. However, the disappearance of the divine runes did not mean that the evolution of the 8 extreme divine seal had failed. It was only the beginning. The next step was to evolve. With the 8 most basic divine seals, he would evolve step by step. 8 seals would become 64 seals, 64 seals would become 4096 seals, and eventually, there would be no end to it. Actually, the 8 extreme divine seal is similar to the battle secret character, but there are some differences. Zhou Tong continued to comprehend the Fuxi Great Emperor's ultimate art. At the same time, he compared it with the battle secret character with the 9 secret. These two ultimate arts had the ability to evolve endlessly. They were arts and skills that could never be exhausted. Maybe the ancient emperors had similar methods? At this point, Zhou Tong thought of the flying celestial art of Monarch Ruthless. The flying celestial art was different from the 8 extreme divine seal. It did not have so many fancy tricks. It only had that one, the eternal one. That was why the flying celestial art had such terrifying offensive power. Perhaps after cultivating the 8 extreme divine seal to an extremely high level, he could reverse the process and combine the 8 seals into one to obtain a terrifying secret technique similar to the flying celestial art? Zhou Tong continued to ponder and deduce. His hand seals were also constantly changing. At the beginning, they were the most basic 8 seals. Gradually, they became more and more complex. Heaven, earth, mountain, swamp, wind, thunder, water, and fire all combined in different ways to produce different powers. The more the combinations changed, the deeper Zhou Tong's understanding of the 8 extreme divine seal. Finally, the 8 seals on his palm also slowly disappeared. These 8 seals were already deeply imprinted in Zhou Tong's heart. There was no need to imprint them on his body. Chapter 144. In the following half a month, Zhou Tong stayed here and comprehended the 8 extreme divine seal. With the experience of creating the Qianshan seal, Zhou Tong easily evolved the 8 extreme divine seal to an extremely high level. The endless transformations of mountains and rivers appeared in his mind. For an entire half a month, Zhou Tong didn't move at all as he sat silently outside the abode, comprehending the violent winds, flowing clouds, mountains, rivers, and plants in the heavens and the earth, and he carried out the final evolution of everything with the 8 extreme divine seal. Then, he used the battle secret character to perform another kind of deduction. He repeatedly verified and compared the battle secret character with the 8 extreme divine seal. At that moment, he finally opened his eyes. Half-step immortal foundation. Zhou Tong discovered that during this period of time, after experiencing the transformation of his bones and body, as well as the verification of the 8 extreme divine imprint and the battle secret character, he actually had one foot in the Immortal Foundation secret realm. He knew that if he continued to spend another half a month, he would definitely be able to enter the Immortal Foundation secret realm. It's impossible to continue verifying for a short period of time. The Jade Lake Stone Appreciation Convention is about to begin. Zhou Tong shook his head. He also wanted to take a step further and cultivate to the Immortal Foundation realm before going to the Jade Lake. However, it was impossible for him to cultivate using the normal method now. It's time to use an unusual cultivation method. Zhou Tong silently thought of a secret technique. Extreme Yin Soul Refining. This was a secret technique in the Extreme Yin Sutra that was used to refine the soul. It also contained the method to break through to the Immortal Foundation realm. This method could refine the Extreme Yin Soul. This method had no side effects, or rather, the only side effect was that it was dangerous. If one wasn't careful, the soul would be refined to death by the extreme yin energy, frozen into ice and dissipated. However, to Zhou Tong, this kind of danger was almost negligible. This was because his soul had become extremely powerful because of the front secret character and the chaotic ancient technique. This kind of secret technique, the stronger the soul, the easier it was to cultivate it. Zhou Tong immediately began to comprehend the extreme yin soul refining technique. The extreme yin soul refinement could make one's divine consciousness extremely tough. It was like a divine moon that illuminated the void forever. The lunar soul refinement is a secret technique of the lunar true scripture, and it's also a prerequisite secret technique for cultivating the immortal foundation scroll of the lunar true scripture. Cultivate this scripture and transform it into the supreme yin divine sense, cleanse the mortal qi, refine the true yin, and reverse the creation. Zhou Tong meditated for a while before sitting cross-legged on the rock. When night fell and the silver moon hung high in the sky, he swallowed a silver moon-shaped holy fruit. Among the 7 holy fruits that Zhou Tong possessed, this was the one with the best effects on one's spiritual consciousness. Although the laws within the sacred fruit were no longer of much use, the pure yin qi within the sacred fruit was the best support for drawing on the power of yin. Suddenly, a beam of divine light shot out from Zhou Tong's forehead and attracted the moonlight. In the cultivation world, many cultivators would draw on the essence of the sun and the moon to refine their sea of consciousness in order to cleanse the mortal qi and transform it into a pure and untainted divine consciousness. Zhou Tong had obtained the complete lunar true scripture. In addition to his powerful divine consciousness and the power of the silver moon holy fruit, he had saved himself a lot of trouble. With the extreme yin soul refining technique, he was able to draw on the power of yin between heaven and earth. Zhou Tong drew in the cold moonlight. A bone-piercing chill rushed into his heart. The terrifying power of the moonlight could freeze a person's soul. The extreme yin carried the power of yin at the beginning of the world. It was murderous and uncontrollable. It was almost impossible to refine, let alone refine one's spirit. Zhou Tong had experienced the strongest heaven's trial. He breathed in lightning and cleansed his divine consciousness to cleanse the mortal qi and transform it into a flawless divine consciousness. At the same time, he had also cultivated the secret of the 9 secret. The secret of the 9 secrets expanded his divinity and strengthened his divine consciousness. That was why he could withstand the chill. An ordinary cultivator at the peak of the dragon transformation secret realm would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Even so, once the power of the moonlight entered his divine foundation, Zhou Tong felt like he was being pricked by needles and had a splitting headache. Suppress! Zhou Tong roared. The 9 ancient characters of the extreme yin true scripture appeared and entered his immortal foundation. These 9 characters were like quicksilver flowing into the ground, directly locking down the power of the extreme yin true scripture. Next is to refine my divine consciousness with the power of yin. Zhou Tong recited the lunar soul refining technique and used the power of yin to refine his divine consciousness bit by bit. One could see that his glabella was glowing faintly in the shape of a crescent moon. It was like a divine lamp of yin. The light was extremely cold and could freeze anything. At the same time, one could see that there were ancient words flashing in Zhou Tong's body. Then, they turned into a seal and vibrated. It was like the roar of a yellow bell, making one feel like they were undergoing a baptism. This was a very terrifying baptism. Even many half-almighties would not be able to withstand it. They would be turned into yin qi and turned into powder. The temperature was too low. A gentle vibration could freeze 1,000 miles. No matter where it was, it would become a barren land and all life would be extinguished. However, Zhou Tong used the 9 imperial words of the lunar true scripture to suppress himself and continuously refine his divine consciousness. His divine consciousness was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally used the breakthrough method of the lunar soul refining technique. 1. In the next moment, his sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace, four extremities, and dragon transformation secret realms seemed to be stimulated by the power of Yin. The sound of chanting resounded through the sky. The chanting was like thunder, dragon, phoenix, unicorn, sword, and thunder. It resounded through the world. Every secret realm started to resonate as if they were going to become a whole and charge towards the divine foundation together. The divine foundation was the last secret realm of the human body. After dragon transformation, the spine turned into a huge dragon. It carried the power of the four extremities secret realms, Tao Palace secret realm, and Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. It was like riding a dragon to roam the world and break into the final realm, the divine foundation. The lunar true scripture was the furnace. An extremely terrifying divine consciousness started to appear in the lunar true scripture. In Zhou Tong's spine, a purple dragon rose up and rushed towards the divine foundation. It became an eternal divine light that looked down on the world. This dragon had really been revived. Now it was going to enter a higher realm. It spat out an immortal pearl and turned it into a supreme divine foundation. Accompanied by the chanting of all the secret realms, Zhou Tong's body flashed with divine light. The purple dragon in his spine rose up and spat out an immortal pearl to merge with his head. This was the last secret realm of the human body, the divine foundation's secret realm. The dragon in the human body soared up, ascending to the heavens and entering the final secret realm. It was extremely profound. At the instant the dragon ball completely merged with Zhou Tong's head, the dragon ball transformed into a beam of eternal light. The dragon soared up, illuminating the myriad of living beings. It contained the profound principles of splitting the heavens and earth apart. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Raging gales gusted as blazing lightning cascaded downwards like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. It's finally here. The heavenly tribulation for me to break through to the divine foundation's secret realm. Zhou Tong opened his eyes as a look of anticipation flashed in them. He really wanted to know what his heavenly tribulation would be like. Would he be like Yi Fan and fight against those immortal emperors? Chapter 145. Boom! Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The great perfection of dragon transformation, the heavenly tribulation triggered by the Dragon Ascension immortal platform, was terrifying. Thunder and lightning fell, drowning the mountainous region. A vast and boundless ocean appeared. The sea of lightning was terrifying and boundless. A single bolt of lightning easily turned a nearby mountain into flying ash. Boom! The heavenly tribulation in the sky did not fall. Instead, it gradually solidified, and its power became more and more terrifying. Finally, the heavenly tribulation transformed into palaces before Zhou Tong's eyes. The scene of an ancient heavenly court began to appear within the heavenly tribulation. The majestic palaces bobbed up and down in the terrifying sea of lightning. The so-called strongest heavenly tribulation is the manifestation of this imprint. I can't find any other tribulation that can descend in this world. As expected, the source is insufficient. Zhou Tong understood as he looked at the sky. Cultivation was something that defied the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was a kind of punishment that heaven and earth gave to cultivators who defied the heavens. Naturally, it was extremely powerful. In a world with a powerful source, the heavenly tribulation that descended was probably the most basic 5 elements: lightning, yin and yang lightning, chaos lightning, and so on. This was because each bolt of lightning was extremely powerful. However, the heavenly tribulation of a world with a weaker source was probably not so. Heaven and earth imprinted those peerless geniuses and evolved their technique. This could save the world's energy and also achieve the same effect. Boom! At this moment, all kinds of divine light, endless purple heaven divine lightning, great creation divine lightning, 5 elements divine lightning, 9 tribulation lightning. Endless, all of them struck down. This was a boiling sea, a world of tribulation. Who knew how many types of lightning tribulations descended at the same time, each of them incomparably terrifying? Lightning Emperor treasured technique, refine. This was only the prelude, so Zhou Tong could not resist. He directly used the Thunder Emperor's precious art to transform the lightning into his own, gathering the power of lightning to refine his body, soul, flesh, and tyrant bell. He could clearly feel that he was becoming stronger. His body was becoming stronger, his divine sense was becoming stronger, and even countless patterns appeared on the tyrant bell. At this moment the true danger descended. In the sea of lightning in the sky, ancient buildings bobbed up and down, and humanoid creatures walked out of the majestic palaces. Boom! A humanoid creature pounced over with an ancient seal floating beside it. It was as mysterious as a god descending into the world. Finally, the humanoid lightning. I didn't expect the Lunar Emperor to be the first. Zhou Tong immediately guessed the identity of the humanoid lightning. The humanoid lightning was as white as jade and incomparably holy. However, the Great Seal was black, as if it was made of the ancient Great Emperor's exclusive sacred item, the dragon-patterned black gold. It floated up and down in the void, and tens of thousands of silk strands fell down. Dong! The bell of the bell. Zhou Tong immediately refined his overlord bell, and sent it towards the lunar Renhuang seal. At the same time, he interweaved the laws of the Great Path in order for it to transcend the tribulation. Such a humanoid heavenly tribulation could no longer absorb lightning to temper the tyrant bell in his body. He had to let the tyrant bell experience battle. The lunar human sovereign seal and the overlord bell continued to collide in the void. The human sovereign seal's power was boundless, and it was actually able to strike out the great Tao law. It continuously shook the overlord bell, bursting out rings of terrifying bell waves. Even the lightning not far away was shaken away. At the same time, the humanoid lightning that the Tang Emperor said could also activate the saint power and fight with Zhou Tong. Boom! Zhou Tong's god force filled the sky as he unleashed a barrage of secret techniques to fight the humanoid lightning. Countless secret techniques bombarded the humanoid lightning. The humanoid lightning was also extremely overbearing. It took Zhou Tong's attack head-on and fought back. The tyrant bell vibrated, and the tyrannical bell waves came one after another. Fine patterns appeared and spread out in all directions like ripples, destroying everything. The Renhuang seal flipped the sky, and every time it smashed down, it was as if the sky and earth were turned upside down. Even the rules of the Great Path were suppressed. For a moment, purple blood splattered everywhere, and lightning scattered everywhere. It was extremely tragic. After an unknown period of time, a humanoid lightning suddenly flew down from the ancient heavenly court formed by the heavenly tribulation. It was a woman, and there was a jade-green ancient pagoda floating above her head, suppressing heaven and earth. Western sovereign! Zhou Tong's heart trembled. Could it be that the great emperor's phantoms manifested by the heavenly tribulation this time were all the ancient scriptures that he had cultivated before? With the arrival of the second great emperor, the pressure that Zhou Tong faced suddenly skyrocketed. Soon, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh great emperors appeared one after another. The third great emperor was also a woman. A great Tao treasure bottle appeared above her head, and there seemed to be sparkling and translucent rain falling around her. It was Ruthless Great Emperor. The fourth great emperor was a middle-aged man. There was a jade-green three-legged round cauldron above his head. The cauldron was exactly the same as Yi Fan's cauldron. There was no doubt that this person was a sovereign. The fifth great emperor was also a middle-aged man. There was also a jade-green cauldron above his head, and there was a light radiating from his body. It was Feather Great Emperor. The sixth great emperor had an eternal sacred cauldron above his head. Flames flickered as if a god had descended to the mortal realm. It was Eternal Universe Great Emperor. The last great emperor was an old man. There was a pagoda refined from heaven and earth chi above his head. There was no doubt that this was Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. As the six great emperors' phantoms appeared one after another, Zhou Tong was in a bad situation. Previously, when there was only the extreme inhuman sovereign, he could still hold his own against her. However, now that the Western Sovereign, Ruthless Great Emperor, Sovereign, Feather Great Emperor, Eternal Universe Great Emperor, and Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had appeared, he could no longer hold his own. In a short moment, he had suffered an unprecedented heavy injury. His body was on the verge of falling apart. Over 100 of his bones had been broken, causing him to basically lose his human form. Even his violet soul was on the verge of shattering and being destroyed. Immortal Phoenix Immortality. Divine Form Transformation. Zhou Tong roared. The scorching immortal phoenix fire burned on his body and quickly healed his body. Immediately after, Zhou Tong's figure kept changing in the void. Sometimes, he would turn into a 9-leaf sword grass with sword chi. Sometimes, he would turn into a qilin that suppressed the mountains and rivers. Sometimes, he would turn into a true dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. The continuous divine form transformation and the immortal phoenix treasured skill that was constantly circulating finally allowed Zhou Tong to barely hold on under the siege of 7 great emperors. No matter how heaven-defying a person was, it was impossible for him to fight against 7 young great emperors at the same level. He could only rely on his various transformations and the power of the immortal phoenix treasured skill to barely hold on. In the end, the battle lasted for 2 days and 1 night. Zhou Tong's warlord bell was almost pierced through, and his body was splattered with purple blood. He was severely injured. Boom! With a final loud bang, the lightning that filled the sky disappeared. The endless storm dissipated, and the heaven and earth returned to normal. Zhou Tong's joints moved and crackled nonstop. His entire body was like a purple gold that shone brilliantly. At the same time, the warlord bell kept vibrating and humming. The runes imprinted on it intertwined like dragons, making it seem as if it was alive. After an unknown period of time, the divine phoenix fire on Zhou Tong's body dissipated. He finally erupted with a light that penetrated the heavens and the earth. His body was clear and flawless, and he had completely recovered to his peak state. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.